Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to be here with you guys tonight. Thank you all so much for joining the show. I hope you guys got a chance earlier to watch Astrology for Mystics with Jen. On Jen's channel, we went on the panel. She had talked about for a big section in the beginning about the crisis with DCS in Tennessee. And then, gradually she got Seth on the panel. And then I joined the panel. Smiley joined the panel. So it was a great panel. And I think I said the word panel 5 times in a row, but it was awesome. And you should definitely go and check it out. I didn't get a chance to share it in between, but definitely check it out. Astrology for Mystics with Jen. While you're there, like, subscribe, do all the things, share it out. Look, guys, when Seth is willing to come out and speak, and he is the only one who is willing to come out and speak about this lawsuit, right? The parts that he can speak about, and then just tell us about Sebastian, right? Some really great questions were asked and answered, and we had some good times. We had some times where we were all of us were crying, behind the scenes, right? Just not, um, it's just not okay what's going on, right? So it's a very heavy subject or topics that are being discussed. On a larger scale, there's a crisis with DCS that Jen talks about. Again, listen to the whole thing. It might be a long live. I've seen people watch longer, right? I've done longer, and not so action packed and information packed, right? I mean, so definitely go check it out and make sure that you listen. And, there may be some parts where you might want to re listen. But I think it's really important. We need to keep these interviews out, right? Not that it was an interview per se, but Seth was answering a lot of questions that were being asked by the chat. I can't say how gracious that is, in my opinion, because it's a very, again, tough subject. And it's very difficult for him to have to come out and speak. And he's the only one with the cojones to come out and speak about it, right? And to be honest and candid and vulnerable. And I appreciate that about Seth. I appreciate his candor. I appreciate his authenticity, right? He's a very authentic person who just wants to find his son. And as much as I hate to hear it, because I think, well, maybe we all would have met in a different way or a different capacity. But Seth is like, we never would be here. We never would have all met together, right? And, you know, that's why I tried to find a meaner looking picture for my avatar tonight as well, right? Because it makes me angry, right? But I have to articulate myself, and I have to exercise self control and restraint. And I take a lot of that guidance from Seth because he is excellent at it, in my opinion. And it's an absolute trigger warning, Witchy Mama. Witchy Mama, thank you so much for being here. And also, this is very, again, tough subject matter that we're discussing tonight. So, with that being said, we have to make sure that it's appropriate audiences, right? That viewer discretion is advised. That if you are watching this show with your children, that you're talking to them about the subject matter, right? Like if you're dealing with someone who's, a 17, 18-year old, and you think, okay, this is tough subject matter, but I do believe my child is, mature enough for it, and also, we can talk through it, then I would really advise that too. I can't make anybody do anything, but again, this is very mature content that we're going to be discussing and that we have gone over. Look, Sebastian Rogers was in a position where he had been enduring long-term abuse. There is nobody that can say, Lady Freedom, you're not telling the truth. There's nobody that can come over here with a clear conscience and say that what has been put in these DCS reports is a lie. There's no reason for DCS to misquote any of the things that they quoted in this paperwork. So I want you to keep in mind that this isn't, my opinion. This is court filings that are based on paperwork from DCS in Tennessee, right? This isn't me or my report, right? Um, this is coming from DCS and their records from, you know, November of 2022 all the way throughout 2023, right? There was CPS involvement, specifically DCS in Tennessee. And then right before Sebastian went missing, there were hearings that were being heard of court proceedings. The district attorney, Jenny Smith, was aware of these allegations, and they have a team that they use and deploy when there is a CPS report. If you want to know all about that, go back to the first live that I've done. I actually need to really make a playlist for this, um, because it's a completely different portion of Sebastian's being missing. They're asking for Sebastian to for his case to be reopened under a new investigation where they actually implement the proper protocols and procedures this time and then see what they come up with, right? um Witchy Mama, thank you so much for posting Summer's flyer, and also for posting Monkey and Michael Monkey Vaughn's flyer, and also Devlin Lee Hatfield Tate. And we also have Summer Moon Utah Wells. So, wow, Um, look, these kids are really important. Um, they should not be forgotten. They should never fall through the cracks. We also have, little Harmony Montgomery that is still missing. There's so many kids out there that are just have been mistreated so badly. Little Javea Harris, I do plan on doing a live stream on Javea and doing an update show for her. Because I believe that she deserves it. What happened to her should never happen to her. And, that's why I love channels like Jen, and I love, like, Smiley knows all these different stories, right? The kids' stories, and she's interested in putting the truth out there. And I really appreciate people that are like-minded that way and that are victim-minded, because it's really important to remember that they're in the spotlight. Like, it doesn't matter what any of us think or feel or agree with or disagree with. These kids need their stories told, and we really need to be um good stewards of that. If we're going to get up here and tell someone else's story, then we should try to get it factual, or try to put ourselves in the position of the victim, right? Like for Sebastian, how scary would it have been the first time CPS knocked on the door, right? Because we already know that Sebastian's a very smart and intuitive child, and he, even at about 13 years old, right, would have been mindful of what kind of hell was going to be paid for him telling anybody anything. And I'd really like for people to remember that, because Sebastian had combined type ADHD, we read in the paperwork. We also, all of us that have been following the case knew that Sebastian has a rare chromosome deletion syndrome that they were aware of, about 6 months old. I'm sorry, correct me if I'm wrong, Seth. Hello, Seth. Valley Gale is here. Hey, Valley Gale. And Jen, good to see you, Jen. Astrology for Mystics with Jen. And our good friend Bo is here. And Brock. And Stephanie Williams. So good to see you guys. Shadow, good to see you, Shadow. Um, Really weird, the ad blocked the chat and I couldn't comment. That's weird. Don't you have a red Shadow? Hello, Girl Mom, too. Good to see you. So, and we've known that he's had Sebastian has a rare chromosome deletion syndrome Then he was diagnosed with autism too, more recently in the last couple of years. So, Sebastian had more of a vulnerability, right? He was taking some medications. We understand that, right? And from the paperwork, one of the medications was named, and it was for the combined type ADHD. Um, and you know, it's it's just so sad that we're here, right? And it's hard to believe. And then you think about that, when we go through the process of what happened with CPS, Sebastian's talking to workers. He doesn't know about his feelings and what's going on. One of the workers said in the paperwork that when they spoke with Chris, the neighbors had alleged that he I hate saying this, but his direct quote was that he hates Sebastian and he wants him dead. And that's an end quote is in the paperwork, right? It's horrible. Horrible. How do you think that made Sebastian feel? I want people to think about that. And you don't have to tell me in the chat. You don't have to even tell me you thought about it, but I would like you to think about it. I would like you to think about what he must have been feeling when his mother didn't stick up for him, because it's one thing for some nasty, stinky, piggy feet, step foot to come into the picture and you just don't really like the guy and he just doesn't really like you. But when your mama can't stick up for you, that hurts my heart for Sebastian. That makes me angry with Katie, and that gives me every indication that she's just as culpable for the abuse as Chris is. So, again, my question is a rhetorical one. Why have they not been arrested yet? What is it, Chris? The punishment has to fit the crime? Is that what you said, Mr. Crispy, Crispy Critter? Isn't that what you said? Yeah, Jen, because sometimes that F bomb be flying out of my mouth. I mean, it is, you know, sometimes I don't even realize it till after I said, I go, oh, that doesn't sound very good. That's the turd in the punch bowl. No, but I don't want, little kids to think that's a good language to use, but I do use it. And so, but I'm trying to curb it. So, yeah, absolutely. I put it in here all the time though because of that one DJ guy that was coming around and I didn't know how old he was and I'm like, your mom does know you're here, right? You're watching with a trusted adult, right? And you guys are having conversation. You know what I'm saying? Because I do. If it can help somebody, and I understand, I we don't have to do the ratings or anything, but um, you better be nice to Bo, Seth. That's all. That's all I gotta say. Hello, little Miss Sharon. So good to see you. And Ann Reynolds, it's good to see you. And Cinderella. I hope I get everybody. Our chats have been larger than usual because there's a lot going on. Seth is on News Nation today, by the way. I know a lot of people sent it to me, and I was excited. I was like, "Oh, look, hey, Marion." So yeah, I was excited to see that, and I'm proud of him again for making the news in a positive direction on behalf of Sebastian for Sebastian, right? Trying to find his son. And I really appreciate Jesse Weber. He absolutely hit that point home that you are looking for and asking for them to redo the investigation, right? Because they didn't do a proper one to begin with, and I think that is so strong. I have a good friend of this channel, and her name is Jana, and her sister Crystal. Um, her passing was ruled did that she took her own life, but in my opinion, based on everything that Jana has given me and presented to me, which is a lot of really tough research to examine and look at. Um, but with that being said, it is, in my opinion, easy for me to conclude, which it wasn't easy to come to the decision, but it's easy once you see it all and understand, put it together, that she didn't do that to herself. And she has been advocating for her sister, Crystal McCrory Jones. Jana has been, um, ever since she passed away. And she continues to do that. And it just reminds me of that fight because, it's about getting that proper investigation. And when they only took her husband Tony in there for like a 9-minute interview and closed it out, and the exit and entrance wounds were not in the proper places. It's just uh, easy to see medical examiner, the coroner, all of them made umpteenth mistakes in her paperwork. And when those things happen, guys, it's up to us to step forward, right? Because her sister can't come forward for herself. I mean, her nasty little hussy of a husband even decided he was going to cremate her so nobody would be able to find out what really happened to her or re-examine her body at any point in time. He also sent her remains in a very disrespectful way. How dare he disrespect her that way? He did, and she got the laws changed. No one else will be disrespected that way, thanks to Jana, thanks to Crystal, thanks to her drive to make sure that her sister gets justice. And it's every which way you slice it with her. She doesn't care if there was the slightest injustice, she's going after it. And so is Seth. So look out. And Girl Mom 2 says they should have never ever questioned him at home while the person that abused him was there. Well, see, I'm wondering if he ever had a forensic interview, Girl Mom 2, because I did go over that process, like I said, and perhaps that part didn't happen the way it said, but they did say that he was at Ashley's place in the paperwork. And I'll pull that up because we're going to go over that too. So, you know, but when we send gifts, you guys are going gray. What? How weird. I'm sorry, Miss Sharon, and I didn't even see one come through. I'm still, we'll see how the system goes. I might change it back to StreamYard, but because I've been on StreamYard a couple times now, and now I'm like, I kind of miss StreamYard, but it's like, I don't know. I kind of like this one. I don't know. Decisions. Hey, Jilly, good to see you. And Detroit Rock City is here. Hello, Detroit Rock City and Brenda Calver. Hey, Emmy Joe. Um, Crispy Edward pee pee pants. We got a lot of, or excuse me, Edgar. Edward. I was thinking Edward Scissorhands instead of pee pee pants. It's Edgar. Oh, Lord, that's funny. Um, Edgar. Oh man, I was, being in Justin's the other day. It was so hilarious to call him Edgar and KK because I don't usually call him that here. That's what Justin says, and it's original and funny. But I do call, I do call Chris's mom Cruella. I do. Yeah, I do because she's mean. She's a very mean lady, and I get really bad vibes off of her. And that's just me. Like everybody gets vibes off of people, right? I please trust your vibes. When you get a vibe, do it. You know what I mean? Especially if it's one that's a knocking pretty hard at your door. Because I have only regret the times that I didn't listen to my gut. And hello, Women's Warrior. Good to see you. And let's see, Emmy Joe. Oh, thank you, Emmy Joe, for the floating heart. See, now I see a floating heart from Emmy Joe. Thank you. I wish I could put it. See, that's another thing. Jen was putting up her little, her heart, her farts. I almost said farts. her hearts. She was putting up her little floating hearts, as that's why I put those two together. And it would show it at least, not the heart that you guys see in the chat, but it would show that somebody gave something. And this one, if I click on it, I could click on it a bunch of times. It doesn't do anything. I'm like, what the heck? Um, Hello, Holly. Good to see you. So, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. We haven't gotten started yet. JLR, come on in, everybody. No, I'm just kidding. Sometimes I'll put my breaking news thing up there because I'm silly about it. But this really is breaking news. And I wanted to show you. Hey, meow. I wanted to show you guys, and Brad is here. The interview for News Nation, really quick. So, astrology for mystics with Jen agrees with Girl Mom 2. I hope I didn't miss a good Girl Mom 2 comment because Girl Mom 2 has good comments. And I know you've done a lot of research and been there and participated in a lot of stuff too, Girl Mom 2. And so appreciate you for that. And Poppy Love, so good to see you. And that's what's really cool about our community, guys, is we kind of step up and step in. And it's so interesting when we compare notes, right? And it's because a lot of us are going to get different experiences and we're all going to have some different um, perceptions, right? And interpretations of things. And when we can compare notes and put our heads together, oh, buddy, look out. Good to see you, Poppy Love, also. If I didn't say hi to oh, hello, Gabby Miss. If I didn't say hi to you guys, just holler at me. So, um, you named her Cruella. Did you name her Cruella? Jen, that's hilarious. I love it, though. She looks just like her, especially with I don't know, people said she's taken Ozempic, but we all know Kathy was a little, chubbier in the face and everything, even. When I showed it the other day, and one of the video that I put up of the comment um, from Lauren on Facebook. I mean, like, it was night and day difference. I had to be like, look, guys, this is her comment, even though I'm wondering why these people are trying to make their appearance different. And the only thing I can think of, which is going to be hard with that chin, right? The only thing I can think of is because they're so guilty and they're also so embarrassed. And I don't fault them for being guilty or embarrassed. It would be the most human thing that I've seen out of those folks. Just being quite honest. Um, Bo, very, very good to see you, Bo. Brenda says, Brenda, yes. The musty hutch. The musty hutch. Oh my. That is a good one. That is actually a really good one. So little Miss Sharon. Thank you, Holly, for the red flower. That is so pretty. Thank you. And Coffee Crime and Cats is here. Oh, we got a girl power from Brenda Calvert. See, like, that one's pretty cool. I want to get that up there. I'm glad you guys can see it though already. So I guess it's not necessary. It's because I want to see it on the stage. But anyway, and I'm used to also putting your guys' supers up and stuff. Because I really appreciate it. And Coffee Crime and Cats, good to see you. Can't be online long. I have radiation in the morning. Oh gosh, meow. Hey, I hope it goes well, hon. Oh geez, I hate that for you. And see, this is where the swearing comes in. Fuck cancer. That's all I gotta say. Fuck cancer. If we're gonna be mad at something, we can be mad at that. That's for darn sure. Um, Forget the krama, right? Hey, lover girl, good to see you. And Valley Gale says, the 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 more the jab, the more the appearance of Corella. Oh yeah, that is true because her face became longer. It seems like because it's thinner. Maybe it's because it's thinner, it looks longer. You know, when she because when she was a little bit chubbier in her cheeks, her chin didn't look as long. Does that make sense? That's just the way I see it. Um, so It's okay, Gabby. No worries. I use my phone all the time, so I know. Ah, thanks, Jen, for saying thank you. And Mackenzie Sherilla still thinks she's getting out. I heard she tried again. She's like the little gremlin that won't go away. She is a lot like Gypsy Rose. I have a feeling this isn't the last of her either, Brad. She just keeps popping in. Um, so okay. Oh, good. Oh, I did not see it, Meow. I am so sorry. I will look directly after the live though and make sure. Um, I am so sorry. But I'm glad that you sent me an email and I will definitely look. She's probably got warts on her arse. Her ass, I should say. I was saying like Detroit ass. Aw, and thank you for the poop emoji. My PTSD. I love you. My PTSD knows I love that poop emoji. It just cracks me up. And Sharon Marlowe, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Oh, found out in June, had it in the left lung. Oh my goodness, meow. Well, we're definitely going to be praying for you too. Oh my lord. Oh my. Aw, thank you for the thumbs up, Bo. Thank you so much. That reminds me of Chris Proudfoot's piggy hands for some reason. For some reason. Um, I know you are. Hey, wait, you are supposed to be sleeping. My PTSD. Don't let me keep you up over here. Um, so next she'll get the facelift and she'll have the perpetual look of surprise. That is what it is, Coffee Crime and Cats. Because I've thought about that. I was like, would I ever do any of that? Like, because some of these celebrities are unrecognizable from who they used to look like, or what they I guess maybe what they used to look like. But yeah, it's some of it is weird, maybe because we're just not used to it. I don't know. I think that'd be weird to look in the mirror and not see yourself. Um, but absence makes the heart grow fonder, gravity makes the face grow longer. Yes, that is Emmy Joe. That is so true. Thank you, Bo. Thank you so much. The function key, F for function. Ah, the F button for cancer. Yeah, that's awesome. I love that. See, that's another one that I would like to put up there. Give a big FU to cancer. I can't stand it. It just it is horrible to the best people on the planet. That's all I have to say. Because every single person I've ever known that has had cancer has been one of the best people. So I hate that so much. All right, guys. So we got a little bit of a chit chat, and it looks like we got a good amount of people to get started. Um, so this is Jesse Weber on News Nation. I do love Jesse Weber. He's a good one, in my opinion. Hopefully, we don't find any scandals out, but for the most part, he seems like a good one. Um, News Nation talking about the lawsuit that Seth has filed on behalf of his son and because of the shoddy investigation, right? That we all feel and we've all said and believe, has been a shoddy investigation from the beginning. A lot of things that are being talked about in this lawsuit are things that were feasible and that deserve compensation, right? And then we also want another investigation into Sebastian's disappearance by people who are competent and willing to do the correct steps of the investigation. Hey, Andrea. So we very much need that. And hey, Justice for Noog. And that's what Seth is asking for. So here we go. We're gonna watch Jesse.
A major development in one of the country's most mysterious missing child cases. The father of missing Tennessee teen Sebastian Rogers has filed 2 federal lawsuits naming the Sumner County Sheriff's Office and the Tennessee Department of Children's Services, alleging both agencies failed his son. For those who may not remember this case, 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, who is autistic, was last seen on February 25th, 2024, at the Hendersonville, Tennessee home that he shared with his mother, Katie Proudfoot, and her husband, Chris Proudfoot. Now, Katie says she said goodnight to him, but when she went to wake him up for school the next day, he was gone. We know it was odd. His shoes, his cell phone, all left behind. Investigators searched more than...
Okay, I love the way, and I have to do this for the fair use. I love the way he says, guess what? Like, he didn't have shoes on, right? That's weird. Guys, to anybody with a half a brain cell, that is our first biggest mistake by the Proud Feet. Okay? They messed up. If you're going to tell me that Sebastian walked out the door, you better tell me that that kid was wearing shoes, and here's why. He's allergic to grass. It was cooling down at overnight temperatures, right? Not freezing or anything, frigid tundra or anything. But he needed shoes to make it around over in that area. Any of us would need shoes to make it anywhere far, right? So don't tell me that that kid was not wearing shoes, because that's the first thing and the biggest red flag right off the bat, that you want me to believe that a kid that never walks out of the house, period, by himself like that, left without any shoes or his cell phone at 15 years old or his Switch or anything that he likes, not even a hoodie that he liked to wear hoodies, not even a jacket. He's never going to do that. And then on top of that, Sebastian stepped on a pile of fire ants when he was a little boy, and he doesn't like to be barefoot anymore because of that experience. He was seen in a swimming pool wearing water shoes. That's how much Sebastian likes to wear some shoes. So if you're going to tell us that Sebastian walked off, Katie, you had better have hit a pair of shoes. That was your big mistake. Because the minute that you forgot those shoes and you didn't hide the shoes or do something with them, because you probably forgot, that was your first big mistake. The second big mistake from you is telling everybody that your house was locked up tight and none of the windows or doors or anything on the exterior of the home, as the portals of entry to the home, were tampered with. Okay? But here we go.
2,000 square miles, but just a week after his disappearance, authorities announced they were scaling back that ground search. And more than 2 years later, there has still been no sign of Sebastian. And now you have back to those lawsuits that were filed by Sebastian's father. So the lawsuit against the Sumner County Sheriff's Office alleges the investigation was mishandled, claiming detectives failed to properly secure the home as a potential crime scene, that they assigned just one detective to Sebastian's missing person case. And then you have this second lawsuit that alleges the Tennessee Department of Children's Services failed to protect Sebastian, despite investigating his household twice before he disappeared. Now, Seth Rogers is seeking millions of dollars in damages, wants the court to reopen the investigation with adequate resources. I'm joined now by my friend Justin Shepard, digital journalist.
All right, guys, we know that's all true. We all know that's true here, right? And if you don't know that that's true, put a 2 in the chat. I guess you can put a 2 in the chat. But I think everybody here, the 68 people that are in the chat currently, know that the investigation was not done adequately, right? They operated off of the assumption that Sebastian walked off, and we went over that yesterday because we deep dived into the Craddock, because he's part of this lawsuit, right? And so we deep dived into him a little bit on what he was saying, in the first days of the search, right? And then we got so excited that we were going backwards all the way back. We did we did it day 8 and then on back, right? Instead of from but start to finish. But it was because there were so many instances. And then our friend Kiki was in here and she's like, check this one out. And there's this whole article that's talking about how Sebastian was seen on Long Hollow Pike in the area of Stafford Court, in the Shackle Island region. Like, what the No, he wasn't. Show me then. Because the last known footage that I've ever seen of Sebastian was him leaving the Texas Roadhouse. When Seth asked for proof of life, they showed him leaving the Texas Roadhouse with his mother, Katie. On top of that, everyone and their mother who has seen the video of Sebastian, I'm quoting, air quotes, taking the trash out, has said that you can't tell that that's Sebastian. It could be anyone. It's too grainy, it's too dark, you can't tell. Because Katie made it a point to turn all of her lights off around the house. Like there were no exterior lights on that night. I said I think except for the little tiny ones that above the garage were alleged to be on. But their porch light wasn't on. Everything was blacked out that night, and Katie, who installs Brink's home security cameras for a living, which means she knows how to do homes and she also does businesses, is saying that her cameras weren't working. They weren't recording that night. The night that her son just up and vanishes, but they've had DCS involvement in their home since 2022. Sebastian was reported missing February 26th, 2024. Guys, if that doesn't smell fishy, then maybe we do something different than true crime, because that is a red flag. And if you guys can't understand those red flags and when they come in, you don't see them, or when you figure something out and you're looking back in hindsight and you're not making those connections, maybe we need to work on that, right? Because I'm here to tell you the connection is here.
Nashville has been following the case from the very beginning. Justin's online handle is Just in the Nick of Crime. Thank you so much for taking the time, sir. Good to see you. So you have these lawsuits.
Yes, Sam.
They accuse the sheriff's office of mishandling the investigation, DCS of failing to protect Sebastian before he disappeared. Which of the allegations strikes you as the most significant, and why? Which are the ones we should pay attention to?
So I think that there's a few things. I think one is the fact that he's saying that they didn't properly secure the crime scene. So for reference, not only do I live in the Nashville area, I actually live in Sumner County. So I live in the same place where Sebastian went missing. And so there's been a lot of talk.
Okay, guys, I just wanted to give a little bit of background in my own 2 cents on Justin, who used to be Justin on TikTok, and now he's called Justin the Nick of Crime, which is very clever name, in my opinion. And he was very vocal in the beginning and covered a lot as it pertains to Sebastian Rogers' case, right? And so I find it interesting because he's very well aware of what was going on in the beginning. I don't know how well he's covered it. I did hear from someone, and I can't remember who it was that told me, but I wanted to reiterate that I do believe that he was being threatened, and that's why he stopped searching for Sebastian and talking about him, because he does, as he said, live in Sumner County, right? So when I was on panel with Jen and Seth, I didn't get a definitive answer, but as it, and I figured I would, because usually this person's good at getting back with me. But I just wanted to make sure, because I'm pretty sure this person is a very reliable source. But I want to say it was them that told me that he was threatened. And, he's got little kids. He's got a wife and, people who, he needs to protect and look after. And it's very difficult if you live in that area. If you're going up it, and that's why a lot of people don't do it, right? So I kind of wanted to just, but I haven't gotten confirmation on that. I want to say I saw some proof of that as well. Nevertheless, I just want to say that he also had involvement with the threats that were coming in. And I know this for a fact because I have it on my channel and I played it. He had Joe Petito on his show and on his panel when the Petito Foundation was being threatened and attacked for doing a live stream with Seth Rogers. You guys remember that? Because I remember it very well. And I remember thinking to myself, Justin on TikTok, which that's what his name was at the time, is a very good person for clarifying that. Because again, it's not easy living in that area to come out and be brave against this. People are very afraid to do that. Thank you, Gabby says, yep, Sammy. Okay, thanks, guys. I just wanted to make sure because I can find that clip. I can find the clip. So no, but I wanted to show you. I just wanted to remind people of that because he's very, yeah, he's an honest guy, you know, and I do think he is, and he's tried to be, but again, you know, when we're dealing with people like the Proud Feet and the people that will do stuff for them, the Foot Clan, blah blah blah, it's a lot. It's an awful lot to deal with and sift through. It was horrible, Alicia Hot Wheels, because I could tell that Joe Petito just, you know, he kind of felt like bad, it seemed like, you know, where it was like, man, I wish I could do this, but I got these crazy psychos acting fools, right? So I just don't ever want people to forget about those things because um and the only reason that this was fresh on my mind about Justin on TikTok and the threats that he may have received is because I was talking to this person about the threats specifically because I wanted to get all of the threats. I have a great person that had sent me every single interview or almost every single one in order. So it's going to be easy for me to pull from them having that. And that's what I wanted to do is start pulling instances like that, but every single one of them, right? From every of all time, right? So look out, Proud Feet. Look out. Because I'm the comparison queen over here and I'm about to get busy. Okay? Because you guys are not going to get away with this behavior anymore. It's on the center stage on News Nation. Okay, so that's all I wanted to say about that.
But basically, if I recall correctly, they treated it as a runaway, him as a runaway at the beginning, and didn't really lock down the scene, lock down the house. They didn't go search his parents' house until much later. And then the other thing that I found interesting in the lawsuit was the fact that Seth had mentioned the fact that there were two investigations from the Department of Family Services or Children's Services, and he was not informed about either one of those. And then about a year ago, a year prior to Sebastian's disappearance, the family kind of stopped talking to him or giving him updates on any of these things. But he had made it pretty clear that had he known what was going on or that there were investigations, he would have pulled Sebastian out of that situation. And having had many conversations with Seth, I believe he would have done that.
Do we know what those investigations were about?
As far as the family goes?
Yes, right. Why was DCS investigating?
Oh, for that one, sorry. No, I'm not really sure. What I can tell you is he never really got into specifics with me about that.
Okay.
I didn't know until the lawsuit came out that there were, DCS cases involved. But what I will say is at one point he did come on live with me very, very early on and kind of dropped a bombshell, which is that he said that Sebastian at one point had been sexually abused, but he didn't say by who, if I recall. So I would imagine.
Oh wait though. I was so itching. I was like, oh man, I wish I could say something, right? Because he did, guys. And here's the thing. Seth told this, on this show, excuse me, just in the nick of time show, but then also he did it on, and I'm not just calling him Justin because then you guys might think it's Clutch. It's not Clutch because Clutch has had a lot of stuff too, interviews and a whole bunch of good stuff out there too. So not Clutch Them Pearls, Justin, this who's up on stage now, but he absolutely did tell him the whole story because I put it on my channel, we reviewed it, Seth's statements, and then Seth went on Pascal, right? We were going over those. I haven't showed the Pascal interview yet where he did the whole follow-up because I have it saved and I haven't dropped it yet because I still need to transform some of it. But again, I want that to come out because Seth was completely forthright and honest and authentic, even though it's a tough subject to share because it is his son's trauma and it's so difficult because our kids' trauma is our trauma. We ache for them. We would die for them. We would do anything to fix the boo-boo. This is not a boo-boo to fix. This is an awful situation that poor Sebastian went through. So again, I want you guys to remember to put yourself in Sebastian's shoes if you can, and think about that he was a 15-year-old boy at this time who had been in the system of DCS for almost 2 years, right? 2022 to 2024. But the way it works out, since it was the end of 22 and the beginning of 24, it's like, about a 18 month time frame that we're looking at. But here's the thing, those are only the things that are documented. We know because Chris's own admission that the minute that he was going to move in with Katie and Sebastian, he started laying down the law and making up rules and kicking out cats. He started getting rid of family members. It's different if you don't like an ugly couch or an ugly recliner and you're like, hey, honey, do you think that we can get rid of this and get you a new one because it's old and stinky, right? It's not an animal. And I'm sorry, but animals have feelings too. Could you imagine the poor cats? Could you imagine how Sebastian felt having to get rid of his beloved cats? Oh, wait, we already know how he must have felt about it because Mr. Chris was bragging about it. Mr. Chris was right there telling us all about it. Oh, and he still hasn't let me live that one down. Fucking asshole. Oh, there it goes again. All right.
And that could have been one of the things that it had to do with. I know that he had mentioned concerns about the way Sebastian had been treated, in that home. So that could have been it. But I mean, other than that, it's pretty much just a shot in the dark.
Yeah, I think those allegations are in the lawsuit. I mean, the defendants in these lawsuits, I said, are the sheriff's office and DCS. But as you read through the complaint, there's a lot of attention to these allegations about Sebastian's home life, his mother, his stepfather. And I mean, you kind of mentioned what this investigation might have been about. I'll tell you, one of the other allegations that really stood out were these claims that investigators never determined why security cameras at this home weren't working the day that Sebastian disappeared. And there was even an allegation that Katie Proudfoot installed and operated security cameras for a living.
So I believe I remember hearing that too when everything first happened, that she worked for, I don't remember if it was ADT or one of the other security companies, but yes, that's what my understanding was too. And I also find it very, I'm not gonna say suspicious, but find it very odd that none of the cameras at that home were working and that no cameras in the vicinity caught anything. And I think something else that's worth mentioning, going back to it with what Seth had said at one point too, because I know you had mentioned earlier in the broadcast that, he found like his shoes and things were still there. Seth made it very clear that with his autism and the way that he was, that there's no way he would have left that house without his shoes, for what that's worth.
Yeah. And by the way, if he was a runaway, limited options. I also wonder about where he might have gone. And so, by the way, Where do you see this going? Is it, as these lawsuits spark renewed attention, has there been a community push to put more pressure on law enforcement to investigate this? I mean, one detective investigating this at one point. You tell me where you see this going.
So in Sumner County, Hendersonville specifically, people have not forgotten Sebastian. You can still go to businesses and see his picture up there. What I think is very interesting about this, and I really commend Seth on this, is it's going to force discovery. So by suing, the Department of Family Services and suing the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, it could possibly lead to reports that he wasn't aware about, reports from those investigations, interviews that took place, things that were never released during the investigation that could possibly shed some more light on it. It might give him some more answers as to what went wrong at the very beginning of this, because here we are a couple of years later and there's no more answers than the day that he went missing.
Well, and that's such a well-said statement, right? And that's one thing that Tony was asking of law enforcement, and I think it was just such a great valid question, and it really encompassed everything that we wanted to know. Are you any further today than you were on the first day, the first week, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not progressed at all. And thank you, Holly, because that's, I mean, life was never the same once CP came into the picture. It was never the same. He makes it a point, right? And then Detroit, cats, snakes, dogs. Me and Detroit is saying the same thing as I am over there, just but and it's true though, but it's all these animals. Yeah, they had that lizard. What do they call? He's not a lizard, a bearded dragon. And my brother had two of those, and so of course I perked up when I heard that. I'm like, oh my god. And they're cool. They're cool little I guess they are lizards, but it's a bearded dragon. They're cute. Anyway, and they're like, it died. You know what I mean? Like, they just say it like so nonchalant. I mean, everything for them, and then even life and death is so nonchalant. That's why it's so hard when Chris makes a statement, or excuse me, when the neighbors are alleging that Chris wanted Sebastian unalived, or not to be here anymore, that sort of thing. So because it's just, again, there's just so trivial with life. Some people don't look at animals like that. So sometimes I'm like, but I mean, human life, no regard for human life, which Sebastian's a human being, right? And he deserves to be treated like a human being. And I like that picture of Sebastian too up there. Sharon Marlowe, you make a good point. In my opinion, they all thought Seth would be broken, plus had to keep working. He would not fight for Sebastian and it would just go away. Surprise, I knew he would never give up. Sharon, that's a great comment. And I'll tell you what, I believe what you're saying there to be true, because there's some proof in it, right? Where we see that they didn't want the GoFundMe without having control over it, because Chris is the one that even brought it up, to law enforcement. That's his words, not mine. And then, Seth's sister set one up for him so he can start, excuse me, so he can continue to look for Sebastian, because she knew that he wouldn't be able to go to work and look for Sebastian, right? He's in a crisis situation. So, they did set that up. And Seth was saying if he didn't have that money to get the lawyers in order to get this paperwork, he found out on Smiley Stories World that a belt was being used on Sebastian, and that there was CPS reports out there, and all of this was being alleged, right? And even, I mean, say what you will or think what you will about JLR, but he also was beating the drum about that and about Nina, right? And he was uncovering a bunch of information, and he traveled to New Mexico, right? So at that time, he was very much showing us, and Chris Proudfoot had no choice. I mean, even in the Pollyanna Thompson interview, they had to mention it. They're talking about how great Seth is. They're talking about how, and then Chris is saying, take a wide open view. Oh, we have a very wide open view now. And they thought that no one would care about Sebastian because they didn't care about Sebastian, in my opinion. It's showing a blatant indifference, right? from Chris and Katie themselves. We've always seen that, guys. And this is what made our spidey senses tingle, right? Our spidey senses are tingling for a reason. Again, follow your gut, your spidey sense, whatever your intuition. It's called a couple of different things, and it's in even portrayed in different ways, right? Comic books and you know stories, because we all can identify with that. We all have it. You just can't. You have to listen to it. You can't shut it off or act like it's not there and put your head in the sand, right? You put your head in the sand, that's you, that's on you. But when somebody's showing you proof and you're refusing to believe it, I can't help you. I cannot help you. So, but I knew that Seth would never give up. But I also want to say, Sharon, that I'm really proud of a lot of the people that have been here from the beginning pushing Seth too. Because I see you guys. I see you guys going into his lives. I see you guys going into our lives, into our live streams and being there and asking questions and being interested in what's going on. And that is so very important, because that's what's helping to keep Sebastian out there and, you know, and going strong. His story out there, his story deserves to be told. And we know that history repeats itself, and we know that there's other children out there that are going to benefit from Sebastian's story too. Love, Mama Love, good to see you. It is hot there, like hot or cool or humidity there. It just depends, I think, on the season. If somebody from Tennessee will give a better accurate description, I'll just say it reminds me a lot of Missouri, which I'm sure doesn't help people that haven't been to Missouri. But it's very beautiful green, wooded areas, around Sebastian's area. There's a lot of water. It's called Shackle Island, I guess, for a reason. But lots of water, and this it has all the seasons. So I know tonight they had some rain and some storms, because they were telling everybody was telling me about it. Um, Jenny by the beach, good to see you, honey. She says, was it credible that a CPS worker was fired and then hired by the Bowersox? She moved to Alaska, question mark. So I'm not sure how credible that is, um, because I don't know the name of the CPS worker that was fired. I don't know the first and last name of that CPS worker. Um, but I will say that I did see the screenshot that was alleged to have been that person, um, and moved to Alaska. And I think that's why people think that Sebastian could be in Alaska, which I can't say that they're wrong, because he could be anywhere. If I knew where he was, I would tell his dad so he could go get him. Right. So I don't know where he is. So I can't say, but um, Alicia says Lady Freedom, he started removing Sebastian from day one, and KP was so sick she allowed it. Oh my gosh, and it's so heartbreaking. Um, he loved to remove his toys and his personal items and effects, and he loved to bag them up and have Sebastian walk it to the street. You know, I know that for sure. So sad. So sad. Sorry I didn't get rid of the man before my kids are animals. Men are a dime a dozen. They are. Yeah, they are. I mean, and I don't want to be, I don't think, I'm trying not to think of people as being dispensable, but I agree. Oh man, I know, because but they are. It's really true. Especially when it's your kids, and you never if these guys are acting weird, like how did CP? But they're very charming. But was there no red flags, Katie? Right? She's letting this guy around, you know, her kids, and he's being a weirdo and making her get rid of stuff, and not like a chair or something. Like I said, SA moved. SA move across country into home with an abuser, moved schools 2 times, cats taken away, lizards taken away, can't be near faith. Right. Left out of a Disney trip, possessions in the garage, power washer. Then poof, just one. Well, just one thing after another. Poor Sebastian. Well, and this is why, like, I've heard people be like, "Well, I don't know about that power washer," but now I'm thinking it's true. And I even know that, like, even when Chloe was on the panel with us, not Chloe PI, she was very adamant. And also, when we would talk about the case, that those neighbors were being truthful with her and Brooks on their panel, right? Because Crime Lines and Lies had those people on there, and they were telling, you know, what was going on. I mean, they said we're a neighbor. I mean, and she was very adamant, saying, "Yeah, that is the truth." Um, so that's so sweet. Love Mama Love says that I'm your soul mama. That's so cute. Thank you, Love Mama Love. Ah, that is so sweet. Yes, soul mama. In my opinion, they didn't want him to feel any happiness. Well, and I mean, they're taking everything away from him, and, oh, you can't have your cell phone. And we heard that Jenny Smith, the assistant, excuse me, district attorney, who was involved in the CPS cases for Sebastian, that was her thing. She went on national, news, or excuse me, local news, and said, "I don't think the kids should have the cell phones. Take them away from the kids." Right? These kids just have behavioral problems. They're ruining our city. It's like, what? So we know how she feels, and then they were showing Bledsoe Youth Academy at the end of that. That's the only way that you can get a referral for Bledsoe Youth Academy. I hate to sound like a broken record, but that's the only way you can get into that place, is by DCS referral. You know? Yeah, they don't even have any feelings, They don't even have any feelings. Aw, love you too, Detroit. I mean, Joe says he didn't have mommy and daddy bail out money, military pension, and a super high paying job plus dual income. He was living like most of us, and I would have to do the same thing. Yeah, absolutely. Well, and that's the thing, Emmy Joe. It reminds me, just like most recently, of Haley Busby, right? Like her, excuse me, her family had a GoFundMe in the first couple of days, right? Because people start suggesting that if it's not looking like like their son or daughter will be found soon, right? Because the bills don't stop coming, guys. The worst thing Seth could have done is to put himself into homelessness over this, right? You need to keep your place. You need to keep the same place in case they come back. In case he did run away, right? But we know Sebastian didn't run away. And I would have to do the same thing. I mean, Joe, and I'm just as proud as the next person. I hate asking people for help. I would just really, rather work hard. You know, help is always appreciated, but you just hate to ask for it. It's a hard position to be in. Hello, Thomas Randall. Good to see you. She had a major meltdown because of her taking her phone from her. Well, people will have meltdowns over that. And I'll tell you, my daughter would have a meltdown over that at that age. She would have, you know? So, did they say in the beginning that CP drew up the parenting plan and made sure it had no corporal punishment? No. So, to the best of my knowledge, the parenting plan was established in California, And it was because of what there was allegations back and forth with Katie telling everybody that, or telling the courts, excuse me, that Seth was using corporal punishment. So there was like a little clause in the divorce paperwork. Um, Here we go. Thank you, Seth. Saves the day. Thank you. I'm like, I want to make sure I say this right. Rongalisa Hot Wells. We used a moderator, and the court ordered no corporal punishment. Thank you. Moderator was used. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. He needed guidance and understanding from his mother, and she tossed him away like he didn't matter. Instead of taking out the trash, she moved it right on in. Ugh, I know. Yeah, he should have been her number one priority, in my honest opinion. I feel so bad for Sebastian because of that. I hate that. He outright lied about that, Seth. He claimed he wrote it up. Yeah, he does claim a lot of crap. He's been lying to creators, guys. He's been lying to creators. I heard through the grapevine that they're absolutely talking to creators in the behind the scenes in the background, trying to do damage control, trying to repaint the picture, trying to rewrite the narrative. Right? I heard Granny's watching is just going ballistic over her the fact that she's been told things, and now I think the FBI needs to talk to that one, in my opinion. That's my own opinion. That comes from my brain that God gave me. And I've said that about others too. I've said that about Clue. I've said that about Cletus. I've said that about Crabtree. I've said that about who's the other one? Elevated Goof. All of them. SF. Law enforcement needs to talk to them and figure out what's been told to them. I mean, it's even being alleged, and we talked about it on Jen's channel earlier, that somebody is given a journal or a booklet where Sebastian was writing down his personal thoughts and feelings, and Katie has shared that with the weirdest people on YouTube, in my opinion. You know, I'm sorry, I'm behind in the chat. You're over here cracking me up. um, yeah, I mean, Joe, but like Chris Proudfoot's the one that brought the GoFundMe up already, which is like so weird to me. Are getting into these stupid lawsuits and crowdsourcing glass houses. Yes, pot meet the kettle, right? But I mean, here's the thing: it's it's really ridiculous because it's just something that we're so used to seeing. I don't understand why people. Well, I'll back that up. It's odd to me that people are bringing that up with Seth, and I think it's sickening and disgusting because nobody else gets flack for it. But the reason why Seth is getting flack for it is because Chris Proudfoot is so nasty and vile about it, right? His direct quote was, "I don't have a fucking GoFundMe. I got to get up for work." What a jerk. Big deal. You're not looking for Sebastian. You're the one that lost him, dummy. Good night. I mean, it's just dumb. It's ignorant, more like. Actually, it was a judge that caught Katie in perjury because she admitted to using corporal punishment after she said she never hit him. Oh, see, Seth. Well, and that's just makes more sense why she would enable such behavior. I mean, if she thinks it's okay, and I get there's people that do think that that's okay. I'm not trying to tell people how to raise their kids. I am very much against it. I can't help it. Lover Girl says Chris's reaction to the GoFundMe was a lot more alarming than the existence of a GoFundMe. Boom. Well said, lover girl. Why would he believe he has a say in whether Seth raises money? He's a control freak. Yes, of the worst sort. Oh, absolutely. He is the worst. And the thing is why didn't he just start his own fucking go his own effing GoFundMe? Right? How come he didn't just go do like what is again, the yeah, the first sentence is everything. That reaction is, and it's unnecessary because he could just start his own GoFundMe. Maybe he's afraid nobody would give him, you know, any money. So, because anybody could start a GoFundMe for him. His mommy could have started one. He should have said, "Mommy." He should have tattled to his mommy that Seth had a GoFundMe and he doesn't, and then he could pee his pants and sit in the corner and she'll make him one. She could give him a good little diaper change after, a little powder on the bum. I need to get I need you to carry me to the hospital. You can drive my truck. He has mama go. He says, "Love mama, love." He has mama fund me. He does. He does. So, yeah, really, Gabby. I know he's joking. I can't drive a stick, so I'll have to sit in the bed of a truck in the rain. I'll tell you what, I cannot. I cannot drive a stick. There's just no way. I cannot. Mm-mm. Nope. Not if you want to. Not if you want your clutch. Um, Bama. Hey, Bama says, like I've said to my son, you join the Marines, not River Lake. His son. Uh, Excuse me, not River Lane, his son. You can't accept a child to fall in line, or excuse me, you can't expect a child to fall in line with that type of discipline. They have to live and learn. River Lane isn't but three. Well, and I mean, I agree with that, Bama. And sometimes you have to craft it to the different kids, right? Like, not every kid is going to learn the same way. You know, it is light versus darkness, Holly. It is. And it's so dark. He does need to be pressed. Oh, yeah. Why would he say such an awful, disgusting thing about Katie? Because I have said things about Katie, but I have never said anything awful or disgusting like that. So, hello, Misty. Good to see you. I mean, that is just disgusting. Um, it's an automatic. Well, good, because I don't know many people that do know how to drive a stick, I guess. So don't talk about that truck. How dare you? How dare you talk about that truck? Because LE told him not to, and they tell him when he can go and can't wipe his ass, apparently. There's no way he spent that much time with LE for all the things they've told him. Yeah, I know. I know. Well, and I mean, the only time that you get a little ride around with law enforcement is if you're a little kid and they're giving you a ride along because you're a little kid, right? Or if you're a suspect. I'm just kidding. I think you can get a ride along like if you're thinking of becoming like a cop or something. But uh, if you're not thinking about becoming a cop and they give you a ride along, that's the time where you should be a little nervous, in my opinion.
Big update. Justin Shepard, thank you so much. Good seeing you.
Likewise.
Now, I want to let everybody know we reached out to the two government agencies listed in the lawsuits for comment, as well as Katie and Christopher Proudfoot. Haven't heard back from yet.
Okay, so Chris and Katie Proudfoot are afraid to take Jesse Weber's call, right? But I will say that they're obviously in active litigation. So, I guess we can say that they're in active litigation. Um, so that might be a smart thing. Oh, thank you, crazy lady. That's so sweet. Oh, and thank you for your super sticker. That is so sweet. Oh, wow. Thank you very, very much for that. Aw, that is so kind of you. And I appreciate you guys all being here too. And, I mean, I just love, love, love that we could put our minds together and think about this, think this through. Bo, you can drive a stick? Well, there you go. Yay. See, that's awesome. But I learned to drive a stick in a high school, taught my kids, and they taught their kids. Well, there you go, Coffee Crime and Cats. Yeah, someone tried to teach me that, and I think they were worried about their vehicle. I think they were getting a little worried about their vehicle by the time they didn't teach me how to how to do it. They're like, okay, we're just going to take this away from you. You don't get to try anymore, right? So let me go ahead and pull up um, the Google the Google Drive, and we'll read from this some more. We did get to cause 4 last night, I believe. We talked about Eric Craddock. Now, there's a few different causes in here um, that we're going to go over. Um, do you guys? Is that going to be a little bit? That might be a little better. I can put myself out of that. I don't need this. Why is this even here? I wonder. Is there an X for this? Oh, it should probably be that. Okay, so that might be a little bit better too. Um, all right. So the fourth cause of action, we left off here, but there's something that I wanted. Um, okay, so I wanted to read a little bit this 52 and 53 first. And again, guys, this is a part. We parted this out, right? So we went through the first 7 pages. Last night we hit about, I think, 6 more pages, maybe 5 more pages. Um, and we've been really kind of deep diving into these documents. But I'm working on getting it out for you guys so you can see it, in a video form too, format. So we're gonna work with these documents for a little while and just kind of go off of them, use them as a reference for time frames and timelines and such. So 52 had Sumner County Sheriff's Office personnel, been trained in vulnerable victim investigation protocols. Detective Brandon Carter would have been supervised, and the Sumner County Sheriff's Office been equipped with proper procedures for high risk missing persons cases. The investigative failures cataloged herein would not have occurred. These omissions are not incidental. They are the foreseeable and predictable product of a department that sent its detectives into a constitutionally sensitive investigation without the tools to conduct it. Okay? And we dove into this last night, but I wanted to reiterate this part because I do feel like this is a big part of why the investigation was not conducted properly, right? They weren't given the tools, the training. Carter is a rookie. He hasn't solved any other cases. It's a high profile case and should never have been entrusted to him. But I do believe, in my opinion, the reason why it was entrusted to him is because he already had knowledge of Sebastian Rogers and the situation. Okay. Number 53. As a direct and proximate result of defendant's failure to train and supervise. Now, this falls on Eric Sheriff Craddock, aka Snuggle Struggles. Sebastian Waindrake Rogers remains a highly at risk missing child, and Rogers has been deprived of his constitutionally protected relationship with his son, right? Plaintiffs are entitled to compensatory damages, punitive damages against Craddock in his individual capacity, injunctive relief requiring the Sumner County Sheriff's Office to reopen and properly resource the investigation with personnel who's trained in vulnerable victims protocols and attorney's fees costs pursuant to 42 USC 1988. Okay, so this is again where we see what they're asking for in this cause of action. Okay, so it's very important. Hey Janet, it's very important that we understand what's being asked for here, because a lot of people are liking to focus on, the $25 million. They like to focus in on the monetary amount, and when we have a case like this, a civil lawsuit, federal civil lawsuit, on behalf of a missing child, it is not about money, but there are compensatory uh, and punitive damages that that are being seeked out because of the gross misconduct. And also, I just want to point out that the goal is to find Sebastian Rogers. You know, the goal is to find him, and so they're asking for a proper investigation. So that crackpot is definitely chomping his bubble gum now. Walmart is hiring security. Yeah, really. Well, and that is the price that he is going to have to pay for his part in this. Justice for Nuke, I would hate to see anybody's livelihood taken from them, but that is the price that he is going to pay. Tennessee construction, construction. Tennessee Constitution, Article 1, 35 TCA 40-38 101 ETSEQ. Violation of Tennessee's victims' rights against all the defendants, right? And again, let me just let you guys know who are named as defendants. That would be Sheriff Eric Craddock, we all know as Snuggle Struggles. And then you have Detective Michael Brandon Carter, right? And then you're going to have them being sued in their personal and professional capacities, and Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Okay. Also, DCS is being sued as well. So there are going to be 1 to 10 John and Jane Does who are also named in this filing. So I just to let you guys know. Thank you, IML. Hey, IML, and thank you for the clutch sticker. That's very cool. So, yeah, he needs to. He's a very awful person. Detroit, I can try to make it bigger. In my opinion, he has shown himself so many times, Alicia, and I've tried to give him the benefit of the doubt too. There we go. Oh, here we go, Detroit. Is that good? Do you get, see? Okay, that is way better. How is that, guys? And like I said, I'm going to make this into a video where you guys can see kind of a breakdown. I'll read it. I just haven't done that because of my throat. It's getting better, though. It's getting better as we go. So I'm very happy about that. But just lots of reading. I've been doing lots of reading and talking. So, again, so this is against all the defendants, right? So 54 plaintiffs incorporate by reference all preceding paragraphs as though set forth herein. Okay, there we go. I can never say that one. 55. The Tennessee Constitution and the Tennessee's victims' rights statutes guarantee crime victims and their families to guarantee victims and their families the right to be informed about the status of investigations and to be treated with dignity and respect. 56. Defendants violated Rogers's. Now, this is Seth, so I'll just start over again. 56 is defendants violated Seth's rights under these provisions in the following specific respects. A. Failing to treat Seth Rogers with the dignity and respect required by TCA 40-38-102 by abandoning all communication for approximately 18 months. And I can do one better. I mean, did people witness the misconduct at the gathering of voices? I did, Cinderella. I did go and I got antibiotics. And that's the reason why I'm still here today. That's the reason why I'm still here today. So believe me, I feel 100 times better. It had to have been, they said it was laryngitis, but I don't think that's what it was. I think I had strep throat. I'm like, I think I have strep throat. Yo, let me get some of them antibiotics. Right? Because, yeah, it just kept hanging. You did, Scranton. You did. Yeah, you did. I mean, so this is the thing. And again, I was making sure people weren't even being, overly salacious about stuff like that, because I didn't witness the actual bird being flipped. I witnessed them giving us the thumbs up and pointing and things like that. I heard with my own 2 ears them offer Seth an application. It's wrong. It's not right at all. So, oh, this lawyer is a shark, Justice for Nuke, and he is on it. And he came to Seth because he cares and he wanted to help, So, Alicia Hot Wheels, that behavior was not only unethical but highly disturbing and disgusting. I agree. When I saw them hit the sign, and that's the thing, guys, because even though I'm there, I can't be everywhere, one time. I wish I had eyes in the back of my head, where I could see everything and take it all in and, not miss a single thing. Yeah, well, I think it was Detroit because I started out with the worst sinus headache where all of this pressure was just building. And I was like, oh, this is no good. Hello, Michael Johnson. Good to see you. So, but yeah, the way that they acted at the gathering was absolutely despicable. And like I said, when I saw them hit the sign, so that guy that did all of the ruckus, caused the ruckus, acted out of character, ethics, just like a real dirtbag, in my opinion. He hit one of the signs that was posted on the pole for Sebastian, right? We all had signs. We had various ones saying 2 years is too long. Bring Sebastian home. Sebastian, you're missed. We love you, Sebastian. Find Sebastian Rogers. Honk for Sebastian, right? And one of them was posted up on a pole, and he went over there and hit it with his hand. And then he kept walking with his smug attitude and his stupid looking fat head. Sorry, but he's a jerk. And then there were protesters that were waving at him and his female officer who was escorting him. Or maybe he was escorting her. Either way, the two of them went by and people were waving at them. We weren't flipping them the bird. We weren't saying, do your job, you assholes, which maybe we should have. No, we shouldn't have. because that would have put us in the wrong. And I was proud of the way we did it. And then he pointed at the people that were waving at him and saying hello. He pointed at them to intimidate them, in my opinion. Absolutely despicable, right? Pitiful behavior. Pitiful. Okay? So, I think that Seth deserves respect and dignity, even if there wasn't TCA 40-38-102. Okay? But there is, thank God, and this is why he can take this action against them for acting the way they are. Because they abandoned all communication for approximately 18 months with Seth. Letter B, failing to supply Mr. Rogers, Seth, with information and updates regarding the investigation as required by TCA 40-38-103. Letter C is failing to inform Mr. Seth Rogers of the investigation status, investigative developments, or the identity of personal responsibility for the investigation. In violation of TCA, anybody else? Oh, okay. No, this is a different one. Sorry, I was going to say it's probably going to be the same one. But no, we got another one. 107 this time. And also 40-38-113. Letter D, failing to respond to Rogers's attempts, right? Seth's attempts to provide investigative tips and leads, effectively excluding him from participation in the effort to locate his son, and failing to hold any public communications regarding the investigation after April of 2024, leaving Rogers, Seth, and the public without any information about Sebastian Waindrake Rogers' case for more than 2 years. For more than 2 years, there have been crickets. For more than 2 years, there have been just crickets. And nothing that has advanced the understanding of what happened to Sebastian or where he is in locating Sebastian Rogers. And what's being alleged here is it's because of all of these failures. And I believe that to be true. So 57 says, as a direct result of the defendant's violations of Tennessee's victims' rights protections, Seth Rogers has been denied information critical to his son's safety and well-being and has been excluded from the investigation process to which he is entitled by constitutional and statutory right? Those were all statutes that I read. And has suffered severe and ongoing mental distress from the enforced ignorance of whether his son is alive or dead. Okay? Because he doesn't know, right? Sometimes the word ignorance is used in a negative connotation. Here, it means that he doesn't know. He just flat out doesn't know whether Sebastian's being taken care of, whether he's getting enough to eat, whether he's getting a good education, whether he's happy. He doesn't get to give him hugs and kisses. He doesn't get to tuck him in. He doesn't get to do any of those things. And some people might say, well, I don't tuck my 15-year-old in. Whatever you want to call it, you go in there and you tell him good night and that you love him, don't you? If you don't, you should. Don't squander that. Seth doesn't have that luxury. It's so sad. Coffee Crime and Cats, maybe. I mean, I could be off, but maybe it is what they said. They said laryngitis. So if it lasts 7 weeks, oh Lord help me. Because I'm already tired. You know what the thing is I could deal with like the throat stuff more than I could deal with the fact that I was like lethargic and, you know, no energy and you know what I mean? So but I hope it doesn't last that long. I do need to get me some more cough drops though, because I ran out of cough drops. And I didn't realize it until right before my live actually. Okay, so that is completely sad, and no father or mother should ever have to feel that way or deal with that ever. Not knowing where your child is or if they're okay, getting enough to eat, getting enough love, right? So, so sad. Sammy, I know that I have a friend of us, a friend of ours here that has a friend that is a lawyer, and that we're trying to coordinate a time to have her on the show. So, but if you want to email me the question, I could get it to our friend. And because I have their phone number, you know, a direct um line to them. So okay, guys, so there's a fifth cause of action here, and that's negligence and gross negligence against all the defendants, right? Sheriff Craddock, Detective Brandon Carter, Sumner County Sheriff's Office, DCS, right? The whole nine. The 10 John and Jane Does that are unnamed at this time. Okay. 59. Plaintiffs incorporate by reference all preceding paragraphs as those set forth herein. 60. Defendants owed a duty of care to Sebastian Waindrake Rogers and Seth Rogers once they undertook to investigate Sebastian's disappearance, to act as a reasonably competent law enforcement officer or agency would when faced with similar facts. Okay, so they have to act just as any other one would, and they have to do it competently, and they can't be negligent or grossly negligent. 60. One is the failures alleged herein are not policy level discretionary choices, but operational breakdowns in the execution of an investigation that was already underway, failing to secure a scene, failing to verify any alibi of Mr. Proudfoot, Mr. Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, failing to follow up on tips, and failing to maintain communication with the victims' family are ministerial operational acts, not protected discretionary functions. So I would invite that jackass that did some sort of interview with um, Nick Embarrassed, right? I would invite that person to read through this filing, because this is going to outline it for you, buddy, and it'll help you understand it a little bit better. So that way you don't have to get up there and sound very foolish. Okay. Gator night. Gatoritis. Gator neuritis. Oh my goodness. That's funny. Gator neuritis. I had gators in my throat. I think there were many of them, but then the antibiotics came and kicked their asses. Um, get some Vicks and rub it on your chest and throw. I do need to get some of that too. I will. Okay, Uncle Sam says so. Thank you to Detroit. I need to get that because I know the Vicks is like, you know, it is the stuff, right? Thank you. All right, guys. So we also have 62. Once Sumner County Sheriff's Office undertook the investigation of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, his disappearance, it assumed a duty of reasonable care in conducting that investigation. Tennessee courts recognize that a duty of care arises when a defendant's conduct creates a foreseeable risk of harm to an identifiable plaintiff, right? The Sumner County Sheriff's Office had documented knowledge of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' profound vulnerability, his disabilities, and the known danger in the Proudfoot household. A reasonable, competent law enforcement agency, knowing what the Sumner County Sheriff's Office knew, would have preserved the crime scene, verified Proudfoot's alibi independently, investigated the non functioning surveillance cameras, deployed resources commensurate with the risk, maintained interagency coordination with the TBI and the FBI, and sustained regular communication with Sebastian's father throughout the investigation. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office did none of these things, right, guys? And I'm sure the TBI and FBI might be unaware of the fact that apparently there were proceedings for Sebastian in and they started in 2022 into 2023. Still a fifth CPS report open, right? That the CPIT team was called in. None of those things were done. 63, Craddock and Carter's negligent acts and omissions commune. I always have problems with some of these words and it kind of makes me laugh, so I'm sorry, I don't mean to giggle. Cumulatively, goodness, I was thinking of cumin for some reason, so I don't want to say cumulatively. All right, but cumulatively, meaning collectively, amount to willful, malicious, and grossly negligent conduct. Craddock and Carter's actions constitute a conscious indifference, right? They're aware of the indifference, right? In other words, to the consequences when a reasonable person would have recognized that the conduct was likely to harm another. The conscious 18-month abandonment of communication with Seth Rogers of a missing disabled child and the decision to allow the investigation to go dormant with no public updates and no follow-up on submitted leads rises to this standard. Okay. 64, defendants breached their duty through the acts and omissions described herein, which constituted gross negligence and conscious disregard for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' safety and Seth's rights as a parent. 65. As a direct and proximate result of defendants' negligence and gross negligence, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers remains a missing at-risk child, and Rogers has suffered substantial ongoing harm, including the loss of his son's companionship and the severe emotional injury of not knowing whether Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is alive or dead. 66. Plaintiffs are entitled to compensatory damages from the governmental entity defendants to the extent permitted by the Tennessee Governmental Tort Liability Act, which is also TGTLA, and to the compensatory and punitive damages from the individual defendants in their individual capacities for their grossly negligent, willful failures. Okay? And we're going to look this up right now, this tort. Okay. Tort liability. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. Let's take this down. I'm gonna put this up here. All right, let's get into what tort is. Okay. And again, Jen did a great video on this too, right? Um, so have a blessed day, couponing. Good to see you, Super Sleuth. Hey, Babs, good to see you. All right. So it says the Tennessee Governmental Tort Liability Act establishes the liability framework for local governments and their employees, granting broad immunity with specific expectations for negligence and certain public hazards. Okay. Overview and purpose. Enacted in 1973, the TGTLA, which is under TCA 2920 101, right? Which we know that was also cited in the paperwork that we read tonight. It was designed to balance the rights of individuals to recover damages for injuries caused by local governments with the need for governments to provide public services without excessive litigation or financial burden. Okay. Nick Barris, are you listening? If you're not, you should be, or you could read this for yourself. Go Google it. Google it like your buddy Katie would tell you to do. Before the act, counties were generally immune from liability for governmental acts, but could be liable for proprietary activities, such as utilities or transit services. The act extended immunity to both governmental and proprietary functions unless specifically waived by law. The immunity provisions. Under the TGTLA, local governments, including counties, municipalities, and their board or commissions, are generally immune from lawsuits arising from their activities. Some key points to include: one, the absolute immunity for members of governing bodies in the conduct of official affairs unless actions are willful, wanton, or grossly negligent. Number two, employee and official liability is limited when the government entity is immune. Employees may be personally liable only up to statutory limits except for willful, malicious, or criminal acts. Okay. Eric Craddock and Brandon Carter, you're in deep shit. You stepped in it and you did the boot scoot and boogie. And you really screwed the pooch. Okay. In my opinion, employee and official liability is limited when the government entity is immune. Employees are, I already read that part. But just keep that in mind. Immunity does not extend to federal law claims or acts committed for personal gain. Exceptions to immunity under the TGTLA specifies circumstances where immunity is waived, allowing individuals to file complaints in state court, right? But this is a federal lawsuit. Negligent operation of motor vehicles or equipment owned by the government, defective or unsafe streets and highways, including alleys, sidewalks, and traffic control uh, devices with actual or constructive notice required. Dangerous structures or public buildings, such as dams, reservoirs, or other public improvements, again requiring notice. Negligent acts or omissions by employees, except for discretionary functions like licensing, inspections, tax assessment, or riot control. To establish negligence under the Act, plaintiffs must prove a duty to act, a breach of that duty, proximate causation, and actual injury or damage. Did you guys hear that part? Because that's exactly what we're looking at in this filing. We're about to go back into it, but just, for everybody, because I know this, I'm giving you information, just kind of, you know, there's a lot of information, right? But this tort, right? TGTLA also sets monetary limits on tort claims against governmental entities and employees as outlined in TCA 29-2403. These limits define the maximum recoverable damages for claims, including those involving healthcare practitioners employed by the government, provided the government entity is also named in the lawsuit. Now, here are some key takeaways. The TGTLA provides broad immunity to local governments and officials while allowing recovery in specific negligent or hazardous situations. Willful, malicious, or criminal acts are not protected under the Act. Notice requirements are critical for claims involving public property or infrastructure, and the Act ensures a balance between public service provision and individual rights to compensation for injuries caused by government negligence. Boom. Shazam. All right. There you have it, folks. There's your Shazam. There's your bam. There's your boom. And that's the tort that we're going to look at here. Back to this paperwork. Okay. So, and that is the Tennessee Governmental Tort Liability Act. The sixth cause of action: intentional infliction of emotional distress. And this is against all the defendants again. Plaintiffs incorporate by reference all preceding paragraphs as though set forth herein. 68, Tennessee recognizes a claim for intentional infliction of emotional distress where the plaintiff proves 1, the defendant's conduct was intentional or reckless; 2, the conduct was so outrageous that it is not tolerated by civilized society; and 3, the conduct resulted in serious mental injury to the plaintiff. Now that's Lemon versus Williamson City, 618 Southwest 3rd, Tennessee, 2021, and Leach versus Taylor, 124 Southwest 3rd, 87, and that's Tennessee of 2004. Okay. Now this is litigation that's already happened, setting precedents. We're going to go into these two as after we finish up with the paperwork. Not tonight, of course. Number 69, the facts supporting a finding that the defendant's conduct was reckless and intentional. Carter consciously ignored Seth Rogers's agreed upon meeting and then never contacted him again. Eric Craddock, as the final policymaker with direct supervisory authority, made deliberate choices to allocate a single detective to the investigation, to hold only one press conference, and to permit the investigation to go dormant while a disabled child remained missing. These were not inadvertent omissions, but affirmative choices made with conscious disregard of their effect on Rogers. And that's Seth Rogers. Through Seth's repeated contact attempts and the very nature of the circumstances, defendants were on notice that their conduct was causing severe and ongoing emotional harm. They were well aware of this, guys. They were well aware of this. Seth was begging for answers. He went out there impromptu by himself, had some amazing people go out there and support him. and they did nothing. They ignored him, and they all knew it. They were rude, and their actions were very condescending. And they're not allowed to do that. They are not allowed to act that way. So when they act that way, you can absolutely take action against them. And I would ask you to do that, because who else is going to do it for your child besides you? The answer is nobody. Nobody really can. And that's what's so sad about Little Summer's case. Absolutely negligent. Just absolutely negligent. It's sad. So, 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 so sad. All right. Number 69, the facts support a finding that defendant's conduct was reckless and intentional. Carter, I'm sorry. I think I read this and I didn't scroll down. My bad. Number 70, defendant's conduct meets and exceeds the outrageous threshold. Defendants are law enforcement officials with exclusive authority over the only official investigation into Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' disappearance. Their abuse of that exclusive authority to effectively abandon a profoundly disabled missing child's case while maintaining a monopoly over the investigation that prevents Seth Rogers from seeking redress elsewhere is outrageous. A parent who had been told by detectives they will meet with him, then stood him up, then cut off all contact for 18 months while his disabled son remains missing is not merely experiencing the ordinary difficulties of life. The conduct alleged is beyond what any reasonable person in a civilized society should be required to endure from those entrusted with the duty to find his child. Yes, and we like number 70. I think number 50 was my named favorite last night. We like number 70. I'm going to speak for you guys here. This is a good one, though. This is a good one, right? Because a lot of us feel this way, that they've just left Seth hanging and Sebastian's still missing. And where is he? And when we live in a civilized society, we do not allow injustices. No, we don't. Because that's the only thing that allows for evil to exist, is if no one does a damn thing about it. And that's a Lady Freedom quote. No, I'm just kidding. That was my way of quoting someone without directly quoting them, right? Paraphrasing, I think they call it, right? But honestly, if I see something bad happening to our friend Justice for Noog here, and I just say, oh, well, at least it's not me, and I just walk away from it, I'm allowing for that evil to exist, and I knew about it. I knew that evil was happening to poor Justice for Noog, and I did nothing. I'm hitting that mad dog. Oh gosh. But I know it's okay, Alicia. I wish that they would put the alcohol back into the NyQuil, because it's bullshit. Okay, I'm a full ass adult. But they did something to the NyQuil, because it is not. And I'm not talking about the generic. I bought like the real deal. I got the real deal Holyfield, but it wasn't the real deal. It's some sort of weird variation. They need to put the booze back in there. Come on now. But no, it doesn't help me sleep. Not like the old one did. So yeah, I might make a hot toddy or two. Um, because I do need to get the video out for you guys. So I might be doing that sometime this week. Um, so we are civilized in this society, right? We are loving of each other, caring for each other. Again, and not to use you guys just who I'm seeing in the chat. If our friend Detroit was suffering an injustice, we would want to help her, right? We would want to pray for her, but we would also want to help her and do take some action, right? If Detroit says, "Hey, could you guys sign this petition?" and we read it, and we look over it and we say, "Yeah, I think that's a good and worthy cause." So, um, that would be a good one. Babs, I thought I was losing it because I was like, "What is going on?" Like usually this helps me sleep, knocks me out. Well, not so much. I was like, wait a minute, I'm waiting for the effects of the NyQuil to take me into La La Land, and it never happened. I was like, did I not take the proper dose? Am I supposed to take 2 shots? No, I'm just kidding. And I do because I get teased for this, but I do just like measure it out to the T and take it, so I was like, did I not fill it up all the way? What's going on? You guys crack me up. But yeah, you just don't allow for those things, right? You don't allow for those things to happen. That's why we have petitions. That's why we can make the stand. That's why we have other cases that we can use in order to make our case, right? And it's just it's important. Um, and just think about, again, like I was telling you, put yourself in Sebastian's shoes. Now, let's put ourselves in Seth's shoes, where he has endured all of this, and many of us know what he's gone through because we've been here and we witnessed him go through it in real time. None of us know exactly, right? But we've seen the injustices that Seth has had to suffer as a result of, you know, the awful ways that he's been treated. I think it's terrible. I mean, there was some very rude phrases that were said to Seth on the day that he was begging for answers for his missing son. Hey, Diane Miller, you know, and it's just, it's horrible. It is not right at all. Um, and it's beyond anybody's expectations of some agencies who are there to uphold this duty and who have been entrusted to find Sebastian. Number 71 says, as a direct and proximate result of defendant's intentional or reckless outrageous conduct, Rogers has suffered serious mental injury that no reasonable person would be expected to endure. The prolonged, unresolved disappearance of his disabled teenage son, combined with the law enforcement agency responsible for finding that son going completely silent for nearly 2 years. And again, guys, because of this filing, we know why they did that. For the longest time, we couldn't understand why they're doing this, right? For me, and please let me know how you feel in the chat. I'm not. Oh, Bo, I already know. I already know he's being a stinker, a silly in the chat. Do we put her out of her misery? Oh Lord, Seth, chill out. I just have a couple gators left in my throat, and I'm gonna be back to 100. So, but anyway, look, we've witnessed it. We've seen all of this go down, right? And this, it, again, not understanding why they're doing it. I would even sit up here and be like, well, I don't understand why Sheriff Craddock would want to put up with all the crap that he's had to put up with for Chris and Katie, right? There's no amount of money. Now there is blackmail if they got dirt on him, or if the Sox have dirt on him or something like that. Sure, that makes a little bit more sense. But what we find out in the reality of the situation is it's because their agency dropped the ball. Their agency dropped the ball. And not only their agency, but multiple agencies dropped the ball. Ashley's place dropped the ball, right? The district attorney's office as a whole dropped the ball. The CPIT team dropped the ball. Brandon Carter dropped the ball. Eric Craddock dropped the ball. Sonny Weatherford, poor guy, he didn't make it. He's not here. So, I mean, I don't know what to think about that poor gentleman, poor man. I mean, it's not going to help you if I find out you had something to do with it. But as it stands now, I don't know. I know, Misty, exactly. I know he's being silly. So, yeah, NyQuil doesn't do sheet anymore. Coffee Crema Cats. It's like, what is this? It's a placebo. What did the kids say on it? It's a gazebo. So, yeah, it's just unbelievable. What he's had to go through. We've all watched it happen, and that's the hardest part, is watching it happen. Now we're seeing justice, and we're seeing Seth fighting back against this, right? Rage against that darkness, bring the light to it. This is not the transient distress of an ordinary grievance. It is a sustained, open-ended mental anguish, including the inability to grieve, plan, or act because the whereabouts and fate of his child remain unknown, and the agency that could answer that question has chosen silence. Wow. I want to put that on a t-shirt, right? It is sustained, open-ended mental anguish, because obviously it puts Seth in a position where he can't even grieve because he doesn't know what he's grieving, guys. He doesn't know if he's grieving. And please forgive me, Seth. Please forgive me. But I'm just going to have to say it like this. He can't grieve properly because he doesn't know whether he's grieving the loss of his son forever, which breaks my heart. And I don't ever want to resign to that fact because there is no evidence to support it or otherwise, right? But he doesn't have that ability to grieve because he doesn't know what he's grieving for. He doesn't know if he's grieving because his son is in a one of these horrific schools where he's being mistreated. And again, forgive me, but these are the things that could possibly be. And this is what is being talked about here in number 71. He can't plan for anything. He can't say, well, my son will be back home when he's 18 and I'm going to have to help him. Right? But at least he could be like, hey, Sebastian will get out of that place when he's 18. And then he's going to come home and then we're going to be together. He can't plan for that. Great attorney, great, the office that drew this up, Babs, they did a wonderful job. They really did. He cannot act because he doesn't know what he's acting upon, because he doesn't know what happened to Sebastian. We don't even know where to look for him, guys. We can't even say that he might be in Tennessee still. We can't say that he might not be in Mississippi. We can't say that he's not in Virginia in that creepy ass school we talked about a couple days ago. And now I think it's been a week, actually. We can't say that he's not in one of those 29 schools that Bledsoe Youth Academy likes to send the kids off to now. Because now that place is an assessment center. It is not a residential treatment center like it was before, or boys' home, or whatever you want to call it. It is now an intake center where now they will do an intake on the child and send them out to where they think that they will benefit the most. Yeah, right. Okay. That's the reality of the situation, guys. And if you don't believe me, do your own research, please. I guarantee you're going to figure out that I'm telling you the truth. I'm coming real with it. I always come with the receipts, and I came with the receipts on this. It is a sustained and open ended mental anguish, right? It keeps going. It's not stopped. It's began the minute that he got a 911 text, and the minute that when he called Stepfoot, he was told, "Don't be mad, but Sebastian's missing." Don't. Stupid butthole jerk. Those are the ones that keep me from doing a full swear. Okay? It's awful, and it's not fair for Sebastian. It's completely awful. The fate of his child remains unknown. The fate of Sebastian Rogers remains unknown to all of us. And we have been looking for him. His father has been relentlessly searching for him and continues to work his ass off behind the scenes to find him. And the agency that could answer all of the questions for us, guys, they have chosen to be silent instead of transparent. They have chosen to be silent rather than find Sebastian. They have chosen to be silent rather than letting the public know how we can help find Sebastian. It is absolutely unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. Number 72, this cause of action is asserted against defendants Craddock and Carter in their individual capacities for their for their personal, intentional, or reckless outrageous conduct as described herein. Punitive damages are sought against the individual defendants in their individual capacities. Guys, number 72 here is basically stating that Eric Craddock and Brandon Carter are of sound mind, in a position of authority, and they made the deliberate choice to abandon the investigation. So they are being sued for punitive damages, and those punitive damages are being sought against these individuals in their individual capacities, which is completely lawful and legal and against Sebastian's civil rights, against Seth's civil rights. Number 73, as a direct and proximate result of the defendant's intentional and reckless outrageous conduct, Seth Rogers has suffered and continues to suffer severe emotional distress, entitling him to compensatory and punitive damages in amounts to be proven at trial. Okay? Number 7, this is the seventh cause, negligent infliction of emotional distress. Plaintiffs incorporate by reference all proceedings paragraphs as through set forth herein. 75, defendants owed Seth Rogers a duty to exercise reasonable care. Now, we talked about reasonable care last night. You know, they have to exercise reasonable care. Okay? They don't get to do whatever they feel or think or want to do in the moment. Policies and procedures must be upheld, and the process must be gone through, okay, while exercising reasonable care. They cannot show this negligence, and indifference. Okay? They cannot abandon Sebastian's case because they have a duty. 76. Defendant's negligent investigative conduct was directed at Seth Rogers as the identified biological father of the missing child, Sebastian. Carter specifically agreed to meet with Seth and then abandon the arrangement. He didn't reschedule it, guys. He didn't let Seth know that that time slot didn't work out for him. He completely ignored Seth and never got back with him. That is piss poor at best. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office held press conferences addressing Rogers specifically, and the investigation as a whole was conducted with the knowledge that Seth Rogers was the biological father seeking his son. Guys, it's no secret. They watch Seth suffer. They watch him suffer. And they do it purposely. And then they mistreat him. Unbelievable. And they knew this, and so did CPS. CPS did the same damn thing. We just haven't gotten into them yet. 77. By affirmatively undertaking the investigation and establishing a relationship with Seth Rogers as a key family contact and source of investigative leads, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office occupied a position of control over information critical to Seth Rogers' well-being and was in the best position to prevent the emotional harm described herein. They're in full control, guys. They are in the driver's seat. It is their jurisdiction. This is their ball game. And they failed miserably many, many times. Number 78, defendants breached this duty through the acts and omissions described herein, which constituted gross negligence and conscious disregard for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' safety and Seth Rogers' right as a parent. Now, 78 should hit us all who are parents. That's an easy position to put ourselves in, or shoes to put ourselves in. If we're a parent, we can identify with another parent. What we can identify with, or shouldn't, is Katie's actions, the actions of Stepfoot, the way that they are so wanting us to just shut up and never talk about Sebastian again. Time to move on. Remember Chris saying, even when this is over. Yeah, even when this is over. It ain't over yet, Chris. All right. 79. Defendant's breach was both the cause in fact and proximate cause of Seth Rogers' emotional injury. But for the defendant's negligence, Seth Rogers would not have suffered the injury described. And that injury was a foreseeable result of defendant's breach under the circumstances alleged. Right? They could foresee this, guys. It's predictable. It's a cause and effect that is predictable. Okay? And that's something else that we talked about last night. And again, this is a part 3. So this breach and what they've done here has caused Seth to have this emotional injury that they're referring to, and many of them, in my opinion. And if it wasn't for these defendants' negligence, Seth would have not have suffered any of this, right? And it's easy to predict what would happen next as a result of their negligence. Number 80, Rogers' emotional injury meets the serious or severe standard required under Tennessee law, which demands distress of significant gravity that it goes beyond what a reasonable person should be expected to endure, right? Guys, we have to be reasonable, okay? There's nothing reasonable about this. It's a complete and total shit show, and it has been. Nothing reasonable. And no person is expected to endure this. Yet Seth has this emotional distress. It's I would say the most significant person or people in our lives are our children. So the gravity of the situation is immense. Seth Rogers has endured more than 2 years of unresolved uncertainty about whether his disabled teenage son is alive or dead, compounded by the knowledge that the agency with exclusive authority to investigate Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' disappearance has gone silent. This is not ordinary stress or inconvenience. It is a protracted, open ended psychological wound that a reasonable person should not be required to endure, particularly when it could have been alleviated by the exercise of ordinary care. All they had to do was show ordinary care. Ordinary care meaning all they had to do was care. Okay? Not care a whole bunch, but care. It's just unbelievable. All right. Number 81, plaintiffs will support the seriousness of Seth Rogers' emotional injury with expert medical or scientific proof, including testimony from qualified healthcare providers who evaluated Seth Rogers, and can opine that his injury is serious or severe and consistent with the negligent conduct alleged. Okay? So that's part of what they're going to be evaluating. They're going to bring in a medical expert with some scientific proof, okay, and get their testimony. And we're going to find out, from the experts. We're not relying on Seth's words alone. Number 83, as a direct and proximate result of the defendant's negligence, Seth Rogers has suffered and continues to suffer serious and severe emotional injury for which he is entitled to compensatory damages in an amount to be proven at trial. Okay? Prayer for relief. All right. Now we've gotten through the causes, the 7 causes that are listed in here. I do declare. Yeah, there's 7. Okay, there's 7 causes. Now we're going to get to a prayer for relief, right? And this is what they call in the courts, prayer for relief. What they mean is like, this is what we're asking for. We're praying the court will provide this relief, right? We're asking the court for relief of these causes. Okay. Wherefore, plaintiff Seth Rogers respectfully requests that the court enter judgment in his favor and against defendants and award the following relief. Number 1, compensatory damages in an amount to be proven at trial but not less than $10 million. 2, punitive damages against the individual defendants. 3, injunctive relief requiring the Sumner County Sheriff's Office to reopen active investigation of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' case with adequate resources, establish protocols for missing persons investigations, and implement mandatory communication requirements with the victims' families. Okay? That one is my favorite. Number 4, attorney's fees and costs pursuant to 42 USC 1988, a prejudgment and post-judgment interest, and number 6, such other and further relief as the court deems just and equitable, right? Uh, Typically, you're seeking to make yourself whole. Obviously, we know that that's never going to happen for Seth until Sebastian's found. So we want a new investigation, okay? Not just monetary, a new investigation. So miss me with the BS, right? Because that's all that is. When somebody's out there, well, I can't believe he's asking for $10 million. Well, there's a whole bunch of other things that he is asking for here, right? Prayer for relief is 6 items. Don't get it twisted. Okay? Jury trial demand has been set forth and asked for. Plaintiffs demanded a trial by jury on all claims and issues so triable. All right? And this was dated July 16th of 2026. Okay, Darren M. Ritchie Esquire. That's Seth's lawyer. All right, that's his info. I should have probably blurred that. I'm sorry. Certificate of service. I certify that plaintiff's compliant and jury demand has been served upon the following parties and counsel of record by electronic mail, electronic filing, and depositing a copy thereof in the United States mail, properly addressed and postage paid. Signed, sealed, delivered. All right? Signed, sealed, delivered. I am too, Detroit. I am too. I know. Detroit. I know. I wish that the FBI be allowed in to investigate the case. Was in those prayers. Yeah, I agree. But I think it's because I mean, Seth did speak with his FBI liaison today too. I do want to go back and pull some clips from Jen's live because he had some very good points and things he said. Um, so maybe that is why. Because yeah, I mean, and we all signed the FBI petition. So thank you, Bo. Thank you so much for dropping those links. Thank you so much. Um, so here's the service list, guys. So we got Sumner County. We got Sumner County, or we have Sumner County themselves, right? The county. Then we have Sumner County Sheriff's Office. We also have Eric Craddock, also known as Chief Snuggle Struggles, Sheriff Snuggle Struggles. And we also have Detective Brandon Carter. Okay. All the same addresses. All right. Now, this is the filing at all, in its entirety. I actually thought we would take a little bit more time to get through that, so I didn't know we'd only have 3 parts to this. But again, I would encourage people to do their own research on this, but we've really gotten a good deep dive in on that. And then also, with Seth's panel too. So what I'd like to do, since we did wrap that up a little bit earlier than I expected, I'd like to go to Seth's panel. Right? The snuggle fabric softener. Bo leaves the clothes snuggle-tastic. No struggle involved, right? So, all right. So let's go over to our YouTubes or YouTube streets. And let's get into that. And actually I was about to close that other window, but I will leave that filing up in case we need to refer back to it. So alrighty. Let's see. All right. And again, guys, I'm going to put this stuff in a playlist because I think it's kind of important. I need to get everything kind of organized because we got a lot of stuff. I've been dropping different things. We'll make a Javea one too. Okay. And of course, this is Seth Rogers' channel, guys. And please feel free to go over to Seth's channel and check out his channel because he has talked about Sebastian, his son. He always does a great job of talking about his son, Sebastian. Um, and some of these parents out there that will advocate, um, which God love them because we need them to. Their kids need them to. Um, do a great job because it's coming straight from the horse's mouth. So, um, all right, here we go. I don't want to play this because I think I got copyright struck on this one time. This Kate Spade. It's a cute bag though, real cute bag. Well, clutchy clutch. Okay. Oh, okay. Hold on one second. Let me go ahead and take this off. And okay. I want to do it right when Betty comes up or right in the beginning because I know at first Seth is thanking everybody and he's very gracious about doing that. But Betty also comes up. I'm going to go to the 1 minute mark, see where we're at.
Let's stay on topic.
Oh, here we go. Perfect.
If somebody comes in and they're not staying on topic,
gaslighting, being rude, say what you mean, but you don't have to be disrespectful. Don't be a Richard.
Don't be carrying a bag of Richards with you. Don't smile, Betty.
It just took me off guard. That's all.
Bag of
Back on
Richards.
track.
Yeah, it is definitely. It has taken a lot to get to this point, and I shouldn't have to file a lawsuit just to get people to do their job, and it's horrible.
Yes, it is.
I don't want other parents to go through this. I've reached out to a lot of politicians, a lot of people who make the laws here in Tennessee, and for some odd reason, they just want to ignore the fact that there's a child missing. And we need to take care of our children. Society is supposed to be taking care of their children because their children are the next people that hold office, hold positions within the community, and help build and keep the community alive. And
that's right. And they can't do that if they're missing. Now, can they? Or if they're traumatized because of their upbringing, because they were put in the system, because of any of these factors, guys. We got to do better for these kids. Okay, I'm sorry.
And what is going on is just not, it's not accepted. It shouldn't be tolerated, and it seems like it is tolerated. And it seems that people get tired of saying the same thing. And, when you complain to your teacher, then you complain to your teacher's boss, then you complain to the principal, then you complain to the school board. And there's just you have to follow protocol and procedure. And when protocol and procedures are not followed, the floor is not going to be stable.
And that's pretty much what all this is about, is policies and procedures not being followed. Lots of them all over the place.
It's pretty It shouldn't be this way. I've got somebody else I'm bringing up on stage now. Hey, look, it's Smiley.
Hello, everybody.
Well, hello, Miss Smiley.
Hello, Miss Betty. Hello, Mr. Seth. Hello, chat. Hello, hello. Yeah, this is all about Sebastian, y'all. This needs to be focused on Sebastian. And if you don't like it, you can kick some rocks.
Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, I think what we've all witnessed here was a hot mess express. It looked like a lot of people came together for the right reason at the beginning of this case, but even with all of the lack of answers and when this case should have pivoted, when things got real and it was time for things to be done, those things were not getting done. And everybody knows the first
they're
48
still
hours.
not getting done.
Yeah. Yeah, that too. They're still not getting done.
Yeah, they're still not getting done, and that goes back to the filing we just read about how it's open ended, right? It's not ended. It's never ending, right? Because they just have failed to do what they were supposed to do. But also, I want to remind everybody that back in 2022, Sebastian was in the system. They weren't doing what they were supposed to do and following proper protocols and procedures back then either. Don't forget that Sebastian was under the Title IV, ready to be taken out of the home. And that's unacceptable too. And it's by these people. They were all involved. They all knew.
Ladies and gentlemen in chat, we're not. I mean, I appreciate the support from everybody, but if we can leave particular people out of the conversation, that'd be great, because this should be about Sebastian. 100%. In the fact that entities that are here that are supposed to be helping us with our children aren't.
Okay, guys, and that's what within a minute, 2 people on the panel had to tell everybody to keep it about Sebastian. Smiley came up on panel, and the first thing that she said was, guys, we're here for Sebastian. She reminded everybody, right? And the first thing she said was, everybody keep it about Sebastian. Let's remember why we're here. Now, here is Seth again having to say, don't bring in certain people, right? And I was in the chat modding, and I'm like, look, let that be your warning. Do not get upset when you get timed out for bringing up people when Seth is saying don't do that. It's about Sebastian. It's not about other creators. It is about Sebastian. Keep it about Sebastian. It's not time to shout out your favorites. It's not time to shout out your least favorites. It's not time to talk about anything besides Sebastian. Everybody should be ears open, green hearts in the chat, in my opinion. You would want it that way if it was for your child. You would. Detroit says it's effing ridiculous. How can these kids have faith and trust in law enforcement and feel protected and proud of the people that they are supposed to be looking out for them, that are supposed to be looking out for them? Our future. It's so sad. It's outrageous, Detroit. It's outrageous. And us mama bears are not having it. That's why we're so up in arms about this, and we should be, and keep it about Sebastian. It's not about anybody but him.
Everybody is allowed to have their opinion, and I 100% understand that. But this is about, this is about Sebastian. He's the only thing that matters. He's the only one that's missing.
Exactly.
Everybody should be worried about Sebastian. No team, nobody, just Sebastian. That's it.
I never liked the idea.
Except Sebastian's army. Sebastian's army is who we are.
It's about Sebastian's army.
Yeah.
And
Exactly. And, Sammy, thank you for also bringing that up. People were talking about CP and KP. And the thing is that, Seth wants to make sure, and I don't blame him, that we're keeping it about Sebastian, because really there never should have ever been any sides. Never. Now, there are sides, unfortunately, and there have been, but that's not the focus. The focus needs to get off of that and onto Sebastian. It's not about Chris and Katie, especially when we're talking about questions on this lawsuit, because they are not named as defendants. Now, once Seth starts talking about the filing or as it pertains, then that's the time to start, joining the conversation. But right off the bat, and I get it, people are so upset, guys. Again, we should be up in arms about it. But it's something that has been a black cloud over Sebastian's case, and that is this divide.
And finding him.
I agree. I agree.
So, Betty, would you like to start with some questions? I know that you.
Well, no, I'm not necessarily some questions. I think that it's important for everybody to understand, because there's so much confusion. I think because of the when it comes to social media, I think when it comes down to the punitive damages, or the damages, people are a little concerned about it. But at the end of the day, you're trying to affect change, and you've got an attorney that is assessing this case and is kind of telling you and advising you and doing, and you're following what your attorney is suggesting and saying. And so I just want people to understand what brought you to this point where you have to, when you should not be having to file a complaint. Ooh, somebody's echoing. I think it's you, Jen. There you are. Hi, Jen.
Hey, y'all.
Hey, Jen, beautiful.
Hey, honeys. Good to see you guys. Good to see you guys.
You got to turn your volume down.
Yeah, you got to turn your volume down just a little bit.
Is my
volume's
up?
I can hear you through my open door. 2 hours away. It's like Betty, I can just leave it on mute and open my door and they're from.
Is that better?
I turned my volume like way, way, way down.
This part was so funny because Jen has that soothing voice and everything, and then here she's louder than Betty. I thought that was so funny. Jen's got a great mic though. I've been in her studio with her live. So Detroit says, I had to tell someone to STFU and stop using this platform for her bleeding heart. That person no longer exists and had no relevance in any conversation we have. So kick rocks and mind your own biz. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of these people like that too, Detroit, and a lot of them aren't even on YouTube, and a lot of them are just hateful, spiteful, evil people, in my opinion, too. I do know, if you know who I mean. I think I do know who you mean, and that's another thing that I can't stand, because people will come in and be like, well, what about what this creator's doing? And this creator is covering Sebastian. Yeah, we all know. All of us know that. If you're following Sebastian's case and you're not watching others who are covering his case, then you're not really in the know about everything. Now, we can't catch everything or watch everything, but yeah, oh yeah.
Like I should sound like a mouse right now.
Is that better?
No.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, yeah, it's great. Appreciate it, Jen.
Okay. Is it better, Seb? Is it better, guys? Am I too loud?
No.
Jen is louder than Betty. I don't know why.
Wow.
Now that is not even cool. Okay.
Looks like she dropped.
I have a reputation to uphold.
Oh, she's back.
Okay. My gosh.
Okay, you sound better. I mean,
Yeah,
you're
that
still,
sounds better.
yeah.
Does that sound better? Okay.
You're not screeching in my ear because I got earbuds in. It's
Okay,
like
I've got my.
I
really
say
loud.
you wear
Okay.
both of them.
Well, hello, guys.
Hi.
Is your camera? Oh, there's your camera.
There
Yeah.
you are. Hello, Miss Jen. How are you?
Oh, just living the dream, running back and forth to Nashville. I'm so glad that we are. I'm glad that we're at this point. We haven't found Sebastian. This is good stuff. It has to be done.
It's sad that it needs to be. I think this is kind of
Yeah.
a great pivot into like Sebastian's army, but I think first, I think people need to understand what brought you to this point. I mean, a lot of people that are criticizing these measures right now weren't, first of all, don't have a child missing. Secondly, you know, they didn't have a child missing and was able to walk into what should have been deemed from not whether or not it was truly a crime scene. It just matters that when you have a missing child, there is a standard and a protocol that you should be going through each and every time. And the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children specifically put out a directive that says turn these places into crime scenes because you really don't know what truly happened to the child. And until
Right.
you find the child, you need to preserve evidence. So this is
It's
the
about scene
standard.
preservation more than it being a crime scene. It's
Thank
about
you. Yes.
preserving the last location that the child was in,
Yeah.
supposedly.
Right. And if nothing more, they usually need to keep the family out until the child is found or they know what is going on. And at this point, when I interviewed you, what, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago almost,
Feels
it
like it could have been yesterday.
it does. It does.
Yeah.
You said that you walked right into that house, and the thing that just flashed before my eyes, because it's a polarizing case, is John Benet Ramsey. And these are, there was a lot of law enforcement policies and procedures across this country that changed as a direct result of the John Benet Ramsey case. And to think that this was such a lax a daisy, you know, um, unprofessional search and situation at the beginning that should have been cut off. Nobody should have been allowed in that house until the child was found. That's typically standard op, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah. Hey guys, hey Betty, I
Hey.
think you're absolutely spot on. More and more of
Hey,
these
Lady
children are
Freedom.
being reported missing. Hey Jen, hey guys, they're reported missing, but they're really not missing. Something else happened, right? Like the Javea Harris case, very newest one that I covered. So,
Right.
yeah.
My car was searched because of that case, which again, another missed opportunity for this. Think about how many cases I've been boots on the ground at a missing child's case, and I've never had my vehicle searched. They don't know me from Adam.
Hey Lover Girl, I think that is so interesting. I had no idea Betty went when I brought that up. I had no idea that she went, to investigate and be boots on the ground in Javea Harris's case. So I thought that was like so interesting. The way that they were so on it. SLED did a great job. So did local law enforcement. Hey, Lover Girl. I'm really curious about who it was. Sorry, I probably missed something earlier. Um, but yeah, I mean, look, the way that these cases are handled means everything, right? And that's why Seth has these grievances with the courts.
They don't know
It's,
whether I'm coming in and going out. I mean, and this was the first time that my car was actually searched for a missing child. I felt like I wasn't offended at all. The only thing I was offended about is like, why isn't this standard operating procedure for a missing child?
Yeah, they were searching like they're doing like checkpoints, right?
They had one. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, there was two different ones. There was one right there going in, and I introduced myself to the officer and said, "Where's this, staging ground for media?" And so I had to go through him, and then I went up there and I engaged with two other officers, and they're like, "We understand here's where you stage at, but we still have a missing 4-year-old. Do you mind if we search your vehicle?" And I'm like, "Yeah, my vehicle's full of, equipment, but have at
Wow.
it,
Oh my
have at
God.
it."
Yes.
So
Wow. That's amazing. But
yeah,
they shut it down because they were thinking she was abducted, right? I think they
you
wanted to
know
make
what?
sure
That
anybody in
was
and out was not
I don't
involved.
know. You know what? To be honest with you, it was. I know that she wasn't just a normal missing child when that happened because again, I've never had that happen on any of the cases I've been on. So I already knew that there was already something, another element, so to speak, that was a little different.
So have
Yeah.
we all looked at the lawsuit?
Well,
Um,
that's what we were
I
getting
have.
into when you guys were
Yes.
getting in there. I wanted to
yeah,
kind of
go ahead, Betty.
Yeah,
to
because I haven't had a
explain.
chance to look at the whole thing. I'm gonna go over it later, is what I told everybody yesterday on my panel. And
Yeah.
I
yeah.
listened to it, by the way. I'll say that I didn't read it myself, but I did
Because I'd
listen
like
to
to
it
talk
being
about
read.
Title IV. Title IV.
Okay, one second.
Um, I don't even know which paragraph.
Title IV is going to be.
Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, these chickens just pooping out some eggs there. Okay. Um, oh, thank you for clarifying, Lover Girl. Yeah. And I listened to Chasing, and she read off this court filing, and she did a great job on that. So I listened to it, but I didn't have a chance to actually read it myself. But when I finally did, there was a lot to just reading it all in black and white instead of just listening. Those people have no compassion for what Seth is going through, but endless compassion for the silent mother. It's so weird. Yeah, because I think they know that their asses are on the line too, because they knew about all of this, and so that's why they were like, oh, that poor mom, and oh gosh, we're gonna, but they didn't have any intention of really doing anything because they knew and they know. And I think that's what is so crazy too, it is crazy, Lover Girl. It's like, wow, that is so unbelievable. But it's a cover their own asses. That's where they have a dog in the fight, right? I would say, well, they don't even have a dog in the fight. They do. That's where they have the dog in the fight, you know? So it's really concerning.
But before we get
Yeah, go
into
ahead.
that,
Yeah.
can I ask Seth? He may not um, want to do that, but so this is coming out in the lawsuit. What your lawyers has put out, there's more in there that's redacted and stuff like that, right? That may come out or may not come out, right?
Correct.
Okay, so just to clear this up, because I've heard this around the internet. So can we put it like we've had in a private conversation, which I didn't ask you, but you've said it yourself. But so I just want to clear this up for everybody watching. It might be helpful. So you said this was one of the reasons that the CMDs and I could, you can stop me if I'm wrong, but you said this was one of the reasons that the CMDs come out because we all know that the papers got took from you. Okay, we don't have to name names and stuff like that. And
Right.
some
Oh,
people
you're
have,
talking about the Department of Children
yeah,
and
yeah. I
Family
just want to say,
Services.
I just want
Yeah.
to, yeah. I'd like
The
to clear
cease
this
and
up real quick.
desist were to put a space between me and that individual, so
Mhm.
that when DCS, if they hit the public, and it's not going to be by me, if they hit the public, it would know that when they sat there and came back and traced it to whoever, well, on file, I have a cease and desist, meaning I'm not only are they not supposed to be sharing any information that they have received, that I am not sharing and giving them permission to share anything that they have taken from me.
Yeah, because you didn't want, because they could arrest you for that, right? So I just wanted to clear that up about Cindy's. I'm sorry, I know y'all are going into
Oh no,
something else, but it would take a
it's
long time,
fine.
so it just popped in
DCS
my brain.
contacted that attorney because that attorney was a family attorney, a family law
Right,
attorney, and she's the one that helped me get the DCS records. And she did that to cover her client.
right.
You
I
know,
just wanted to clear that part up. I'm sorry, Betty, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I thought, I
No.
just thought maybe that would help clear up the CNDs and some things, because some things look bad on Seth, and I hear things, and I'm just like,
Well,
can we clear that up?
we've cleared that up many times.
I
Everybody knew
know.
those C and Ds were direct related because somebody took stuff off of his phone that he was under strict confidence not to share. Even as a father, you could not share these
like
documents. It's unlawful.
Betty has been with me from the get go. Well, not the get go, but a couple months in, and she has never seen the DCS reports.
Never.
Right.
I've been to Jen's house and have, had dinners, card nights, things like that, and she has never seen the DCS reports.
Right. That's right.
Right. And I hope that clears that up for people,
Same
because
here.
I'm still hearing that to this day. And so I thought about it. And I thought, well, while we're on here and we can clear up some stuff, maybe all heads put together, we can clear up some stuff. Okay. So,
Right.
all right.
Well,
Yes, smart,
the thing
Smiley,
is,
yeah.
with certain channels, it won't matter because
Yeah.
they hear what they want to hear, and then they
Because they're
create
wrong. They've been wrong, and they
what
just
they
can't.
want to hear.
They double down on
They're going to
every
double
blessed
down.
on every blessed thing. At some point, you're just going to have to throw the towel in and say, "Look, I was wrong."
Oh gosh, amen, Betty. And here's the thing too, guys. We have even channels out there that say that they support Sebastian, and want him found, and they're out there spreading rumors and lies. And we talked about it on Jen's earlier when Smiley joined too, because they're saying that people saw the CPS records. Seth has never shared any of that with anybody because he knows that he is under penalty of law, and he cannot show those, right? It's illegal for him to show those. And so that's, in my opinion, needs to stop, right? I know that you might be jealous that you know maybe Seth didn't take your advice at a certain point in time. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge to who I'm referring to at this time, or that Seth decided not to work with you anymore because you were falling asleep and acting a fool. In my opinion, that's not coming from Seth. Just in my opinion. Okay. So when those two yahoos get up there and they decide that they're gonna start spreading a bunch of crap around, it's not true. It's simply not true. Seth does things by the book, and he abides by the law, right? And when he received those CPS reports, he didn't go sharing them around to anybody or saying, "Oh, well, you're a good friend of mine, Jen, so I'm going to show you these." That would be really hard, guys. Think about that for a second. That would be extremely difficult, in my opinion, because I would want to show my good friend something like that so they can help me, right? Maybe take a load off of it. But he's been carrying all of this himself. But just because some horrible person was so brutal to go into his phone while he's asleep and send that to themselves and then share that around doesn't mean that Seth did. And as a matter of fact, he's directly saying he didn't. And people that are being accused of being shown those sensitive documents, those confidential documents, are saying, no, I was never shown that. Stop lying. So stop lying. Look, the parents of missing children have a choice of who they work with, guys. For better or for worse, it's their choice. Let them have that. They've already lost control of a situation. They've already had a horrible experience happen to them. They should not be persecuted for who they decide to work with or don't work with. That doesn't mean that you get to make up lies about them. And that's very disgusting. Shame on you. And you two know who you are. Shame on you. Lover Girl says they shouldn't admit they were wrong, but they don't. And they come up with these far-fetched, crazy theories that don't make any sense. I don't know how Seth goes through this every day. I mean, and it is such a level of nonsense, Lover Girl. It is. It's such a level of nonsense. I don't know how he does it either. I'm just glad that he does. You know? So, and it's upsetting because no one has them, period. Thank you, Bo. No one has them. No one has them. We are learning about this now. Right? We are learning about this now. So,
Right.
yeah.
It takes a real big person in here to actually admit that they're wrong. And face it, sometimes these people are just they never graduated high school mentally.
Yeah, but you know what? But
Yeah,
all of
we're
us
all
face
wrong at times.
all of us face plan on a freaking a story.
Well, the lack of transparency has caused us to have a lot of speculation. It's human nature to fill those blanks in. We're just going to want, when we're searching for answers, we're trying to figure it out. And then the information we have is incorrect or incomplete. So, there's a lot to that. And it's been from the very beginning.
And I will state this as well. Whether the sheriff's department clears me or not, my son is my priority. And when I want information on are you still looking for my son, you better tell me yes or no.
And
And
never mind,
it
you
got
have
to the
to,
point
that's
that,
right.
Tony was like, Tony asked him if they're any further than they were the last time. And when they can't answer that question, my son's missing. I'm going to assume the worst. I pray and I hope every day that the light at the end of the tunnel is my son, because that's it. I
Right.
want to find my son. I want to bring him home, and I want to protect him because other people didn't. And I have the records that state that he wasn't. And it doesn't matter who it states in there. The fact is that these filings is because two agencies failed my son. They failed communication, they failed procedures, and they failed policies.
And sometimes policies need to be changed.
Yeah.
Protocols need to be changed. And, Tennessee doesn't have a good track record at all of finding the missing. So, you got to do something different to get different results. And that's what you're doing, Seth.
Yeah, well said, Jen. I almost cut Jen off because I thought she was done there, so I apologize for pausing during that. But no, Jen's completely right, right? They're just doing the same thing over and over again, expecting something different, driving us all insane, right? That's the definition of insanity. Doing the same thing over and over and over again, expecting a different result. It's enough to drive you bonkers. It's going to drive you mad because you want a solution, right? You want things to change. You want things to be better. Yet you're doing the same thing over and over and over again, thinking that there will be a different outcome. Cuckoo, cuckoo, right? And thank you, Lover Girl. Says, lady, you're spot on about that. What are we supposed to do when they give us no info other than fill in the blanks ourselves? Yeah, because then we're like, debating things, right? That maybe we shouldn't even be focused on, or we're debating things and we're getting so angry because we're like, no, we know this is true, or oh no, we know this isn't true, or whatever. And it's maddening. And I feel like it was designed to distract because, again, they all knew that Sebastian's household, he was enduring SA, he was enduring physical abuse, he was enduring mental, emotional, he was being degraded, by Proudfoot. I mean, they knew, and so they were like, "Oh crap, we can't let anybody knew. We can't let anybody know that Sebastian had been mistreated, and we had all this knowledge for almost 2 years that he has been in an abusive household. We were going to take him out, and we didn't. So they are backpedaling like a mother trucker because they know that they all screwed up, and that's the whole point. It's just so tough because this whole time they've been saying this is an active and ongoing investigation, and shame on you for speculating and starting that rumor mill. That does nothing to advance the case. Well, neither have you, Craddock, and now your ass is being sued.
I see the problem. I've been living the problem, and before we even got to this filing stuff, I've been working on Sebastian's law.
Right.
I've been working on a law that helps fix the problems and puts oversight on some of these agencies to fix the problem and make our children a priority.
Mm-hmm.
Too many of these organizations, I've seen them fail the children, and they're supposed to be for the children.
That's right.
And that's besides being upsetting, it leads to the downfall of civilization.
It's bad for everybody, especially the kids.
Right.
Mm.
But these are some of the things that kind of pushed you over the edge in why you wanted to bring this suit, is because a lot of that communication, like you said, not only you, Tony's asked, I know we've asked publicly here on our channels, many of us, are we any further than we were the day that this was reported? Basic information we don't even have.
What
did he even make it home from the Texas Roadhouse? I mean, that is basic information that you would think that they would have no problem. It doesn't go to the integrity of the investigation. Did he make it home or not? Yes or no?
Right.
And I can't
100%
for that. So, I mean,
and oh my gosh, can you imagine if at this moment they don't even know if he made it home or not? And we're 2.5 years into this case. I'm just, just the things that floor me when it comes to the questions we have, and we have no answers. Any answer that anybody gives you is speculative because it's not coming from the mouths of babes. It's not coming from them.
Right. We've all speculated, and even myself, I'm like, wait a minute, maybe he didn't make it home. Jen, you have two maps. One that he made it home, one that he didn't.
Right. And many of us have been divided. We have great content creators that are looking at this very analytically. And it's like, wait a minute, it's just, we all do it. Wait a minute. We don't even know. We have no factual basis to even say he walked in that door. Who told us that he made it home? Katie.
Right.
She went right in the garage.
Well,
Allegedly.
to be fair, I mean, there is that video out there that Sonny Weatherford did say that. And in my opinion, I understand everybody has their own opinions, but in my opinion, to be fair, and Seth knows I feel this way, and it wouldn't really matter. I mean, I do feel he made it home, but that's just my opinion. And my opinion,
I join you, so you're not alone in that. But I do know that there are many people, a trusted, very good content creator. Mama Rissa's in here tonight. I know that her and Hindsight have been working diligently, exploring that avenue, and they're not wrong for doing so.
no, nobody's wrong. Everybody has their right to their opinion and their thoughts and whatever they think. We're not all going to think the same. We're not all going to agree.
It does need to be explored, because at the end of the day, what person of actual factual status has said that he even made it home? But let's get back to some of this stuff that's in the report before we get too far off
the reservation.
Off the reservation.
Back to the farm.
Off the reservation. And I think that it's super important because a lot of these things, let's be honest, we've been deceived. Even you have been deceived. If we were to talk about deception here, you were deceived by lack of communication by the Department of Children and Family Services is one thing. And even though we're probably not going to go into that case too much tonight, we found out, which we did not know, that Sumner County Sheriff's Department were involved in both of those investigations. So they were well aware of these two investigations when your child.
Every time that I've seen anything with any child protection agency or Department of Children's Services, if you look at some of the videos, even on YouTube, when they show up, they have law enforcement with them because they're a government agency, but they don't have the authority that law enforcement has. All right. So when I asked them, you guys weren't involved with these DCS records, DCS, and I couldn't get a straight answer. But the first time that I was notified about anything, it was from the security resource officer at his middle school. And they called me on the phone.
So the problem started at high school.
Well, no, the thing is the school resource officer called me. I came in, that gentleman spoke to me like 30 or 45 minutes by myself.
Gotcha. I misunderstood you.
And that's when I told them about what happened in California. And I told them he needs help. He needs the help that I can't give him professionally. I'm trying to help him as much as I can as his dad, but I'm not a therapist. I'm not a psychologist. He needs help. And he didn't start getting the mental health appointments until after that.
So 3 days prior, him going missing, he had a doctor's appointment.
Good point. Yeah.
He had an appointment on Monday.
On Monday?
That was canceled on a Friday.
On Friday.
Which is, again, it comes back to blowing our mind because.
Oh, I see.
He disappeared. He disappeared on Monday. How did she foresee he would not be able to make it to that appointment on Friday?
I don't really want to talk about her.
Yeah, let's move on. Okay.
So the appointment, was that a mental health appointment?
Yeah, he was having 2 or 3 appointments every week.
Okay.
Not to mention there was at-home visits too. And when he was up here, they did at-home visits here. There were times that his appointment on Friday for me to pick him up, I would be there and Sebastian would stay there for, at the house for 30, 45 minutes to have his appointment with her. And then we would leave their house.
Okay, guys, I want to stop it here because this was in the paperwork too. And it was also, so Seth is trying to explain that Sebastian would be going through these therapies, right? And he would wait and Sebastian would do his therapy, right? And then he would go over to Seth's house. So these therapies were being done. Everybody was aware of the therapies and things like that, but not about the CPS involvement. So I think that that's very interesting too. And hey, Seth, welcome back. Well, Seth lives where you've been. Sorry, hold on. Sonny said we see him going in the house but not coming out, allegedly. I do remember that being said by Sonny Weatherford, who was the sheriff who was supposed to be retiring, but then he ended up passing away under suspicious and mysterious circumstances, in my opinion. Okay, where does he see him going in the house? Right, exactly. You can't if he's in the car and the car goes directly into the garage, right? Nobody could see that. Everybody was saying you couldn't tell. Um, and Lover Girl says, Bo, that's a valid question. I've thought maybe they can see him in a car or camera when they are driving in on maybe, but not the dash cam, because it's not a dash cam, right? Right. And see, that's another thing. Maybe that is what he's going off of. That's a good point, Lover Girl. And also, um, could have been that audio, right? So maybe he's just kind of embellishing it and not saying it right, you know. Um, so yeah, and maybe you'll know more after speaking with the doc. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Poppy Love says, Seth, how can we help you with legal costs and supporting Sebastian's law? How else can we help, or how else can we help you? We would like to help you have the best resources possible. Oh, Poppy, that's so sweet. I do actually have Seth's Cash App handy here. And I pulled it up. I was meaning to do it throughout the live, but here's Cash App and then a PayPal to help as well. So, because that way, yeah, I mean, and also, I think that's a good segue to let you guys know too that that Seth is not, he doesn't have a legal fund because he's not paying, he doesn't need money to pay this lawyer. The lawyer's already, working for him and everything. But again, Sebastian's law is going to cost, and then also just the search, right, and spreading awareness the day to day. So I think that's very sweet of you, Poppy Love. And you know what? I also think that Seth really deserved to have that, you know, is maybe an afterthought. And I'm sure there's people that brought him food and stuff that was kind and did things, but like a food train would be a nice thing as well, you know, things like that. But then again, he might want to just pick his own thing, and you guys could just send him a Cash App or a PayPal. But with that being said, I just kind of want to put that out there, right? Because really, can you imagine that Seth probably doesn't feel like cooking an entire meal for just one person? That was the hardest thing for me to get used to after my divorce, was just cooking for like just me, right? Or just even cooking for just my daughter and I, because my ex-husband can eat, right? He's not a big guy, you couldn't tell, but he could eat, right? And so I was used to cooking for more people. So it's difficult. It's difficult when you're, dealing with not being in a routine. And now 2.5 years in, I mean, it would just be nice to take a load off of Seth. You know what I'm saying? So just some food for thought, and just a little bit of, a way that you guys could help. But I did want to bring that up too, because I didn't want people getting that misconstrued. So, um, well, hello, little brat. Good to see you, hon. I love your avatar. So cute. She's a cute little puppy dog. All right, guys. So let's get back into it.
To come up here.
So I went ahead and just asked one of my AI programs, are there laws in Tennessee that criminalize physical punishment of a disabled person? And it says yes, Tennessee has several criminal statutes that apply when a disabled person is physically punished or abused, plus the general assault law that protects everyone. Here's how the framework fits together. The most directly relevant law in Tennessee is Code Section 3915510, which makes it an offense to knowingly abuse an elderly or vulnerable adult. For this statute, abuse means the infliction of physical harm in a vulnerable adult or person. That's not to a child. Hold on. Let me rephrase that. Let's see. What about child? They're talking about adults. Hold on. And I will read that, but I want to see about the child. What about a child?
And I'm under the understanding that this is, so basically your attorney has went over Tennessee, and this is everything that he is doing is federal.
Correct.
So like the Title IV, I'm thinking that is the Family First, where the Family First Act, Preservation Act, the Title IV.
Title IV is Title IV is when the individual that is at extreme risk is put up for non-custodial care or foster care.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
you're
I
talking
read
about
that.
with the
Right.
statement that he was in grave or in imminent danger of being removed. Are you talking
Right.
about that?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I didn't know
would
that
have
was
had
what
to
it was.
happen.
Okay, here is what it says. It says, for disabled children, the governing law in Tennessee is Child Abuse Statute 39-15-401. Rather than a vulnerable adult statute I described earlier, it protects any child under 18, and disability affects the particular picture more than it changes the statutory text. The core offense, knowingly, other than by accidental means, treating a child under the age of 18 so as it inflicts injury, is child abuse. The penalty turns primarily on the child's age. If the child is older than 8, it's a Class A misdemeanor. If the child is 8 or younger, it's a Class D felony. There's a parallel provision for abuse or neglect that adversely affects the child's health, and welfare, which is a Class A misdemeanor generally, but a Class E felony if the child is 8 or under. The offense escalates to aggravated child abuse under Section 39-15-402 when the child abuse results in serious bodily injury to that child, a deadly weapon or a dangerous instrument is used, or an act was especially heinous or anything. I don't think that is. I just wanted to see if him admitting that he gut punched or swatted in the gut a disabled child, if that would rise to the level for child abuse, for a child abuse charge. And it sounds like it is a misdemeanor. So in reality, it sounds like them failing to charge Chris after admitting abuse of your son would be negligent too. I mean, there is, that's all I was looking at. I was just trying to answer my own question without asking you to.
Oh yeah, because we know that Chris has on multiple occasions bragged about beating Sebastian, right? But now we're hearing about it in the CPS records because through this filing.
Much about it, but what kind of, what do you believe has been done, if anything, that you can share?
I've had tips and stuff come in, and my personal experience with the tips that have come in, there's a reason why I go to these places.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason why I speak to the police department or the sheriff's department or both, and wherever these tips are, and I hand them flyers that are from the FBI. And then I speak to them. And Miley, you sent me a tip.
Yeah.
And when you sent me that tip, at that point in time, I was still in communication with Sumner County.
Yes, absolutely.
I sent that to them, and I waited 2 days and drove up there.
Yeah.
And I
No,
spoke to
you didn't wait 2 days. You went, but you were waiting on them.
I waited 2 days for them, for Sumner County. But I drove up there and saw that the building was closed, contacted the sheriff's department. They came and met me. Like literally, I got out and they were like, "Are you armed?" And I was like, "Yes." And they're like, "Okay, before we speak, do you mind if we pat you down?" And I'm like, "Whatever means to make you feel comfortable, that is fine, because I need your help and I need your."
Right.
Well, it's a crazy world since there are certain things have gone on. You law enforcement cannot expect anybody that walks up to them to be friendly
Mm-hmm.
with good purpose.
But and that sheriff was on the phone with me, a three-way, or not a three-way, but staying in there with Seth. It was wild. But what happened and led to the tip, that was real, wasn't it, Seth? That was
It
wild.
was. I
And
mean, that's when I found out that the person was making a trip to Mexico. The
and I
law
think that's where a
enforcement,
lot of the Mexico stuff
My.
started coming in.
the sheriff's department had no idea who Sebastian was, and this was still
That's
in
scary.
Tennessee.
Wow.
This was still in Tennessee, and they had no idea who Sebastian was. I literally put them in. I gave them the number for Sumner County. I gave them the number for Brandon. I gave him the number for my TBI contact, and I gave him the number for the FBI contact. And when I called and followed up a week later with them, they hadn't heard anything from Sumner County or TBI, and the only person that they had heard from was the FBI.
To
Unbelievable.
this day,
Wow.
I still tell Seth, please, I would go there and still look around. That's how serious this tip was.
And Smiley, excuse me, I'm sorry, guys. Smiley, I know that that is Chris Broadfoot. Uh, also, I will just say he confessed to you on your show that he struck Sebastian with a belt. I don't know how hard the strike was, but it's just another admission, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, the law enforcement has that whole video, and I will say they did come back and take three pieces out of it, but or timestamps or whatever. But they have that whole thing, so whatever they did with it or doing with it or whatever,
I've
uh,
had other tips that have been
yeah,
in Kentucky and quite literally communicated with the police department and sheriff's department up there. They said that they had that the person that they saw looked like Sebastian and he was living in a tent on property.
Okay, guys, I do want to just rewind this back a little bit. And I want you guys to listen to that again because I know that a lot of you guys in the chat were telling me, Lady Freedom, I think that the grandfather mountain lead and also our friend Miss Anne, right? She had said that same thing. And she's like, hey, listen, I think that Sebastian could have been that grandfather mountain lead and something got mixed up, right? I think we should still be looking for Sebastian in that area. So again, and this is why people are going to worry and have these questions still when it's already done and over with and passed and that lead has been checked off, right? It's because we don't have the truth and transparency because they lied to us before, you know? So, hey, Danica, good to see you. Danica says, haven't y'all watched the Alibi Caller, which is supposedly Chris's coworker talking to Heather PI? Please listen to it. In my opinion, it's totally Chris himself. Yeah, we've listened to it here, Danica, and I played it a couple times, and it's so foul. But I do have some pictures. I need to pull those pictures in because I'm pretty sure I know who that caller is. Not Chris, but I think that Chris may have been with him or in his ear prior to. It sounds like his twin, right? But I think I pinpointed because I do have screenshots and I do need to get those out. Um, because I mean he was absolutely foul. And he told Heather PI, and this is where she, in my opinion, dropped the ball, that, they have that footage, and that footage can be gathered at any time, and that they keep it and all of this stuff in that call. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That call is interesting. And, I don't think it was his boss, though. I think it was his coworker. And I think that was all staged. Although, you don't know when Heather's going to call. Then again, Chris Proudfoot could have been like, you need to call him at this time right now. We all know how he talked to Heather. We all know how he talked to Chloe, right? And they allowed for him to mistreat them, and I don't have a whole lot of sympathy for them on that, which most of the time I would be sticking up for the females in the situation, be like, hey, you shouldn't talk to them like that. But they definitely allowed for that. And they never said, Mr. Proudfoot, you need to refrain from speaking to me in that tone. And that's all you need to do. And when it continues, you hang up. That's called setting boundaries. That's called following through on the boundaries that are set. You have to handle people like that who are narcissists. You have to. It's imperative. Otherwise, you could keep, messing with them, but you're never going to get anywhere, right? Setting up those clear, concise boundaries, that's the way to handle them. And they need to be handled, right? They're not normal humans.
Or doing with it or whatever.
I've had other tips that have been
Yeah.
in Kentucky, and quite literally communicated with the police department and sheriff's department up there. They said that they had that the person that they saw looked like Sebastian, and he was living in a tent on property on this person's farmland, like right off the road. And the information that they gave me sounded.
And Bo, I can grab that video and drop it in the I can drop the link for it, my video that I did on that. Because I did enhance the audio, and I worked with that. And that was courtesy of Justin. Justin played that.
Like Sebastian. They told me that what they saw around the tent, and I was like, well, I know my son. I know he likes that type of canned food because I bought it for him before. And I turned around and I gave all this information to Sumner County, and they would not even go up there and retrieve anything to do DNA or whatnot out of the tent that was still there and the cans that were there. And I'm like, there's cans, there's disposable utensils, and a tent. You should be able to get DNA out of any of this stuff. And you've already taken DNA stuff with DNA on it that has Sebastian, so there's no reason why,
Yeah, they have his hairbrush and his toothbrush. Wow.
and they never did.
So
I had to have my PI go do it because I know that if I go up there and get evidence, then it's considered tampered with. It's fruit of the forbidden tree. And, when I go to places, I speak to law enforcement. It's the first thing I do. I call law enforcement whenever I enter into the county, so that way they know I'm there and they know why I'm there. And then I ask to meet them at wherever location I'm going.
That
And I
seems
give them
incomplete, in my opinion. Incomplete.
And this is what I've been facing. No telling what Sebastian's going through.
Do you think that, well, I shouldn't be asking you those questions. Never mind.
Well, yeah. Don't ask my opinion. Tony's looking at me.
I already felt him in the back of, smacked me in the back of my head.
he done whistled in my ear. Hey, so
I'm trying to, kind of wrap my head. How much did you actually know before you received the reports from the Department of Children and Family Services? I mean, because there's stuff about Christopher
It's like
whacking him and
I knew none of this. When I state that I knew about the first one, I know about the first one because I spoke to the resource officer.
yeah,
I
that's what you
never
were
spoke to
earlier.
TCS.
Oh, so even the first time they never contacted you.
No, the only reason I know about everything in the first
Okay.
one was because
Yeah.
the school's resource officer contacted me. Deputy Rogers with Sumner County contacted me, and I thought it sticks in my head because that's my last name. So when I walked in, it was, hello, Deputy Rogers. I'm Deputy Rogers. Nice to meet you. You know, and it was there. And I spoke to him for 30, 45 minutes, and Chris and Katie both were called in by the school and the resource officer.
Well,
Thank you for
clarifying, because that was a big, great
Yeah.
question,
But
Betty, because that was a big one.
TCS never contacted me. So everything in those reports I knew nothing about until my attorney was able to get them. And they're redacted.
but the stuff that you did read was heartbreaking.
It's the
And
tip
then
of the
and you
iceberg of what
couldn't
you guys
even talk about it, and you still haven't been able to talk about it. I mean, this is really as much as I think that the most that has come out, and I think this is. I'm sure your attorney was scant because of the sensitivity of this case, and what the little bit is put in here is fairly shocking. I mean,
Yeah, that's why I told you I could talk about what's been that's in the filing itself because it's now public record.
right.
But anything else I can't talk about because
It's not here, and yeah.
and I'm not allowed to because yeah.
So so my understanding is when Eric Craddock told the public, I mean, based upon this, and it's kind of in here, but maybe you can clarify just a little bit more. When he told the public that they're now switching gears and going from the ground search to more of the investigative side of things, I think was almost verbatim the words he used, the investigative side. That's when they basically just turned off the spigot. Like nothing more was really done from that point forward. I mean, we had what was his name? Widener guy. Ken Widener out there saying in his, 30 years or 40 years of doing this, he's never had a case where the dogs didn't pick up a scent. And, we're hearing those things. And then we're finding out that the case is just, they didn't get anything. So it's just like, okay, well, what do we do now? I guess we go to a different side of the investigation. Okay, well, now they're on a different side of the investigation. What happens from that point? Usually they go to the reports, who came in and out of the neighborhood. They start looking for isolated areas to search. We've seen that many times where they pulled back on the main search, but then like a week or two later, or 3 weeks or a month later, now they're out there on a targeted search looking for something that they heard or saw based on the leads. We never saw any of that happen anywhere in Tennessee. It's like as if so anyways, coming back to it, did they do anything? Did they follow any additional leads after that first 8 days that you know of?
I can't answer that question with anything except for I don't know.
Yeah. And that's pretty bad because
now what I can tell you from what my understanding is that even while the ground search was going on by Sumner County and 7 other agencies, which I appreciate all the agencies that came in to search for my son on the ground, nothing came from it. But
that we know of.
Right.
They didn't.
Right. Nothing came of it that we know of. And, they said it themselves, though. I mean, but they have lied to us before. But they said there's been nothing. There's no evidence, right? No evidence of foul play. No evidence Sebastian ever left the house. No evidence that he even made it home from the house. No evidence of where he might be. No evidence. And thank you so much, Poppy Love. Said to stay hydrated. That is so cute with the little turtle. Oh, I love that. So cute. Thank you so much. And you're welcome, Danica. I'm hiding back here. I'm right here. But I figured I would I probably should switch that up a little bit so it looks, you guys are like, wait, what happened? Deja vu. Hello, Paige. I'm just curious, what does Sebastian's law say? Oh, the specifics. We read through it on Jen's, um, but I would like to do that here as well. Um, you know, the specifics really, if I could give a brief summary of it, it would be that Seth is seeking out federal oversight so that way other missing children and parents don't have to deal with what he's dealt with. And that goes for Indigenous children. There's different clauses, and there are different stipulations, but basically, they would need a government overhaul on what they're doing now, and create databases where the children don't fall through the cracks, and their performance is going to dictate how much money that they will get and things of that nature. But yeah, I would love to go over that with you, Paige, because I think that's a great question. Um, Love Mama Love says, reason I went off that live other night, one person in my opinion has too big a mouth. Sorry, but I don't sub to that one because of the loudness. Well, and I mean, I think everybody has the right to talk to listen to who they like, and I don't ever hold it against people, or I try not to. I mean, unless like they're in somebody else's chat, unless I'm like in the bushes and they're in the chat and they're like talking bad about me or something like that. That's about the only time I'll be like, well, do you have to talk bad, but don't come into my chat and be all nice. I mean, again, it's one of those things, because I would hate for somebody to hold it against me that I've been over and listening to Queen Bee in the bushes, or I've been over and listening to, I mean, even Jay is for Justice. I've been over there listening. Um, you know, so yeah. I mean, I've been in nonsenses before. I had a gifted membership over there. You know what I mean? And her and I don't see eye to eye in everything. I appreciate some of the things that she's done. And I don't think she's a terrible person or anything, in my opinion, anything like that. But I mean, people might be like, well, lady, why would you go over there because of this? I just want people to hold it against me. So I don't want you guys to hold it against each other, or I don't want to hold it against you. Because everybody wants to, listen to everything that is being said. And, that's how we can listen to different points of views. And, there might be, I think everybody has something to bring, to the table. I do. I think everybody, has something to say. Now, that's not including people who are morons, right? Some people are just absolute morons. And I'm not trying to be mean. It's just like, there's just some people that I'm not going to listen to because, for one, they don't tell the truth. That's another thing that really bugs me. I hate a liar, right? We all lie, but there's people that are liars, right?
Find my son.
Right.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
That's the only thing that matters to me, is finding my son and bringing him home. But I know that TBI was involved because they're the ones who issue the Amber Alert.
What were you hopeful that their involvement would bring in more resources that would locate your son?
I was hopeful for anything. For anything. I'm still hopeful for stuff. I accept And that, for me not to be, is a disservice to my son. To not accept help is a disservice for the missing. My son is missing. I need him. I need him. I need him. I
Because
want him.
they
He's
did turn down services, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
Can you name a few?
Marshals. Marshals is a good one that they turned down.
The U.S. Marshals. That was pretty
US
shocking.
Marshals, yeah. They turned down the cold case. They've turned down a few other PIs that I had employed to help. Sumner County won't even speak to them in their ex-law enforcement.
Right. Wow. So they've just turned down a whole mess of.
Well, while the ground search was going on, TBI has stated that they were investigating it criminally.
Well, but my question is if TBI was involved and they were a resource to Sumner County, and Sumner County was asking them, "Are we doing anything?" Why would they not point out that they never turned the house into a crime scene, or they've never properly did this or never properly did that? I mean, it's still shocking to me to this day that there was never a crime scene tape ever put up around that house. Not once.
No, when I showed up, nobody asked who I was or anything else. I spoke to the dog people. They didn't know who I was either.
Can you tell us again who exactly was there when you showed up?
No, it's nothing to do with the filing right now.
Okay.
Only thing I want to speak about is the agencies. I don't want to talk about anything else.
Okay.
Sorry.
So in other words, they didn't want to bring anybody in to help with the criminal side. Is that what I'm hearing? Or is
And
that
the
right?
case, yeah, that sounds right. And the case losing its momentum as soon as they stopped the ground search. But they had thousands. The problem I'm having here is they had thousands of leads allegedly, and you would think that after the ground search they would be following these leads. Those leads should have produced, even if it was like a left field type of issue, it should have produced at least one searchable area. And they've never searched again. And they've never talked about the case publicly again. And then 2 years went by. I mean, that's kind of the problem I think that I have. I'm absolutely confident that it has a lot to do with what frustrates Seth about this.
I mean, they kept the construction going. They kept everything. I mean, it's like,
they shut nothing down. They took
they
no
acted like he was they acted like he was a 5-year-old with autism looking in ponds, that were just the whole search was just, I don't know, it was just to see the new construction continuously going. I was
Seth, did
taken
they
back by that.
ever ask you? I'm
Crazy.
sorry, you just brought up something, Jen. Did they ever ask you about your son while you were there? That any time there, like his behaviors, even when they were starting to look for, like in the ponds and stuff? Did they ever ask you would he be in the pond or would he go toward the pond?
No. They literally asked me what his favorite song is.
I mean, he's 15 and they're playing Eye of the Tiger like he's a kid, like he's little boy. It just that seemed weird to me. And Ken Widener kept talking about his experience with autistic children. Well, yeah, I mean, autistic children that 4 or 5 years old that are not, maybe not verbal, or I don't know. It just that seemed very weird to me. And I think that the protocols, their policies and their protocols are so outdated.
I don't think they're outdated. I think you're
they
giving
don't
them
have
too
the
much
proper
credit.
training. They don't have the proper training. I think that Seth's attorney was correct, Mr. Ritchie, when he said that they are amateur, definitely amateur, and that's what it looked like to me. It looked like an amateur, even though there was a lot of agencies there.
I'll tell you right now that I know I upset them at the very beginning. When they were like, we want everybody to stay here. Well, I don't want to be at my ex's house. Okay. I don't want to be there. Jen, you know me.
Right.
I'd rather be in my truck than
Yeah.
even in my house.
Yeah.
All right. Because if in my truck, I'm on the move, I'm going.
You would rather eat sawdust.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Well, but
No,
they
I'm
should
not a
have treated the
termite.
house like a crime scene. They shouldn't have everybody up at the house
But I
contaminating
spent
the last
I
more
place
think that
to
they
time.
should have
live.
preserved it. Maybe not as a
They
crime
should
scene,
have.
but
Yeah,
preserve
they should have preserved it.
everything.
Even if he
Yeah,
was a
Yeah,
runaway till
true.
they figured out what was
True.
going on, although I never will
exactly.
believe he ran away. I will never
Exactly.
believe that.
I spent
No.
more time at the command center trying to get information on where to go look than I did at the house. And it was to the point that they literally approached me one of the times I pulled in from looking because I was driving around, windows were down. I was screaming Sebastian's name. I was going anywhere and everywhere, met some people who did not know the child was missing and let them know that he is missing and pulled up so they could see pictures of him. And it got to the point that Sumner County approached me and stated, "You need to stop being here at the command center."
Yeah, that's.
Well, what am I
that's
supposed to do? My son is missing. I'm going to go look for him. I don't know where he's at.
you just wanted to do something.
I
Listen,
can't sit on my hands and not do anything. And they're like,
Yeah, I don't blame you.
well, you're coming in and you're looking at Caltopa. And I'm not, I'm like, and you have it set up outside the building to begin with. So anybody could pull in and look. They went as far as contacting my job to let them know that I was wearing my coat from work so that I would receive a write-up. But there was news crews everywhere, and I was told not to do any interviews by Chief Deputy Craddock. He told us not to do any interviews. So I don't want to look like somebody out of, the whatever, walking into the command center. Everybody's in uniforms or, for their agency and stuff like that. So I had my sheriff hat on and my coat. Not my shirt, not my pants, not my boots, not the rest of, and it was cool. Like, it was cool enough that you needed to have a coat. And they contacted my boss to write me up for wearing my coat.
so you just got off from work. You got this worse news, and do you just kind of feel like they were out to get you from the start? I mean,
I don't feel they were out to get me. I felt that they felt like they didn't like somebody looking over their shoulder
yeah,
to see what they're doing. But it's my son.
yeah,
That's kind of that pompous ego crap that we always talk about.
right.
Yeah.
I don't care who you are. Please help me find my son. But when it comes down to what you're doing, I'm looking to see what you're doing because I'm looking for my son too.
Yeah, they
When
probably.
I see the big screen up there and they're showing Caltopa, and I'm like, okay, I really don't know much about how this county is laid out, but I'm pulling up the county map and then I'm looking at Caltopa and I'm like, well, nobody has searched here or here or here. And I jump in my truck and I go search those areas in my vehicle because they told me if you're not going to stay in here at the house and you're going to search, do it from your vehicle.
Yeah,
Because the last thing we want is for you to go missing while we're searching for your son.
yeah, in my opinion, it sounds a little bit egotistical, and it sounds like they felt a little bit intimidated as well.
I mean, obviously they felt intimidated because Sheriff Craddock asked me to put in an application and come work for it.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, sir.
Yep.
I'm not going to work for you. If you were to have found my son and done a proper investigation and stuff of that sort and not had your ego or whatever it is when you're dealing with me, that would have showed me some professionalism. But I don't need to show you professionalism. I am a parent of a missing child. I am extremely emotional about this. I cannot be involved with what's going on. And that's a conflict of interest if I put your badge on.
Exactly.
Let me ask you this: how do you so how do you feel about CPS? Were they not supposed to? California, should they have not had those records in Tennessee when Tennessee come and notified?
States do not, state child agencies do not communicate with each other.
Okay.
Now, in order for you either have to have them or you have to have an attorney from one state to be able to get them and send them to an attorney of another state. That
No,
you
but
employ both.
no, but what I mean is like when CPS was called in Tennessee
Right.
and they didn't notify you. Usually when they come out, they know everything about everything more than you know about yourself.
I've never spoken to DCS here.
No, I understand that. That's not what I'm saying. When they come out about Sebastian, that was Katie was still his mother. They would have had whole kits and caboodles about Sebastian, whether you were in the picture or not. They should have picked up the phone and said, "We're calling his dad. Where's his dad?" Is that so? Why did that not happen? I mean, in your opinion,
In California
no.
and
From
here.
Tennessee, they should have had all those records from California.
I believe that they were able to get those records from California after the SRO from his school had the meeting and communication with us. Because from my understanding, with what I have read, DCS here has read that information from California.
All right, let me ask you this. Do you think if they had have contacted you in Tennessee and you would have known about what was in those records, that you would have your son home?
I think that if they had contacted me, I wouldn't know any of y'all. I'd be still living my best
Sadly.
life with my son.
Hmm.
I mean, literally, I'd be spending weekends fishing with him, and be spending plenty of time playing cards, playing tournaments with him, playing D&D, and I would not be at my house right now at 8 o'clock at night in front of my computer talking to people about the fact that he's missing, because he wouldn't be missing. Right now, we would be at the game store because it's open until midnight, and we D&D until midnight. You know, we spend 4 or 5 hours playing D&D. It's where me and him should be at right now. Unless, of course, he didn't want to. But the greatest thing about D&D with Sebastian and with me is that you get tired of playing one character, you just make another one. So it's never the same thing over and over. It's just,
It's a shame.
I shouldn't be
It's
here.
a shame.
I shouldn't be filing a lawsuit against these entities. I should none of this.
It's not about money, as it said. It's not one bit about money.
Mm-mm.
Take everything I have. I don't care. I just want my son. That's all I want.
I
I
understand.
asked my attorney about. I was like, what's up?" I did ask him because I was like, first thing I was like, my son is worth more than this $10 million. Why did you stop at that? And he was like, well, it's not about what your son's worth. And I was like, well, that's obvious because my son's worth more than all the money in the world. And he was like, the point of what we're asking for is to draw attention to how serious this is.
It is so serious that we have got to have
That's how
Sebastian.
he explained it to me. And I said, well, you're the attorney.
Ah, this feeling is brought to you by Aleve for back pain relief.
Okay, guys, sorry about that.
What feeling is that, you
Let's
ask?
get this
Well,
over.
This is
And oh, sorry, hold on one second.
just want my son.
There we go.
That's all I want. I asked my attorney about. I was like, what's up? I did ask him because I was like, first thing I was like, my son is worth more than this $10 million. Why did you stop at that? And he was like, well, it's not about what your son's worth. And I was like, well, that's obvious because my son's worth more than all the money in the world. And he was like, the point of what we're asking for is to draw attention to how serious this is.
It is so serious that we have got to have
That's
Sebastian.
how he explained it to me. And I said, well, you're the attorney. This is your wheelhouse. It's not mine. Even being on YouTube is not my wheelhouse.
Well, law is not my wheelhouse, but I can say that people are taking it seriously. It seems,
Yes.
in my opinion, that they are taking it seriously now. It's a very serious matter when we see this filing. There is nothing pleasant about it.
No, what it shows is failure of the Department of Children and Family Services to remove a child from a dangerous home. And it shows law enforcement willingly knowing that there was abuse going on, have enough, according to the Tennessee statutes, to make an arrest of Chris Proudfoot for at least a misdemeanor. And still to this day, they have not arrested that man for a misdemeanor that he acknowledged doing. He spit it out of his own mouth that he did it.
Yes, Betty. Yes. Yes, indeed.
I took a belt to my son's buttocks, and with one slap on his closed buttocks. I believe that's exactly what he stated. I just
Yeah.
Yeah. He said it a couple different
he
times and
stated
ways.
it.
Give him
And
one leg.
obviously,
One.
it's in the filing. Anything that's in the filing that has parentheses around it, it comes straight out of the filing.
And straight out of the report,
Yes.
the DCS reports, those
Good to know.
quotations and parentheses, those are direct excerpts from the reports, the DCS reports, DCF, whatever it's called. Wow.
Okay, that's good to know. So when we get into that, those pieces.
So let me read some of those directly out of the report. Then I've got the stuff right here.
Oh,
So let me just read it directly out of the report.
Yeah, I've got it pulled up on my computer. I could read some of it, but
I've got to get past all the
I'm not
language here. Okay. So the first thing, minor child 3 times a week. I think a 16 is going to be the most, let's see, factual allegations. So these are the factual allegations. The history of abuse and vulnerabilities were known to law enforcement. And these aren't the quotations. Hold on, where are the quotations? Okay, here's one. I don't want to use that. Hated that. Oh, here it is. Neighbors reported that Proudfoot, and when you look back on 16B, Christopher Proudfoot is considered Proudfoot. So when you see Proudfoot on here, they're specifically referring to Chris specifically. And they say under 16D, neighbors reported Proudfoot, and they put in exact quotations of what the neighbor said, hated the child and wanted the child to die. And then the grandmother reported the stepfather often called Sebastian's names and would degrade him. Hey, Seth, let me, if you don't mind me asking, and you don't have to answer this, but it is in the report. Is the grandmother your mother or his mother?
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha. And then this right here, this is another one out of the report. DCS determined, they put this in quotations or in quote marks, at serious or imminent risk of removal from Proudfoot's home under Title 9E candidacy program.
Title 4E. So that's
is that 4E?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was.
I thought it was
Yeah,
9.
that's what I wanted you to read.
Oh, that's
yeah.
right. It's an X. It's an X. Sorry, I'm trying to. I got my Roman.
So the Title 4E. What I'm under.
Good night, Bo. Oh, and thank you, Seth, for the floating heart. That's so sweet of you. Thank you very much. Sammy, that's a great point. You don't make systematic change by only suing for the amount of money that they have written into their budget as just the cost of doing business, right, Sammy? Exactly. And if somebody comes in there and they say, "Well, I just want $1,000, right, or whatever," I mean, you have to go for the damages and what is going to be, and you could probably explain this better than me. But you just can't go in there and be like, well, I mean, I don't mind. It's okay. It's principle. No, you really do have to have an amount in there, and you have to show and demonstrate that you're absolutely serious, right? And that this lawsuit is not frivolous and not without good cause, right?
The impression of, let me look, hold on. Title 4E is actually Family First Prevention Services Act. So Family First Prevention Services. So they failed to prevent what happened. I mean, they failed in so many ways.
Right. So these are in quotation marks. So this is in a report somewhere that this is actually in the report that he was at serious or imminent risk of removal. And my big problem is
non-custodial custody.
To non-custodial custody.
Or
Wow.
foster parents, which means they should have immediately contacted me. And there would have been no more reports because he would have been here.
Oh my God.
He would have been safe. Yeah. He'd be hiding underneath his bed reading a book or playing his video games. He'd be here.
All preventable. All preventable.
Yeah, what took my breath away when I read that is that what if they would have just taken him and you didn't even know? I mean, they're not telling you anything. They're not calling you. They're not, conveying any of this stuff to you.
Great point, Jen.
What would have prevented them from just taking him and not even letting you know?
What did?
Well, it sounded like that's what they were about to do.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. It sounds like if they were at the point. So because I can hear how it's going to be spun right now. It sounds like they were at the point, they didn't come to this agreement, Seth and all them, whatever they were doing before. And Seth said, wait a year, blah, blah, blah. Look, if they would have called Seth and Seth would have said, hypothetically, if he would have said, I can't, I need time, I don't have whatever, then they were at the point they would have put Sebastian in a foster home. That's the point it sounds like they were at. But see, that wouldn't have happened if they would have contacted Seth. Seth would have had him by now.
I find it awfully interesting
they could have contacted me and told me that, and I'd been like, you need to have the sheriffs there by the time I get there, and I'll be there in an hour. Like, I might have cops following me because I'm going to hit the interstate, and I ain't doing less than 90 till I get there.
Well, yeah.
And I stop at 90 because there's a regulator on my truck. I can't help it.
You know,
How often do you reach out? Maybe you can or cannot tell me. Maybe this goes. How often were you reaching out to law enforcement and them not returning your phone calls?
Multiple times a week.
Yeah. Okay.
My son's missing.
Yeah.
Every day.
Do you know how many times? Do you know how many times, if any? Well, never mind. You don't want to talk about that.
that's a good question. When exactly did he qualify for the Title 4E?
That's not released in the filing, so I can't state that date.
Yeah, it's not in the filing.
Jen over here trying to get me to go to jail. I don't look good in orange or with silver bracelets.
What am I doing?
Got the wrong person for orange, honey.
I know.
You got the wrong person for orange. That's funny. No, and and all the kidding aside, though. But I mean, this is serious business, but it's difficult, right? Because it's like we're so curious, and there's going to be questions where we do ask, right? Where we're like, well, what about this, right? And we probably should have asked. But I just love Jen. She's so cute. Jen's just a beautiful person. And I just love the green in the background too, by the way. But yeah, Seth is cracking me up. Again, guys, I mean, it's a little bit of humor in such a heavy subject. It really is. But again, it's just important to recognize that, there's going to be certain things. And I think Seth was very gracious about answering questions. On this live, and then coming back and saying, you know what, the chat was flying, I'll answer some more questions. So I really appreciate that from you too, Seth, if you're still in here, but also maybe get some sleep. But really.
I walk in, I was into Jennifer Coffendaffers. I walk in earlier and all I hear is Seth saying, what are you trying to do? Get me thrown in jail? What's going on here?
I told you, Betty, you don't look good in orange and you don't look good in stripes either, honey.
No.
Stop it.
I'm too fat for stripes, thank you.
Stop, they'll be making memes. With the little hat stripe on top. Stop it.
Oh no, Smiley.
You look more like that beefy burger. Pay me today. Can I give you a hamburger tomorrow?
What bothers me is that, like the punch, the slap in the stomach, from wearing a belt, that right there too.
Well, we don't know if that no, you're crossing two things. We don't know what that was for. All we know is Chris told us on Smiley's Story World that he popped him on the buttocks with a belt over a belt, but we're finding out here that he ended up swatting him in the stomach, and we don't even know why he swatted him in the stomach. It didn't legend here what the swat was
he's
for.
supposed to. Well, it just says that you're supposed to be wearing a belt.
Oh, is that what it is? Is the belt part in here?
That's what's
okay.
Yeah, he got punished for not wearing a belt.
Well, so he did
he's
lie
not wearing a belt.
Smiley.
But you're getting on to him for soiling himself, and he's losing. He can't do all that and try to go to the bathroom.
That's where the pull-ups come in, Jen. You're right.
Yeah,
so he was doing it because Sebastian was to wear a belt with the pull-ups. Now, this is what's sick, is that he lied, and he told the story the way he wanted to tell it, his own narrative. But the real narrative, the real story that I guess was when this all transpired, was that he was to wear the belt. When he Sebastian lifted the shirt up, no belt, whack, got him.
I think that for me, stomach. I mean, this is just what's been recorded, what he has said, and what is here. There's no telling how many times that happened. I'm just, it's just so sad.
Well, it seems like he always seemed to have an answer. It seemed like he always had, and not only that, but this is what really surprises me, because we were all at the court. I don't know how many of you guys were with me. Jen, you might have been there. Seth, I think you were there when we left court one day, and we look out the window of the 5th floor, and they are all just in each other's throats.
I remember that.
How many people were there? You were there, Jen?
I was there. I saw
Seth,
that.
you were there?
No, ma'am, I was not there.
Okay, well, the reason why I'm saying this is because I want you guys to remember when we approached, or somebody went into Queen Bee's channel and said while he was live that, because I was talking about it on my channel, saying, "Oh my gosh, there was like." We saw the freaking bulges coming out of the side neck of Kathy Bauer's socks. Remember that? I'm like, I can see her vein.
Yeah.
And they were.
That, not to interrupt you, but for just one brief second, Betty, you know that they have cameras inside and outside of the courthouse that record audio and visual.
Yeah.
So I literally reached out to Brandon and I was like, maybe you should listen to the conversation that was happening outside. It might give you some more information. I'm pretty sure they never did.
They probably never did. They're lazy. They're lazy.
That's their own department that's running the security there.
Yeah, well,
that's not an investigation if you're not willing to dig and look for answers.
Do everything that you can do. Right, exactly. But anyways, getting back to that. Well, he was on Queen Bee's channel at that later that night or later that day, and somebody went in there to address him, and he just smooth as butter, just lies slapped through his teeth. And I mean, it was so believable, and I'm like, ooh, he's good. Like, well, he's really good. Chris Proudfoot is a seasoned liar.
Yeah, Peter Hyatt had choice words about him, to be very careful when you're speaking to him, because he does not answer questions. Like, you ask a question, he does not answer the question, but he's slick about how he'll beat around the whole question. And he'll change how he answers where he's not answering anything.
And he did just that, because he slid right into that. He goes, you should know Southern mamas. Do you think that Southern mamas would allow their son to talk to them like that? Well, I didn't see her backhand you. And it was going on for quite some time. We're all
wow.
There was all of us, and we were just smushed. Like, the whole fifth floor just had all of our faces lined up.
All over at the window going.
Just looking out, just looking down at this whole
phones.
thing going on down there, and they're just going at it. I'm like, oh my God, they're about to hit each other. Guys, they're going to hit each other.
You do realize that I reached out and I told them while we were there, I was like, you realize that if I walk out there right now, you will have
they wouldn't leave.
Fucking brawl. Excuse my language, Tony.
But that's why
the first one to swing at me will be the first one I bust their head open.
But remember, that's the reason why we were looking out the window, because we couldn't leave until they had left. And we're
well, and I mean, to do that outside in front of the courthouse is beyond me. Like, I cannot believe that they're fine with that. Yeah. What exactly is swatted in the stomach? I've been backhanded, and it's pretty much like a punch. Well, it could be like an open hand slap, right? Or he could have socked him in the stomach. I mean, swatted sounds pretty fast. Like a swat sounds fast to me. But we just don't know. That's why we need more context. That's why we need the truth to come out, because there's no reason why Sebastian should have ever had to endure any type of blow or strike by Mr. Chrissy Pissy Pants Stepfoot in his big pig hands, in my opinion.
Waiting for them to leave, and we're like, have they left yet? And it's like, oh my gosh.
And again, this is how they treat their own family members. If they're willing to treat their own family members like this, and you think that you're special somehow, think again. These people treat each other that way. They treat everyone that way. And they most certainly treated Sebastian that way.
You guys watching this?
We couldn't leave until the deputy came up and was like, hey, we got them all, you know, out. And I was like, appreciate it. Don't like being here to begin with.
That was insane. But when he was on that channel and they approached him about it, like, he wasn't expecting to be approached about it. It was it was all off guard for him. He wasn't expecting to be asked that question right then on that spot. But he covered it just smooth as butter without skipping a beat. And I watched it in real time, and I'm just thinking to myself, you are one slick SOB.
Like I said,
Mhm.
Peter Hyatt said that anytime he speaks, he creates everything he speaks is him creating his own world. And
Yep.
you have to watch those type of individuals
Yep.
because
But
getting
Chris is a pathological liar. He's been doing this so long. He's quick on his feet. He's clever, he's smooth, he's conniving, he's cunning.
that that was the same time that I saw, Terry Lynn was in the parking garage
Yeah,
with
she
us
was there too.
when we
Yeah, that was
walked
awesome.
in, but when we walked out, she was with them.
Yeah.
And 2A and her were over on the side of the building have a secret conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I wonder what you two are talking about.
Yep. They
What
should have.
what information is a particular PI giving you to tell them?
Wow.
Fatty, can you go to 29 on that same one that you're on?
Item 29, like line 29.
Yeah, it's 29. It's right before the second calls of action because 20, I'm sorry, not 20, yeah, 29, where it talks about
29's
Tennessee.
above the first cause of action.
Yeah, and then so 29, if we could talk about 29 and then the first cause of action that 42 USC substantive due
Due
process.
process. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Tennessee ranks 7th nationally in missing person cases with 991 active cases of as of mid 2025 and 924 unsolved cases in NamUs database as of January 2025. The SCSO failures are not isolated but reflected of a systematic deficiency in how Tennessee law enforcement handles missing person cases. I got to tell you, I've been screaming this since Summer Wells, since 2022. I've
Yeah.
been saying that since that, absolutely. And then for everybody at home that wants to know what the first cause of action are, it's 42 USC section. It's a civil rights claim. A 1983 section, and it's substance due process, and its 14th Amendment, deliberate indifference and state created danger. This is, well, it's not too long, it's a few paragraphs. It says, okay, 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution provides that no state shall deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. In child welfare cases, the applicable standard for substantive due process liability under 42 USC section 1983 is deliberate indifference. That is whether the state actor knew of and disregarded a substantial risk of serious harm to the plaintiff, citing a case law, Patel versus Kent School District. Under the state created danger doctrine, the state actor may be held liable under 1893 when the state's affirmative action created or increased the danger to the individual, and cited another case law, DeShaney versus Winnebago County Department of Social Services. Sebastian, as a missing child, was documented with documented disabilities and known history of abuse. And I like how they keep referencing this as known history of abuse, because that is what is proliferated through these reports. And this is what, again, he was about to be removed from the home over. And law enforcement was involved in this before he went missing.
Exactly.
So let's keep going in here. So the missing child was documented disabilities and known history, had a liberty interest in his personal security protected by the 14th Amendment. Rogers has a protected liberty interest in the care, custody, and companionship of his son. This claim is brought on behalf of Sebastian through his father and next friend of Rogers. The state-created danger doctrine requires the state's own affirmative conduct created or increased the plaintiff's exposure to danger, citing case law Kennedy versus Richfield City. Defendants' affirmative acts that create or increase the danger to Sebastian includes A, knowing Sebastian's history of SA abuse, and it had been reported and investigated by DCS. B, knowing that Sebastian had a home life that DCS own records showed has been marked by physical and emotional degradation, and stepfathers who neighbors reported the child was hated, that he hated the child and wanted the child to die. And C, for failing to take any action. Defendants under color of the state. So they had all of this in their reports, and they still kept this child in this home with a step parent hating that child and wanting that child to die.
Whoa. I mean, that's the thing. Excuse me. And I'm sorry. I just came in hot with my gator throat. Okay. So again, this is why I like other people and how they put things, right? Because I might put something a little different than Betty would put it, and Jen might put something different than I would put it. Seth put something different than us because he's a guy, right? Just kidding. Or same thing, Smiley might put it differently, right? Into a different perspective. And when you hear it like that they still left Sebastian in a home where he was being, I don't want to say he was being threatened with lethal force, but if you want someone to die, that's strange. Now, if it was this teenager in the house saying, "Well, I want I want my stepdad to die," right? Because I can't stand him. That's a little bit more understandable and normal, because for one, saying I want that person to die is very immature. Something you would expect out of a 15-year-old, not a 40-something-year-old man. I think he's 43 like I am. Right? I think me and Foot are both born in 82. Okay? That's not something a parent says. That's for damn sure. But when you know that one of the people in the household who is in a position of trust, hates the child and wants them to die, and you leave that child in the house, and then they end up missing. Hello, hate channels who relentlessly stick up for Katie and Chris. Hello, what about Sebastian? Because I'm here to tell you, when you think of it like that, and then you have Chris, right, telling all of these people things and going up there and admitting to abusing Sebastian and bragging about it. And then you hear that CPS documented that type of a statement. It really makes you wonder why they didn't help Sebastian. It really makes you wonder why there has been no arrests. It really makes you wonder how someone could be so dense that they hear something like that and they're completely okay with it. What's your excuse for that? There is no excuse for that, because no parent should ever have that sentiment about a child, that they are in a position of trust and in a position where they're caring for or in authority over that child. Period. There's nothing more. There's nothing more. Okay? So don't say you care about Sebastian and you want him to be found, and in the same breath, be okay with Chris and Katie Stankfoot and their horrible actions and Katie's inaction to take her son and get him the hell away from that psychopath.
I mean, I don't know. Like, that's so significant here. It's angering. The defendants.
Infuriating. It pisses me off that some person that's supposed to be taking care of my son, because he married my son's mother, and yet no.
Okay, well, just take a breath. I'm just reading some of the stuff. Defendants acting under color of state were deliberately indifferent to Sebastian's disappearance. This deliberate indifference is evidenced by The failure to secure the scene. They failed to secure the scene. We all watched it and we all agree to that. Whether you're pro Proudfoot or anti Proudfoot, it doesn't matter. We all know the scene was never protected. The failure to verify Proudfoot's alibi. Guys, Christopher Proudfoot's alibi was never verified by law enforcement.
Betty, do you mind if I ask you a question? Because you went to the area, right? You traveled there, like, to check on some of that, because we all have known that, but that's confirmation, in my opinion.
I did a test, and Chris Proudfoot had ample time to get off the phone with Katie. At the time, he got off the phone with Katie, drive to his house, and drive back stay there for 10 minutes, drive back, and still have another 20 to 30 minutes a playtime in his thing, and he would be without any sleep, which was I think the way. I mean, even though his supervisor didn't describe him as without sleep, they described an unusual behavior to the point that they've never kicked him off a job before, and they kicked him off that morning because of his behavior and how erratic he was acting. And I would say that does kind of bode with maybe no sleep, does it not?
Yeah,
I'm grumpy if I don't have any sleep.
Right.
burner
So
phone. I mean, he didn't even have to take his phone with him, but burner phones.
this is all theorization, which I know we're not really going to go down that rabbit hole. But at the end of the day, because it is referenced here, his alibi, we've questioned that alibi since the beginning, and we were told that we were wrong. And but I can tell you, when I went there, from my experience, and the people I spoke to, the gates are open. People are working at 5 a.m. on the job,
Right.
but it's the people inside the building on the first level where all the lights are. It's dark out there. And so when I talk to some of the people, it's really the plumbers, the electricians, and stuff like that to the building that are getting there at that time of morning. It is not the crane workers. I was told the crane workers don't start showing up until about 6:30, 6:45, and they don't start work until 7. That's what I was told.
That's what I thought. Thank you, because.
But I didn't talk to his personal supervisor. But Silver is on the scene, says he spoke to his direct supervisor, and his direct supervisor concurred everything I said. So I don't know. That's all hyperbole. I mean, we don't have any factual information other than the people that we spoke to saying that. But again,
the law enforcement tendency, we have way too many cases that haven't been solved, and there's a reason for that. This is big.
Because, like I said, it's their training. I've been saying.
On top of this, understand that I called to request the DCS records. All right.
Yeah.
And then I'm told I need to have an attorney. And then my attorney gets them, requests them, gets them, and the caseworker is fired Friday. All in 1 week.
Wow. So you can't even speak to the caseworker.
The fact is, why'd she get fired?
Because she wasn't doing her job well, or they found some discrepancies. And you know what? There's been a lot, like, these people are just, I don't know. I don't want to speculate, but anyways, getting back to this, it says the failure to verify Proudfoot's alibi. That's huge. C is failure to investigate the non-functioning surveillance cameras. Guys, this is the first time in the history of this case that we finally have some evidence that there were surveillance cameras at the house. Chris kept saying, remember, we kept saying, what is it with the cameras? Because he never really wanted to answer it. And when they did finally answer it, it was a really weird answer. And everybody kept speculating. So did they have cameras or did they not have cameras? And then somebody's like, oh, yeah, well, they had a camera in the garage. Maybe it's the camera in the garage. And we're like, this really is what? So now they're talking about these cameras apparently were non-functioning surveillance cameras. So why didn't they go with the FBI, use them as a resource to do residual, which they could still do to this day, And
Yeah.
hopefully, pray to God, we get a Nancy Guthrie out of this. So what did they ever take the cameras? Don't tell me they left these cameras in the house. I mean, that's a failure right there to not secure proper evidence. But this is the first time it says failure to investigate the non-functioning surveillance cameras. Like, I want to do dun 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 because this is the first time we heard there were surveillance cameras on the freaking ground. Dun 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 dun. Right? And then we got D, the assignment of only one detective, the cessation of press conferences after March 2024, the failure to follow up on tips. Like, we heard there were thousands and thousands of tips that came in. What happened? Where did all those tips go? Who was searching on those tips?
Exactly what happened. What happened there, guys? And that's the problem. And that's exactly why this lawsuit exists, is because proper protocols, procedures were not put in place, right? Rosebud, I have that full video here of that I did. And I would much rather have people go watch my video. Not to be rude or anything like that, but I did work hard on this video and I did mess with the audio. And so, yeah, that is Chris's supposed boss, which I do have a picture of that person or who I believe it is. But yeah, I would like it if, people would look at my video that I worked really hard on too. So, but yeah, we talked about that earlier. And I will say that I think that, when it comes to not following up on leads, it's something that is detrimental, right? Because when we think about, say, the grandfather mountain lead, and I hate to, bring that up again, and as a example, but it's the closest I think that any of the sightings have been to Sebastian. And then also hearing what Seth had to say causes me some concern. And so again, we'll just bring that up again because of that. But if that lead is already been checked up on, right, then we move on. But what if it's Sebastian, right? And then that's a big problem. That's a big ass problem, right? Because that means Sebastian's still out there and we're not looking there anymore because we already checked that off the list, right? We already checked that box. And so that is very interesting that they think that that's okay to just not follow up on the leads, right? But the thing is they have to know. And this is the part 3, right? Seek and ye shall find. If you're going to put your head in the sand and not really understand this filing and what is being alleged and what had transpired since 2022, guys, then you're going to miss the point. You're going to miss the whole shebang, right? Because the fact of the matter is they know. That's why they don't care about following up on leads, because they already know. Okay? In my opinion.
This is why.
There's a recording of Craddock out there stating, all tips are welcome. But as soon as the 8 days are done, now it's only legitimate tips. Well, what's the difference? If you have no evidence on where my son is, then why in the hell aren't you going down every one of them? Because
how do you know
him.
Yeah, how do you know what the hell a legitimate tip is? But how do you know a tip is illegitimate unless you check it? How do you know it's legitimate unless you check it? Again, he's telling you that he knows already. So none of these tips are legitimate, right? Because he knows. They've known from the beginning. That's why they're covering it up. Sebastian's been in the system since 2022. Newsflash, breaking news. Come on in, everybody. Come on in. Breaking news, breaking news. Hello, hello, hello. Okay. This is my little joke with JLR, right? But seriously, come on in. Breaking news. Sebastian was in the system, had 2 court proceedings. Excuse me. One was in 22 and the other one was in 2023. They know. They know what happened to Sebastian and they know where he is. They must. Otherwise, they wouldn't poo-poo leads. They would make sure a lead was legitimate instead of just saying, oh, Sebastian Rogers, nope, not legitimate. Oh, Sebastian Rogers, nope, can't talk to you about it. Oh, wait, you have a tip on Sebastian Rogers? Okay, hold on. Let me send you to an old voicemail of Brandon Carter's that doesn't work anymore. No one's manning that phone. You're not going to get a phone call back. Okay? Because they know. They've known from the beginning. You don't have this much DCS involvement and not have the parents involved. Okay? Unless there was physical proof or some kind of evidence that Sebastian walked off on his own. He had plenty of reasons to run away. I'm not saying that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. A tip is a tip is a tip. And even TBI told me that. It doesn't matter. They have to, if a tip comes in, they're supposed to check every single one of them.
Yep.
Doesn't matter.
Oh yeah.
And that's why we're always very, very cautious to make sure our audience knows. Don't be calling tips in. If you are just saying, oh, this or oh, that, then, they've already got that. They don't need that. They need real evidentiary stuff. That means that you know somebody that knows something or you know something. Those are the types of leads they need, you know?
Right.
It does narrow over time too. You're right, Betty.
You're right.
Because I mean, if it's something they already know, and now we're 2.5 years in,
Yeah.
What's going on here? I mean,
I do know that when my attorney sits there and states that there's no tip, he's talking about Sumner County didn't offer a tip, a reward, and he's comparing that to the fact that the FBI did offer a reward.
Right. Well, they didn't have a picture of your son behind them, nor did they stand with any part of the family or other members of law enforcement. Usually when you have a press conference and you have TBI involved and you have the FBI involved and all these other things, when you have the press conference, you usually have your kind of entourage of big wigs, top brass.
They held that press conference in their training academy area that has privacy chain link fence with barbed wire or razor wire on the top. Okay. And the only person that they allowed in there was Nick. What's his last
name?
name?
Ferris.
And Barrett.
That's a violation of constitutional laws too. You can't do that. If you have a press conference,
because
then media's
holding a press conference, I'm going to be there, and they told me I would not be allowed in for the press conference.
And normally,
that is just shit.
That is crazy.
Wow.
And normally,
crazy.
Yeah, any other time, and it doesn't really matter what Seth or Katie's deal is or whatever. Normally, the cops would tell you, look, we're going to do a press conference. They would call each one and say, look, we need you as a mother and father here, and even the stepfather, whatever. We just need the family here. We're going to do a press conference. Can you come stand here?
They always want them to speak. Like every time you get a parent to speak, it's an opportunity for them to put their foot in their mouth or say something or leakage. Why wouldn't they invite? They should have invited Seth. They should have invited Chris and Katie. They should have made all of them give an opportunity to say something so they get them on the record on that that microphone. Like this is so you know what? It's because it's exactly that. This is
the missing person can see their face and see that they're looking for them, and if they ran away, it's a plea for them to
think about it.
We always see parents on press conferences.
We were searching, and we had how many people out there? 50 freaking people out there searching for Sebastian, and there was only 2 people that got up and ran to a different state.
Yeah.
Okay, let me get back to this because I keep going back to that because I have some pent up
somebody's coffee is worn off and their ADHD is taken off, and the other 3 on the panel don't help.
I'm bringing it back. I'm bringing it back. Upon information and belief, so this is kind of, possible. Sumner County through SCSO maintains official policies and customs. This is where they're going after Craddock as being the. Wait, I think I missed some stuff. Hold on a second. Hold on. I think I jumped ahead. Hold on. I don't think I was done with my first cause of action. I was not done with my first cause of action. So it goes on to say 18 months communication blackout was GH's failure to deploy resources commensurate with the known risk factors. Defendants knew or should have known the extraordinary risk factors in the case through their participation with CPIT proceedings, the DCS records, and circumstances of Sebastian's disappearance. Their failure to act with urgency in light of these known risks constitutes conduct that shocks the conscience. As a direct and proximate result of the defendant's deliberate indifference and affirmative acts create danger, Sebastian remains a highly at-risk missing youth. Last paragraph is plaintiffs are entitled to the compensatory damages. For continuing the deprivation of Sebastian's liberty and Rogers' familial association, punitive damages against the individual, defendant's conduct evidencing reckless or callous indifference to federally protected rights, injunctive relief directing the SCSO to immediately reopen and actively prosecute the investigation with adequate resources, etc. So,
okay, guys. And also, Rosebud, thank you for clarifying. She says, I'm not talking about the tips. Sorry, I'm a little late tonight. I'm talking about if there is proof to validate an alibi. No, I don't think so. Did LE get the proof and vet it? They're alleging that they didn't in the filing. They're alleging that they did not verify Chris's alibi, which, according to that recording, the guy on the other end of the phone, whoever he was, right? Because I'm hesitant to say it was Chris's boss, but that's who it's supposed to be. He said that there was camera footage that could have been obtained, that you could go back years to obtain footage from this camera system. He also said there was ways that Chris would have been, logging in and out, right, to make sure that he's there and everybody else. I mean, it's not just Chris, it's everybody. Excuse me. And they used some sort of an ID. What was the ID that they used for that? I don't want to say it's a badge, but either way, that's what he was alleging. So, I need some coffee. I do need coffee. But so I know I do need coffee too. Hello, Rodney. Rodney says, say his name, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. But yeah, that's why I wanted to play the whole deal, because and just link you guys that whole bit, because like I said, Heather calls it, or excuse me, Heather she did call him, excuse me, I had it right. She called him to verify Chris's alibi. That was the whole reason for her call, but he had her so upside down by the time she was finished with the phone conversation. At the end of that call, guys, he was saying things like, oh, you probably got my name from so and so, the F boy, and stuff like that. It's wretched. Go listen to it, and we, how much more time do we have on Seth's? Well, we have about an hour left. But yeah, I mean, she was supposed to have just, and in my opinion, because we've reviewed this before and even recently, I would have told that guy, look, I'm not here to go back and forth with you about whether Chris is guilty or not. I need his time cards. I'm calling you for logs that you have, video evidence, proof, any of that. I need to know where I can get that, right? But she didn't. She sat there, acting a fool, in my opinion. She lost her shit and she let that guy manipulate her. You can't do that if you're a private investigator. You can't. You can't do that. And Rosebud says hearing his so-called boss say there are cameras to validate his alibi. Yes, that's huge and needs to be investigated. That LE did check those cameras, hence the complaint in the litigation of not validating. Right, Rosebud, because, I don't know whether they do in fact have that, but there's got to be some way of verifying it. There has got to be. And maybe we should do a live about Chris's alibis or alibis in general. Now that we know what we know, because we've done them before, right? We have. That was a hot topic of conversation for a while there. And then when Justin released that call between Heather PI and the so-called boss, everybody was talking about it again, and we were all like, "Wait a minute, what? What? Wait a minute, huh?" Wait a minute. So this guy's saying that, but then she never ended up obtaining that information either. You know, she just never did, and it's terrible that nobody did. I mean, allegedly, because maybe law enforcement did, but they're going to have to produce it because it's never been produced. And why does Seth have to be the only one to have a verifiable alibi here?
That's that title, that one that you wanted to read, the first cause of action.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah, Rod, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. His phone is not an alibi. Nope, it sure isn't. And his word isn't an alibi. That's why we verify those things, right? Because people lie, but the cameras don't. The badges in don't. The badges out don't. Right? I mean, I could tell you guys, yeah, I was at work. If somebody came to me and said, lady, were you live last night at, your usual time? And I could say yes or no, right? We all know that I went on early last night, So, I mean, if I said that I was live at my usual time, that would be a lie. So all you guys would need to do is go back to my live from last night and see what time it started. And then that would verify my words because it's documented, it's logged, it's on my page. So, but if people just take your word for it, that's not verifying anything. Right? But here's Seth. Poor Seth had to give us everything, besides the damn vial of blood. Poor Seth. I mean, I'm just saying. It's ridiculous. It's not fair. But then again, life's not fair. And, Seth isn't there complaining about that. But the complaint is that the people whose household Sebastian went missing from, their alibis have not been verified. Why not? Biggest question, why? Valid question, why? Yeah, he's got a solid alibi, little brat. He does. And I can't change that. That doesn't, just because I like Seth as a person, and I do like Seth as a person. And I don't care for Mr. Proudfoot as a person. I don't care for him as a person. I don't. I have no respect for somebody who picks on little kids or women. I have no respect for a man that preys on children and women. I never will. Right? I don't give them the benefit of the doubt. I don't say, oh, they can change. Oh, they didn't mean it. Oh, they were drunk. Oh, they were this. Oh, they were that. No. Get your shit together, first of all, or get out of my face. But then again, you're never going to get your shit together because that's the person you are. That's the kind of person you choose to be. You know, you gave plenty of it at the hospital, not a drop to spare. No, you don't have to shut up, Detroit. No, no, no. I know. No, you don't. You do not have to. I'm just as upset as you are, and I think people should be upset. Because Sebastian deserves so much better than this, guys. He's an innocent kid in all of this. He's an innocent kid that has disabilities, right? I hate saying that about Sebastian because I feel like maybe sometimes it can be misrepresented or misconstrued. But he is high functioning autistic. He's got a rare chromosome deletion, but that didn't stop him from doing things and learning and doing therapies and you know doing better, right? Which is more than I can say for those pieces of crap that treat kids and women like crap, you know? And Sammy says you verify it by looking at the time logs, call logs, cameras, yes, and getting sworn statements, affidavits from bosses and coworkers and getting the GPS. I agree. Right, because did they ever audit his vehicle is a great question that comes from that last one, the GPS, right? Absolutely. Sworn statements, affidavits are huge, right? And that's why this civil lawsuit needs to be brought up and in because they haven't done that. And that's what Seth is alleging. And I believe that I believe it to be true, right? Because Seth doesn't want to have to do this, guys. He just wants his son back. But the fact of the matter is that they've mishandled it. And again, I really believe it's because they know. And they've known the whole time. And now they don't want to be held accountable for their part in it. You know? So no, he never will be. Detroit, he's not, he can't even be the man that a 15-year-old boy is, in my opinion. Don't talk about my truck. Don't talk about my truck. Don't talk to my wife without me around. The whole bit. It's terrible.
Of course, the second one is this Monell's doctrine, which is against defendants Sumner County, and then of course the training of Craddock being basically the guy that directs and trains and is responsible for his people, and he failed. And then it goes into the Tennessee victims' rights, which I think is important because a lot of people don't believe that Seth does have rights in the case, and he does.
Yeah, they think that just because the law enforcement has immunity, I mean, the attorneys went over that. He went
And they don't
above.
have true immunity. They don't have true. Nobody has real true immunity if they're in the commission an act of criminal conduct or
It's
conduct.
qualified immunity, which means their immunity still has to be qualified for what they've done.
Right.
And if it doesn't pass qualification, you don't get immunity.
Right. So if they're in the commission of a crime,
Judges
and
have
they're wearing
absolute immunity, but again, if you can prove that they did something maliciously, they lose that immunity too. So any type of immunity, that word before it has to literally verify the action. And if it doesn't verify the action, it ain't there.
Yeah, your attorney knows what he's doing. That's why he went above the Tennessee law to the federal. I mean,
I actually, no, my attorney filed suit federally too. I think in order for you to
Or
sue a
anything to
county,
do with your civil rights has to be through federal
court, because it's a
that
federal
is your
law.
Bill of Rights and the Constitution.
Mhm.
And
Right.
those supersede state constitutions and laws.
well, yeah. So what I'm
Which
saying is it
why-
goes from the state law. So he goes over the state law into the federal law.
Right, because you can't bring a civil rights action because it's a federal.
You
It's
also
federal
can't
civil
take
rights.
a state
Tennessee's tort
agency
law.
to a state court
Yeah.
because the state court is the same level as the state agency.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
That's
because
why when you
suing
get arrested by law
county.
enforcement, you're taken to the county and then you're dealing with city or county courts, not, law enforcement courts.
Right.
And
So
Something like
Seth,
He's
that.
on the ball. He's on the ball with it.
and then Seth, also just clear up again. I'll just keep hearing all this stuff. So can you just clear up for everybody? Like you didn't seek this snazzy lawyer out.
no, this gentleman actually reached out to somebody who had my phone number, and they gave him my phone number and then texted me and said, "Hey, I gave a person your phone number. They want to talk to you about, Sebastian." And then I spoke to him, found out he was an attorney. She just didn't tell me he was an attorney. I don't fault her for that. But then I turned around and I met him in his office and had a 2-hour conversation with him. And, he was like, "I'll take this case."
Yeah. So
He is highly upset on what has happened to Sebastian and the fact that he's not found.
absolutely.
Thank God. Thank God. We
Yes,
need
thank
somebody
God
like
we got him. Yes.
Tony, I mean, we had spoke before that we have stuff, but it's not, no attorney, because I reached out to attorneys. I did. A good 6 to 8 months prior, I was reaching out to attorneys because to me, my rights were being violated on trying to find my son, and none in Tennessee would call me back.
Well, and you didn't have a choice because you had to get the records also, right? When you found out that, there was all this involvement with DCS, and you knew that's the only way you can get the records.
And the whole thing is that attorney to get those records was a family law, not, a constitutional attorney.
Right.
Absolutely. And when this guy reached out to me and after I got to speak to him, he was like, "I ain't from Tennessee." I was like, "Well, there's score number one."
That's right. That's what makes him so great.
He's like,
Helps.
he's got offices in multiple different states. And he's got the, what is it? Not qualifications. He's got the, I can't remember now. I'm brain fart.
Credentials.
No,
Yeah, the licensure.
no, I just read up about him. I mean, I know that you posted an article about him the other day.
Yeah, he's the attorney that, for that explosion out in Tennessee that we covered. He's the attorney for the AES I think it's AES, Advanced Electronic
He's
Electromagnetic
representing
Systems.
the victims in that.
Yeah, where the whole building was gone. Like everybody was gone.
Everything was vaporized.
And that is such a
There wasn't even a
conspiracy right
phone. There wasn't a computer. There wasn't like the whole damn building was just
Yeah,
gone.
that's a whole conspiracy right there. I hope he. I'm just hate that we have to be here, but I'm glad that everything has worked out the way that it has, considering the fact that Sebastian is still not home. And this will help Sebastian's law. It'll help with the discovery. It's going to help, I think, push things forward, and just make people accountable, because maybe at the end of the day, this is going to bring Sebastian home, or it's definitely going to bring justice for whoever is responsible for taking him.
Well, I think it's going to be sad because I think we need Sebastian's law, but I just don't think I think it's one of those things that the only way we're going to get it is if we literally force our politicians in several different states to adopt it. Then when we get several states, we can start looking at a federal level, because I can tell you that when I went there for some of the issues that I had, The children are the last that our federal government even. I don't care what they say. I know for a fact that they're last. I had an
Right.
opportunity.
So
I went
sad.
up to Jim. I went up to Jim Jordan to talk about some of the stuff that's going on, and he basically told me that. Well, at the time, this was several years ago, but at the time, he basically said, we've got, Russia submarines off the coast of Florida, Chinese spies in the air over the Midwest or something like that. I can't remember all the stuff he said. And just basically told me, like, this is not a national security threat at the moment, and we're not paying attention to it. That's basically what I was told.
And they're making a lot of money through these different schools that they're sending the kids to through DCS. Through
UCS is getting a lot of
many
money to
states.
keep making all of these mistakes. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. We're spending billions of dollars around this country for these programs to keep our children safe, and every time we turn around, it seems like the children are getting ripped out of homes that they shouldn't be ripped out of the home
Suffer
for homes.
more and more and more.
Exactly.
Yeah, like I'm seeing homes that need, finding. They're ripping kids out of home that need money, not that the children are abused. Like the children are being neglected because they don't have the funds, not because the parents are intentionally and willfully abusing them. You're ripping kids out of homes like that, but the homes that they're being willfully abused in that have some means, you're keeping them in there because they have means. It's like,
Yeah.
you
Exactly.
should be throwing. It costs us so much money to house children that they should be trying to put money in houses where financial issues are the problem, because it's cheaper to try to support a family than it is to remove a child. But in houses where the children truly need to be removed because of a physical abuse, or mental in other types of abuses that disabled children may be going through, those kids need to be removed from homes. Those are the ones we need to be spending lots of money on for therapy and other things, not these homes that have loving homes. They just need extra finances to make it. And
Yeah.
it just seems like they're always get it wrong, and it's like, how do you guys keep getting it so wrong?
With the amount of money that states are giving the DCS and CPS departments, most of that I'm believing is coming from federal fundage to begin with.
It is.
The state gets the federal funds, and then they spread it out how they see fit.
Pretty much.
And there needs to be an overhaul on that, and Sebastian's Law does it. Then it turn around, you make every state agency. Now you have to be up to date on your training. You have to turn around and you have to prove that you're up to date with your training. You have to comply with these to put all of these files into a national registry, so that way people can't move from one state to another. It would maximize communication when it's there at the touch of your fingertips.
I agree.
All right. And if the agent is with Sebastian's Law, that agency would oversee every one of them to a federal standpoint. And the longer it takes, the less resources they get.
Okay, guys. And again, this is where, and I just want to point this out because I know people were asking earlier, where Seth is going to bring in Sebastian's Law a little bit, talk a little bit more about that. So again, I just kind of want to pop in and say that.
So now it's not the government donating the money to the state and the state donating it where they see fit. Those state agencies would literally be dealing with federal oversight on a basis, period.
Right.
And that's what's
They would be
needed.
reporting where they spend their money and everything to that agency, to that federal agency, so there's accountability.
Yeah.
Well, here's my problem is that, we just had our 250th anniversary, our birthday, America's birthday of its independence, okay? Of her independence, I should say. And for us and we've gone through a lot of changes over the history of our country, where we had the wild, wild west, and we had, other types of issues throughout. But I feel like when it comes to the children, we should have a better grip on this. Our interstate has never changed. Our interstate child agreements have not changed since, I think, 1968. And we've come a long far cry from where we were in 1968 from cell phones. I mean, back then we had TVs and house phones. We've got cell phones. We've got all these radios.
Radios.
Yeah. Well,
Wow.
they only had radios in 1968.
No, I'm saying you're forgetting radios. Radios were the first way of communicating.
Oh yeah, I guess you're right. Okay, yeah. Well, radios.
Smoke
Okay.
signals. Smoke signals. Here, let me see. Canada is talking to us right now.
But I just feel like in all these years we've had a lot of changes.
People in chat from Canada. I'm just saying you could stop with the smoke.
The lobbying is the lobbying, money. Y'all, Marsha Blackburn. Let me address this about Marsha Blackburn. 1,000 calls. No, you give her this. It's all about money. It's not about the kids. It's about money. It's about power and control.
But we've had corruption throughout our entire history. At every facet of our history, we've had corruption.
And it's only gotten worse. I mean, Tennessee is so bad.
Right. So why
it's so bad. It's only gotten worse.
Why would we not have a law that allows us, the bosses, right? We represent, we vote these people in office. We're still bosses. They're still our employees. They're supposed to be representing us, but in some cases they are corrupted and they lie to us. So why do we not have any laws that allow us to go above their head for a review to take a case away from them? If somebody is not doing their job in cases in 250 years, you're telling me that we the people have no power to redress our government without having to hire thousands of dollars worth of attorneys to try to move a case from an incompetent hand into better hands like the FBI? We've got to go and beg potentially a corrupted sheriff or a corrupted DA to have them turn the case over. And in 250 years, we've never, got laws to protect us from that. It just seems it's time.
It's a crying shame. The parents like Tabitha Tutors. You remember her, Smiley?
Oh yeah, never forget.
Martha Leanne Green. We can go back, decades, and it is still the same. They said the same thing. They say the same thing. Law enforcement doesn't talk to one another, and they don't talk to us. They act like we're an inconvenience when we call them and try to get some answers. And it's the same thing. And it's so sad. It's change has got to happen, but I think we're the only people that can do it, and I wish that I could say that my vote counts. I don't know anymore. I just don't know anymore.
It makes you wonder.
I'm so fed up.
It's scary. Yeah. It's scary. Like even here in the state of Florida, I see one of my governor elects. That's I looked at all the governor elects, and it looks like they're all, no matter who we're going to choose for the state of Florida, the biggest developer here in the state of Florida has already bought all of them. Like it doesn't matter who we choose, and it's like what the hell, like no matter who's going to be governor, they're going to be bought and paid for by our biggest developer, Pat Neal, here in the state of Florida. No matter who we choose, and it's like you damned if you do, you damned if you don't. So, what the hell? That's frustrating.
Right. It is very frustrating.
Notice how I'm using chat to actually communicate with people.
Hey, they were on a roll, Seth. I mean,
I know. Betty with her AD&D, and you three just helping.
AD&D.
I love you, Betty.
I can't. Sometimes I forget I'm on your show, and
I'm on it to a default. Like I don't care. Judge me. God will judge me when I die.
Yeah, but
read this comment is a good one by you, Seth. You might as well read it.
Now, to answer the question for what I put up there previously, Chief Deputy Eric Craddock was in charge of this case from the get-go.
Yeah. He was. He was on
Sonny,
even before Sonny
Sonny had
died.
already submitted, from my understanding, had already submitted his retirement paperwork and was just finishing out his election year, and he didn't make it. And that's why they held the emergency election, in which turn Sonny's body wasn't even cold yet, and his wife had written a letter stating why Sonny wanted Eric credit, because that was his protege. He was the one that knew everything that was going on and was to take over. And I just wonder, what information does he really know?
Absolutely.
About what's going on in Sumner County. And I'd like to point out that somebody said that this case would be in the books or something along those lines, and people will talk about this case for a long time. And you're damn right, you asshole.
Okay,
my son means something to me, and any real parent will tell you that their children mean something to them. And I will not shut my mouth until my son is home, and you can't shut it.
That's
Okay,
right.
well, we're not talking about anybody outside. You made it very specific, and even though I went over the lines, doesn't mean you can go over the
so
lines.
I can have my
No, you cannot. You cannot. You told me if it's not in here, we cannot talk about it. And
It was
I
your
don't
room,
remember.
Steph Robert.
I read it.
I'm sorry. I just have to laugh at this part. But no, I mean, he's absolutely right. Right. I mean, what Chris said, that was really messed up. That was really messed up. He's like, if he even opens his mouth again, he never will open it. Wow. Unbelievable. And no reason for that. How the hell? And what parent says that to another parent? Like, again, so.
For this, I didn't hear those comments in the paperwork. You're not allowed to comment on it. You made it very clear. Okay, I violated the rules, kind of, sort of, because we went on a tangent based upon something we read in the document.
He's going on another one.
Well, I can talk your ear off if you want to go on a tangent like that again. And I've got buttons. And I got buttons. Don't forget, I got buttons.
Yeah, it was your role.
And don't forget, I'm the one supposed to watch my mouth, Seth. But you should watch yours too.
I can make
literally.
noise.
Literally. There you go, buddy. I was wondering where you had your soundboard.
It wasn't a threat.
This attorney
it was an absolute threat, Rod, and it was so wrong, right? It was so wrong that he would ever say something like that, but he was threatening everybody during that call. I mean, he was saying horrible, horrible things about Chloe, right? And she wasn't even the one that put that information out. I mean, she alluded to it, but
to hopefully change things here in Tennessee. And I think that's a hope. We can only hope
I know
that this attorney can knows the law so damn good, and that he has his own connections that, the little good old boy club can't touch.
Listen, I don't think an attorney's going to take on this financial responsibility in partnership with Seth if there wasn't meat to the bone. That's the way I look at it.
I agree.
This is blood, sweat, and tears of this attorney's doing too. So there has to be some serious meat on this bone for this attorney to stick his neck out for this case. So that's the way I look at it.
Yeah, it's a godsend.
I don't care what the naysayers say. They're not freaking attorneys. They're fucking felons. Excuse my language. Sorry. Okay. Okay. I did it myself. Okay. I don't even want to hear it from anybody. All right. I did it.
Oh my God.
I knew it was coming. I'm just saying.
Will you please smack the out of her, Tony?
He already did.
Tony that told me not to swear, so listen.
I stopped myself from that.
Oh my
Just gonna sit
gosh.
here and file my nails or something.
Smiley just looking pretty over there. That's all.
Yeah, don't do that.
I'm leaking everywhere. So give me a second.
No, I think this is a positive though, because cases do set precedents. So, I mean, that's another
Yes.
positive if
Well,
it goes through all of that.
He's not setting precedent. I mean, there's case law in here supporting his
Oh,
case.
true, Betty. There, I do remember hearing some citing because I listened to the, chasing.
Yeah.
I see
Yeah.
some of the comments where people are wanting to know where my attorney is. Yeah, my attorney, I doubt you will find him on social media.
I would think he's kind of busy. He's a
I
big
think he's
time
a little
lawyer.
busy.
He's
got high profile
If
cases.
they're trying to make this guy look like a little guy, no, you better do your fact finding.
Exactly.
I don't think
Credit
he's got
to
time to hold
trying
any of his clients' hands on YouTube.
No.
Mama Marissa said, call her later. You can vent. We'll call you, Mama.
But I mean, yeah, my attorney won't be on social media.
Yeah.
When it comes down to social media, you guys kind of stuck with me.
Yeah.
Nobody can advocate for
Attorney-client
me,
privilege.
for my son.
Yeah.
The attorney's never.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I think you're in good hands with him. He seems very knowledgeable. I personally think the complaint is well written. I think he did a very, very good job. I think he did a very good job. I think if there wasn't something here, this is not, they don't just gamble. They don't say, ooh, I wonder if this is going to work. No, they evaluate a case and find out its, survivability of certain claims, and they look at both sides of the argument. If you are a good attorney, you look at the positive and the negative side of your case before you ever get into it. And there's plenty of case law in both sides, and you review it, and you basically try the case in pre. I don't know how to explain it. Before you ever take a contingency case, you're going to be looking at that case to find out if there's a path forward. And an attorney's not going to take on financial responsibility for a case that doesn't have meat to the bone. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
Did we get 1,000 thumbs up?
Oh, very good.
Yay.
I'm very happy with that.
Let's get 1,000 more.
Amen. Yeah. But this is kind of where my time comes to an end. So I sleep
late. Into a pumpkin.
I do turn into
10 o'clock. I mean,
Seth, did he tell you? I mean, you. I'm sure you can say this. Did he tell you, like, when you were talking to him, what you can expect as far as two things I want to ask? Does he expect either one of these places to countersue? And did he say this could take years, which we know with the government anything's possible? And we hope you find Sebastian before then. But I'm just saying, what did he give you as far as that goes?
He told me to take the case. That's it.
Yeah, most good attorneys don't promise anything because
that's his wheelhouse.
Mm-hmm.
He said that he'll take the case. That means that we have a case, in my opinion. Now, of course, people are going to put into it to have it, rejected or and the attorney's going to be able to respond.
Sure. Yeah.
That's their wheelhouse. I have nothing to do with it. How long it's going to take? I spoke to Tony about this, and Tony told me that any of these cases could take 12, 15 years.
Yeah.
It can take a very, very, very long time to get to the end game. And most of these will drag out for many, many, many years and then ultimately settle right when you're about to go into trial. So you got to go through all the preparation of trial. You're ready to walk in and everybody's like, I'm not going to do that.
I will state that my attorney wants a jury trial.
Good.
Yeah, I saw that. A
And I'm
trial,
okay
a
with
jury
a true
trial. That's going to
trial.
be great.
I want a trial by my peers.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Yeah.
Smart.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Glenview, the attorney has already did interviews with the local news. So the
Mm-hmm.
attorney has put himself out there, but what Seth is saying is he's not his attorney doesn't have time to go on YouTube panels. You know, he's not going to be doing things like that.
Yeah, he's going to be trying to get justice for Sebastian. And Rodney says, I think so too, Seth. It's a very good case. I think it is. I mean, there's supporting evidence. They're citing cases, right? And we are going to go over that. But I just wanted to break up some of me reading to you guys because I'm sure you guys have had, all these lives in a row where I've done that. So and there's more to read up on too. So, which is those cases. So we're gonna pull that in and do that tomorrow. We'll put that in because again, I just kind of want to keep this all as we go. But Seth again was on panel with Jen. It was a really good panel. Seth has been on Jen Coffindaffer's panel. That would be another one to review. So we have quite a bit of things to review about this. So we can kind of break up the monotony of the of me just reading to you guys or spitting information at you. Like, okay, let's go look at this website and I'll read it all, type of a thing. So, yeah, as long as it takes Sebastian is who matters. Yeah. And, within this paperwork, they're asking for a new investigation. Do it the right way this time, please. And that's so important, Rod. I mean, I really think it's so important. Yeah. I mean, I respect him too for being so open and willing to speak about Sebastian. It's important. It's really, really important. That he's coming out and doing that, and it is a courtesy. But it's also to be Sebastian's voice, and because it can't be easy. There's no way it's easy. It isn't easy. It's very difficult. I'm sure. So, um, I appreciate him too. Seth has an amazing sense of humor, and he is sarcastic and on guard. If him and my sons were in the same room, you wouldn't get a word in edgewise. They're all listening and pray for Seth. Aw, that's so sweet. Aw, thank you, Detroit. Well, and I agree with that too. Just the part of also about where Seth is on guard, and it's very difficult too. And it takes a lot of precision, in my opinion, because it would be hard for me not to let something slip out, right? Like I'd be explaining something to somebody, and then all of a sudden I might slip something like, oh, crap, I wasn't supposed to say that. That's not in the filing. But he's very mindful to keep it about what's in the filing, right? Because that stuff is public. We could talk about it. And so, yeah, I mean, I'm thankful to have um, the clarification too. So yeah, Seth has been mistreated for too long. Yeah, and that infuriates me, Ronnie, because he doesn't deserve that. I mean, look, his son's missing for one. For two, we should be helping him find Sebastian. But for three, it's slander and defamation, in my opinion, misinformation. And that's not acceptable. So I didn't like Coffin Daffers. She seems so condescending and is an accusatory. I don't know. I just don't like her. Well, I mean, I just thought it was ridiculous that she saw the court filings, but she didn't realize it was the court filings. She wasn't prepared. She invited Seth, but wasn't prepared. And then when she did recall the court filings, she called them an outline, which they are written in an outline form, but that's how those filings are presented always. and for her being like an expert witness on, and then also on all these panels, and 25 years in the FBI. Doing what exactly though? It's just very confusing because I don't see a lot of common sense. Look, if I'm inviting a father of a missing child on my show and he so graciously does that, you best believe I'm prepared. I'm going to have questions, and as a courtesy I might even let him know which questions I'm going to ask, because that way, he doesn't have to sit there and fish for answers. It's stressful as it is. Um, then again, I don't know. It's not my show. I do appreciate anybody that's keeping Sebastian's name out there. I do. And if I was Seth, I would go on these panels. I would. But for her to that to me, I had to do the side eye roll. Like really. So, um, it would be so hard, right, Gabby? I'd be over there like, ah, dang it, I said something I wasn't supposed to, or something might blurt out. I might blurt something out. Excuse me. And you're having to relive that trauma over and over and over again. And again, that's tough. That's got to be tough for Seth to deal with. So it does make me furious too. And poor Sebastian, and that's his dad, and his dad who's looking for him. It just breaks my heart. It's all around. It's just really unreal, and I just can't believe how people act.
He's too
No,
busy. He's
no,
a high profile
no,
attorney.
no attorney's really going to do that unless
Yeah.
part of their job is being
Something that I have learned through this process, besides what we've been discussing, is that a good PI won't be online, a
Yep.
good attorney won't be online, because they are busy doing things that they need to do.
Their job, right?
They're not
Amen.
mouth. They're speaking from factual information and knowledge.
Yeah.
Not to say that there's not attorneys that literally have YouTube channels, because I know there are, but they market that.
Right. That's
Right.
that's what I was just saying, unless that's part of their whole
But
thing.
from my understanding, my attorney also I believe the number he used was he's got 36 other attorneys underneath him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It's
your
a
attorney is
firm.
nothing like Patty.
His attorney's nothing like Terry Frizzell. I can tell you that.
F and Patty.
Yeah, I haven't seen your attorney even on an interview or anything. Really, I don't think. Betty.
For the federal, no, he didn't. He declined any type of at this juncture. I was trying to work with him to see about getting on and doing a little a snippet about it, but he didn't want to. So I let the news just roll with it. I didn't really say anything about it. They all reached out to me, but I didn't comment. I ended up coming on here and
People are
cussing
reaching out
out.
to me. I'm going to take it.
Yeah.
Any way I can keep Sebastian's name out there.
Yeah, that's the name. That's it. Because at the end of the day, we all probably need to make sure that at least we're bringing Sebastian up. I wish there was some new information that we could be talking about. I mean, I'm glad that these federal cases are coming out just to kind of reinvigorate his name into the media spotlight again. But at the end of the day, one, you should have never had to do this. You should have had the confidence in the law enforcement body investigating your son's case, which you do not have the confidence in. And even when you let them know you don't have the confidence in, instead of them moving this on to somebody you were more confident in, they decide to sabotage this case and put it into a freaking filing cabinet and tell you, go suck wind. And it's like, talk about some vindictive behavior. That's what it seems like. Whether it is, that's what it seems like out here to the rest of us.
I mean, it takes a lot of effort for me to stay PC about certain things, but if you're a parent, I wouldn't recommend living here. Not if you care about your children.
I've been saying that for years.
Amen.
Scary.
But
It
at the
is.
same point in time, there's other states that are probably the same way. I
I
mean,
agree.
I
Well,
lived in
There has
you
to
know
be a
what?
federal,
You
federal
know what? In all
oversight.
fairness, Seth,
hold on, hold on.
I
I
disagree
lived
with
in California before I moved here, and
But California is more populated, though. You have your problems, but per capita, it's still less than Tennessee.
500 kids a
More liberal.
month? I mean, come on. This
Tennessee
is,
is worse than the state of Florida, and we have double the population here. And they're 5 times worse than Florida. And we have double the we have 27, 28 million people in the state of Florida. I think Tennessee has 11.
Wow. And those are some staggering statistics. Those really are. Those are really staggering statistics. And then you do have to think about how many people are. I mean, wow. It really puts it into perspective.
it's
Interesting.
getting worse every day, every month. It's, I don't miss it. I wouldn't go back there for nothing. It's crazy. Not to raise kids, not to raise kids.
now
Well,
before California, we lived. Me and Sebastian were in Kansas. All right, and we moved to Kansas.
I'm sorry. I think of Wizard of Oz. That's not funny. I know. I'm sorry. So
Click your hands
it's
together.
it's late.
You're not in Kansas anymore, Dorothy. No. But I mean, I think it is a problem that we're seeing across the board, but that's why I really believe in Sebastian's Law. And we did talk about Sebastian's Law on Jen's Live this afternoon, so definitely go check that out. And I will link it to I'll send you guys the link for it here in the chat. Um, but it just goes way beyond what I ever imagined for Sebastian's Law, because I was thinking when Sebastian went missing, they should have treated his house like a crime scene, and maybe they could do a law, a Sebastian's Law. But then I didn't know Seth, right? And I didn't realize how meticulous he is. And when he puts out something called Sebastian's Law, I mean, he's getting indigenous people, he's getting all children in there, right? All parents of all missing kids. And he really does hit everything that really needs to be done across the board, right? And then that way, people can't just move from California where there was SA to Tennessee and allow for more abuse, right? Or even SA. I hate to say that. Like, I hate to always be the one to be like, worst case scenario, right? I don't like to catastrophize, right? A situation. But if you think about it, prevention is a big thing. So it's when we know better, then we can do better. And once we know that there's an issue, we can address it, we have a solution, and then nobody else has to deal with that, right? Like, if I tripped over a board, I'd move it out of the way so the next person didn't trip over it. You get what I'm saying? And so it's like that's what many of the missing parents will do, is just try to make sure. And again, like our friend Jana, for her sister Crystal, they don't ever want another family member, another sister, right, another father, another mother, brother, whoever, to feel like their family member was mistreated and didn't get justice, right? And so they're moving that board, right? Because they already tripped over it, and that sucks, but nobody should ever, like in Crystal's case, pass away in vain like that. She deserves justice. She doesn't deserve somebody saying she took her own life when she didn't. They're lying on her. Unacceptable. Just like them telling us Sebastian ran away. They're lying on him, and it's unacceptable. You know? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I love Haley's Law too, and the pink alert. And Sebastian has an Amber Alert, and I can't remember who asked about it, but they were like, "Well, lady, what about the vehicle description? Right? They didn't even put a vehicle description out, and that's part of the Amber Alert criteria." And it's almost like they just do whatever the hell they want to do, which is very frustrating, you know. So, ah, well, that's sweet. Thank you, Detroit. I'm just getting used to Seth. He's getting used to me. So, that's sweet of you. I like when Lady and Seth went one on one. They just vibe without interruptions. I'd love to go over this with you too. Oh, yeah, absolutely. We'll have to get him back up here. I know he's probably exhausted. I hope that he's relaxing. If not, I call it resting my eyes, right? I get that from my mom. She'd be like, she would say that I'm just resting my eyes, it's like she's sleeping. Um, but I hope he's resting his eyes, right? But it's not sleep. It doesn't have to be sleep. It's just resting your eyes. Um, no, yeah. Oh, that's really sweet of you, Detroit. Well, and it's hard with a lot. I think we did really well because we had so many panel people up there, right? Like I get nervous the more panel people that are up there. I'm like, oh, you know. But everybody was very like respectful of each other, and I think we all vibed really well too. I thought this was a fantastic live, and I feel like a jerk saying that, kind of, like a schmuck, like, oh, you're up on the panel, but I think it's not just because I'm on the panel, it's because I think it was a good one. I do, and I think Jen's live today was good with having people up, and everybody just stayed right on topic, and it was just, I mean, the flow was there. It was good. I like that too. Detroit vibing, right? And you guys could tell that. You guys could pick up on that really easily, especially people that listen to podcasts a lot, right? And yeah, you all did. Um, a fabulous job in the chat of being supportive. I didn't see a whole lot of even crap going on. And same thing in Jen's, because I'm on for her too, and I didn't see a bunch of crap. So I was just so happy about that. That's right, and the Amber Alert is still, yep, it is still active. Yeah. Um, oh, Rod says, what I meant, I studied it back to front. It's egregious to assault a disabled child under 18 by Tennessee law. Absolutely. That's a fantastic point, right? It is. Yeah, CP, the statute of limitation hasn't expired yet. Oh, for Haley's law. Okay, I'm sorry. Or Hallie, excuse me. I'm sorry if I say that wrong. So I was thinking of the pink alert. I'm glad that you corrected me on that, or I'm glad that you clarified too, because I was thinking we were talking about Haley Busby. So thank you. Okay, perfect. 402. I need to look. I'm going to look that up. Let me actually write it in my notes here. HAL. Because I know I've heard of that also. And I don't know why I just like, yeah, brain fart. Um, okay. All right. Because we need to look into that and talk about that, add that to the conversation. Thank you, Ronnie. Yeah, because I was, it went right over my head. um, you know, really? Detroit. I'm just resting. I'm resting my eyes. It's like, well, I hope you're resting your eyes. You don't have to sleep, and the people that don't want to sleep, or can't sleep, but until they close their eyes, but rest them. Just close your eyes. And it's so hard. I can't imagine. I mean, I haven't gotten a whole lot of sleep. Good thing I was sick. Otherwise, I wouldn't have, because it's really weighing heavy on my mind and heart. And I know it is for you guys too. I just know it is because you guys care so much. Everybody's invested in finding Sebastian.
I'm getting
That's
delusional.
what I
Read
was thinking,
between the
Betty.
lines. You hear me? Being in the
Yes.
setting, click your heels together 3 times and read between the
Aw.
lines.
I don't have red shoes.
But before that, we were in Georgia, and my son has a chromosomal deletion syndrome, and while I'm sitting there trying to get him on SSID, all right, I literally spoke to this lady and told her, listen, he is missing a chromosome. And this lady turned around and said, won't he grow that back? That
Well,
comment,
you know what?
I
I mean,
can't with some people.
that comment right there is the
Wow.
reason I turned around and moved with my parents while Katie was in boot camp, was to get out of Georgia where I could get somewhere that somebody has some common sense when it comes to actual biology and understand that a child is not a lizard. And
but nobody knows what I mean. Some people may not understand how chromosomes work.
then why are you going over the health records to
Right.
see if my son qualifies for help?
Yeah, I mean, it's a
Just need to
rare.
do
I mean, I
better.
get it, but
It's a chromosomal
chromosome go back.
deletion.
Yeah.
All right. And when I
Awful.
explained it to the lady, I was like, listen, he's missing a chromosome. And I was like, in Down syndrome, they have an extra. And with Sebastian, he is missing one. And then she made that comment. And I'm like, well, okay, I can't deal with you. I mean, that to me, and I literally, me and Sebastian moved to Kansas, and that was in November. And I had him on SSID by January. Not only that, but I was able to get him into the school system and a daycare system
Mhm.
and start looking for a job again.
No. Yeah, we
Wow.
just need to do better. Need to do better.
You know, states are all different, and
Mhm.
I've never been for big government, but I believe that each state, I believe it that they need a federal. I believe they need a federal oversight for our children's sake.
Well, well, not only that, it's just we there's too much widespread corruption in this country. And
Term limits.
at the end of the day, you know, that's part of the problem here. If you got corruption, you got people stealing money. That means the money that is going to these services are having money off the top taken, which is meaning less funding for the services that are needed. There's always somebody taking more than they should be taking. So would federal, you know, it's not that you want federal oversight because it's more bureaucracy, more taxes, more everything. But at the end of the day, what do? You damned if you do, you damned if you don't. We can't keep going down this avenue because situations like Stetson, where the sheriff doesn't really care for this case and is not doing what they need to be doing right by the victim, what do you do? Who do you go to for help? Right now in this situation, there's no place for Seth to go.
Oh,
There's no place for him to go to complain or to have somebody take a second look. There's no process for that.
Yeah, see, and that's what's really difficult, guys. And Seth's not the only one. You know, when you have all of these missing children, I mean, they have parents. Some of them are not good parents, right? Poor Summer, again, in my opinion. You know, but Seth is fighting, and there's other parents that are fighting out there. Look, Kyron Horman, I forgot to mention poor little Kyron. You know, he's been missing as well, and his mother fights relentlessly, and so does his father. You know, they want to know where he is, and it was a step monster. It was a step momster, right? Who, in my opinion, hurt Kyron and did something to him. You know, Terry. Old Terry was her name that did that. You know, but Desiree fights and fights, and she has car washes, and she does all these things, guys. She's looking for her son. She just wants to find him. Just like Seth, right? But there's billions of other people. Well, maybe not billions, hopefully not billions. There's a bunch of other people out there that are dealing with that too. They're missing their kid. They don't know what to do. They're at their wits' end. Someone dropped the ball. There wouldn't be multiple cases that are listed and cited in this filing if that wasn't true. Right? Again, this wasn't the first time that DCS failed. This isn't the first time that the sheriff's office dropped the ball. But in my opinion, this is unique. And why it's unique is because Sebastian was in the system since 2022. And then poof, he goes missing. That's on them. That's on CPIT. That's on whoever was involved in Sebastian's being in the system. They all had direct knowledge of it. Every single last one of them. And they all worked to cover it up. And they all worked to silence Seth. But it didn't work, did it? Time to pay the piper.
None of these processes.
Exactly.
It's like it all stops and ends with that county, no matter how wrong that county is. How do you fix something like that?
Right.
And this is
Ash
not
Mangy.
just in this state. This is everywhere.
Can you
And
pull
to
up
turn down
Ash-
resources
Can you
and
pull up
help.
Ash Mangy's comment?
What is it?
Can you pull up Ash Mangy? She says there was absolutely negligence in this investigation that is covered under the Tennessee tort law, that they should not have immunity for negligence. And that's
Yeah.
exactly what the documents state.
Yeah, and that might be where they're
Yeah.
going.
Absolutely. And I did also go over that earlier in this live, right? The tort. So not tortilla, not to be confused, right? But please go back to that and you can see it, if you just like scroll on back, or if you're on the replay, you'll be able to see that I pulled it up. We read through all of it. That some information that was offered online. We didn't deep dive it, but I mean, it basically is self-explanatory, and that's what they're talking about now, right? Because that's the seventh cause, right? Was negligence. Sorry, excuse me. I think it was the sixth cause within that paperwork in that filing. Gross negligence, guys, not just negligence, but gross negligence. Okay. So, and they all dropped the ball, Detroit. They all dropped the ball. And they allowed for Chris and Katie to abuse Sebastian. And then they are running amok. They are running free. They are at large. And they should never be, because they should be in trouble for abusing Sebastian per Tennessee state law.
There you go.
That's right. That's exactly
All
right.
guys. Well, I gotta go. I'm drinking coffee, but it's not helping. And after 10 o'clock, it's not helping. I don't know how the hell I managed to pull it off to 11. I did like 3 nights from 9 to 11. I don't know how, or 9. Actually, I did the first night 9 to 11. I realized I couldn't do that again. So I did only 1 hour segments from 9 to 10. But now I'm past 10 and I'm like, it's just like a light switch. It's like it just turns off and I can just feel myself go down. It's like I'm going down, folks. So I gotta go to bed. Huh?
No, I'm addressing this comment. I didn't mean any disrespect by that comment. I hope you didn't take any.
Yeah, I don't.
I think the point is that it's hard to explain to other people when they don't understand. So you might give an analogy, like
Right.
as in, yeah, that's the way I took it anyway.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
So-
I mean,
You were just making a point that Down syndrome had an extra chromosome, and yours is missing a chromosome. You were just making a statement. So if somebody got butthurt over that, well, that's a them problem, not a you problem.
No, here it is. She said, I know. It's just crazy to think that.
Oh, okay. That's what she was saying. I was going to say, I didn't think she was saying anything.
I mean, I'm not here to offend anybody. I'm here to,
Thank you for clarifying.
Trying to stay on top.
Aw, that was so nice of Seth to address that, though. But again, that is so weird, right? That is so weird that somebody would tell Seth, or excuse me, that would ask him, would Sebastian be able to grow the chromosome back, right? It's just, again, with Down syndrome, that's like saying, can they remove the chromosome that they were born with? And that's a big, no, negative, because we're born the way we are born. We are made up of these chromosomes. Most of us have, the 46 chromosome. And so, you know, for someone to say, well, can he grow it back? No, because he was born without that particular chromosome. Like there's a deletion on that chromosome. And it's a very particular one. It's a very specific one, right? And that's what makes Sebastian's chromosome deletion so rare, right? Yeah, so that's got to be so frustrating, um, as a parent, and especially as a parent that's trying to make others understand, what your child is going through. So, yeah, absolutely, Rodney. Thank you so much. Yeah, and we're almost wrapping up here too, guys. So, I think there's just like a little bit more of this actually.
That Sebastian is missing. And
Mm-hmm.
yes, the attorney filed these things, and it is sad that I have to actually, do this. And
Yeah.
the fact that the only way that I can see it being fixed for our nation is to have another entity that keeps them following
Honest.
protocols.
Transparent. One of the biggest problems
Accountable.
I think right now that we're going to be fighting is the fact that, look at what Seth is going through right now over his son. Okay, with the Department of Children and Family Service not even being able to find out what's going on with his son. They're doing a lot of dirty stuff behind the scenes and hiding behind confidentiality. And if we as Americans don't get above this and start getting some regulations to regulate these investigators, we have no way of helping drive proper policy in these areas, because they are keeping us in the dark intentionally and willfully. You go to a Department of Children and Family Services and ask them for their cases for 90 days. They'll look at you like you're lost your freaking mind.
Oh my gosh, Betty just hits the nail on the head right here too. They will too. They'll be like, those are confidential, those are sealed. You can't have those. We're not held accountable around here, right? Either that or they'll probably be like, what the hell do you want? You know what I mean? They might get defensive. Unbelievable.
Because that's the confidentiality. There's no transparency in the Department of Children and Family Services except when we have a missing kid that's dead. Right?
Of all things,
Exactly.
when
Poor
I
Martin.
contacted DCS the first time and I told them who I was, I expected them to tell me, well, you'll need to come to our office and bring your ID. And
Right.
you'll need to bring something that states that you're the child's guardian, father, biological, which is my divorce papers, my birth certificate, my social security. I mean, anything that proved my identity. And I was cool with setting up appointment and coming in. But when they said, well, you'll need to get an attorney to get these, it's like, okay, so if I didn't have the money from the GoFundMe at that point in time to get an attorney and to put down the deposit that she requested,
Yep.
I would have never been able to do that.
Oh my goodness.
But I just want to point that out because that's what he's going through is going on throughout this country. And think about this. We've heard of horrible allegations of saying, let's talking about Raffic, right? With a T, right?
Yep.
Of children through the system. Mm-hmm. And how are we going to bring transparency to that, to say yay or nay? Who is really looking into that? And do we really trust the reporting of that when we can't verify the information? We're hearing of all these terrible stories going on with people inside the system. And when we go to try to look to inform us, to expose anything that could be harming children that are already disadvantaged, what do we get? Confidentiality. That's what's making this vacuum of these things happening all over this country, is because they're able to hide behind confidentiality. We have to break that in this country, either forcing all these children to become numbers, or something. But something has to give here where we can look at what is going on behind the scenes of the Department of Children and Family Services to start really driving policy for change.
100.
Here's something else to think about. They didn't notify me when he was Title IV. If they were to remove him from that house, and then all of a sudden I don't know where he's at, what were they going to do with him?
Right. And where was he going to go?
I'm sorry, but that's child trafficking. Taking another person's child, not communicating with them, letting them know what's going on, and putting him with someone else.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely. I feel like it's kidnapping. It's definitely kidnapping. You're right, because you're taking someone's kid and you're not telling them, right? And that very well could have happened, guys. I mean, in my opinion, they could have put Sebastian someplace, and then the duty that the police have and TBI is to the state. Excuse me. Yeah, they very well could have. That's why I think looking at these schools is a very important thing. It's not a joke. It's not like something that I'm like, oh, I can't wait to speculate about this. No, it scares the living hell out of me. Quite frankly, that someone could just snatch up somebody's kid and it's all well and legal and good, and they have no idea where their kid is. That is terrifying. Good morning, busy mama. So good to see you. So good to see you. And we won't stop, Sebastian. Thank you, busy mama. That's right. You know, it's terrifying.
And we've heard allegations of that already in the system, and there's no way for us to actually fact find that. How do we fact find that? Go ask for those reports and see what kind of response you get. There's got to be change. There's got to be change all over.
There's got to be change. Yeah, we've got to have change.
Yeah.
And
So
hopefully
we're in
this is what is going to provide change. And all the people, all the naysayers and all of that, well, you know what? Let their kid go missing. And they're going to want all kinds of change. They're going to want,
I do not wish this on anybody. I don't. I mean,
yeah.
No, but I mean, if their kids went missing, they would definitely want them to be found. They would want those policies in their lickety split. Well, guess what? If there's none of those policies in place, then they're in Seth's position, which is an awful situation to be in. But I agree, and I know what Jen's saying too. It's not that she's wishing that on anybody. It's just that, well, you'd be singing a different tune if it was your kid.
You may not, but I'm an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, and these people have no idea what you went through, and they put you through a slap meat grinder for no freaking reason.
I believe an eye for an eye, but I'm telling you, it's not worth it for the children. Because I don't know what Sebastian's going through.
I get it. I mean, it's more hyperbole. It's more like you don't want any child to be injured, but you do wish that somebody would feel the anxiety that you feel without having the reality that you have.
Well, they would think differently if it was
right. That's kind of. I mean, it's not that we really want them to have that kind of pain, but in there are some senses where you want them to have that kind of pain just to understand. Because maybe if they understood just a little bit of that pain, maybe they wouldn't be so nasty.
Exactly. And maybe they would step up to help. And maybe if they thought that it could quite possibly, happen to them or happen to their loved one, their niece or their nephew. I mean, this is not something that anybody should take lightly, in my opinion. I think it's important for us all to recognize that if it can happen to Sebastian, it can happen to anyone. The state, Sheriff Craddock, the DA, the DA's office, Ashley's place, Detective Carter, they're all covering their own asses and not giving a crap about Sebastian Rogers. And if you think that they're not going to cover their own asses every single time, you're sadly mistaken.
You can't change people.
I just wish everybody would be kinder to everybody. I mean, because at the end of the day, this is about Sebastian. It's not about Seth. It's not about Katie. It's not about Chris. Nobody's been charged with anything. And that's what I wish
It's
and hope
about
for at the end of the
Sebastian,
day. It's
and
about
it's trying to
Sebastian.
hold people
True.
accountable for their job because my son should be in his room right now, or
Absolutely.
or wherever he should be, yelling at me to bait his hook because it's dark outside. Hey, what is that you're doing there, Betty? You know that's illegal, right?
I know. I'm gonna leave you guys. You guys have a good night. Please, guys, keep Seth on track.
Thanks,
No,
Betty.
no degrading the other side. Keep it to the facts of the case. What's in the four corners of the
I'm
paper.
I'm
And
actually
then,
it. We've been on
okay.
over.
All right. I just want to make sure that we keep it real. I get nervous. So you guys have a good night. I love you. God bless
Thank
everybody.
you.
Good night, Betty. Love
Uh-huh.
you.
We'll see ya.
Bye.
Yeah, I
I
don't
want to thank everybody
even talk about
for
them. I try
showing up
not
in
to.
the chat.
Oh,
I
sorry.
do appreciate everybody being here. I know people have questions, and I know I don't do a lot of Q's and A's anyways. But I figured I just, you know, people have questions, and I'm going to try my best to answer them, those that I can. And I appreciate you, Miss Smiley.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate you, Jen. I appreciate Gator Mouth.
Leave her alone,
You
Seth.
better look. You better. I'm up here. Okay. Vacation. I don't even sound like myself. This everybody later. That's not really Lady Freedom.
That wasn't Lady Freedom. That was somebody else's alt account.
I wish I had the old school computer where I could talk like a robot. That would be way cooler. But
How about the old school computer with a green screen and it was an Apple product?
yes, yes, exactly.
I want
Thank
to
you
thank
guys for being here
I
tonight.
thank everybody.
Thank you,
I'm
Jen
about to
and
call this
Smiley.
over with. I'm I need a breather. I need to go outside.
Same.
Well, take care of
For sure.
yourself.
Mhm.
Thank you for having me up.
I appreciate you joining.
Thank you so
Yeah, thanks,
much.
Seth. Y'all have a
Hang
good
in
night.
there.
Stay safe.
Have a
Love
good
you
night.
all.
Sweet Seth.
Y'all have a good night. Thank you, audience, for being here.
Bye, y'all.
Aw.
Bye.
Okay, guys, what a great live. Just a really great job for Seth. He did a fantastic job of just making sure that people could understand what he's going through, why he's filing the lawsuit, why it's important that he needs to find his son, right? And he's not happy with the status quo. He's not going to be happy until Sebastian is found, and rightfully so. And it's important for us all to remember for all of the kids like that. um how do you tell a parent it's confidentiality when they ask questions about their child? Exactly, little brat. And why won't they come out and clear anybody but the green hoodie? Like, this whole situation has been so messed up. And Detroit says, my granddaughter was kidnapped and missing for 5 years. We got her back and it was a living hell. But we tracked every clue and went to every place she was last seen. Don't ever give up. We got her. See? And Detroit, it happens all the time. And that's another thing, too, that I'm so grateful that Seth will continuously remind us, and he'll be like, look, Sebastian's out there, right? And I believe that he's going to be found. It scares the crap out of me when we hear what hey, my PTSD, when we hear what Chris has said to the neighbors, what's in the filings on some panels. It's scary. But in the same way, we don't know where Sebastian is, and they haven't given us, I should say, they haven't given us any evidence to support anything, right? So we don't know. And that was the hardest part of reading this last piece of the lawsuit, because it was talking about that. Like, we don't know if he's alive or not, and we don't. And that's so difficult, right? But we keep the faith because we just don't know. And I appreciate you sharing that too, Detroit. And I'm so glad that you guys got her back. I mean, things happen, guys, and we're dealing with a very toxic situation with Chris and Katie Proudfoot. We've already known that, right? Anybody that says that they're peachy keen hunky dory is a toxic person themselves, right? They're lying, you know. So I think it's just important that we continue to fight on. And I know you guys are passionate. I know I'm passionate. There's going to be a lot more that's going to come out. And I'm just praying that the courts will uphold justice the way I think that they should. And I think that they do. I just hope that they do, you know. Um, Rosebud, thank you so much. Thank you for allowing me to ask questions. You're always respectful, and I appreciate that. The fight goes on. Justice for Sebastian. Yeah, absolutely, Rosebud, and so are you. And I enjoy your comments. You know, you were spot on in Jen's too earlier. You know what I mean? And again, and I just know it's because you're passionate. You care so much, right? You know, and I'm just grateful to be around people that care so much. Um, I mean, Sebastian needs everybody. That's why, you know, a lot of times we have to put our differences aside. We might not like somebody particularly in chat, or maybe we had a disagreement with them in the past or something like that, but you just kind of keep going forward, right? Because Sebastian, he needs all of us. And I just think he's such a loving kid. I could just see him still, you know, loving everybody, his mom, stepfoot, everybody. You know what I mean? So he's just a sweet, loving kid. He needs to come home. He needs to come home to his dad, you know? So, aw. Oh, I bet. Yeah. Detroit says that was amazing, an amazing live. My husband was in tears, and he remembers what we went through with Maggie, but he really relates to Seth as a man and a father. Aw, see, and that's wonderful, Detroit. And that's another thing. Seth is doing a lot by coming out, being a vulnerable father. It is going to help so many more fathers out there to feel empowered to fight through and to keep going, you know, and to hold your composure. You don't always have to be violent to be a man, right? Or to do the manly thing. As a matter of fact, I think the violent men are cowards. I think you violent men out there are cowards. I think you need professional help. Okay? So, Busy Mama says we all need to have faith in many ways in life. That's right, Busy Mama. Exactly. For praying for Sebastian and Seth. That is so true. That is so true in the grand scheme of things, right? So, yeah, that is such. I'm gonna close with that. That is such a good point. I love you guys all very, very, very much, and I so appreciate you guys going through these filings with me and just, you know, being in here, asking the questions, giving your thoughts and feelings, your perspective, your stories. I really appreciate that, and I think it helps everybody tremendously. You know, um, yeah, sometimes they do, little brat, but I don't know, because I don't know why they wouldn't have placed him with Seth immediately, you know, or tried to, or, you know, at the very least notified Seth, you know. It's very strange, but, you know, they were looking at putting Sebastian in behavioral centers. They were really adamant about that. Um, you're absolutely welcome, Seth, and thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. And I'm going to try to get some sleep so um I can do. I just want to make sure that our day crew is getting in a good live, and I've been meaning to do it every day, but it's just been like something. It's always something. So all right, guys. Well, you are awesome. Stay Sebastian strong. Keep representing Sebastian's army in a positive way, please, because he deserves that, and then he'd be proud to see that, right? So, all right. Thank you all.